And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless. Hey everybody, it's Standing for Truth, and we've got a really fun stream tonight. All things human evolution. This is a double feature night, starting off with Dr. Kent Hovind versus Erica, followed by an intermission of Bill Ludlow and Human Evolution Debunked. Following that one, we've got Standing for Truth taking on Erica. And we got some bonus material to end the night off. Guzman 1611 interview Standing for Truth on human evolution. Guys, enjoy.
Hey everybody, today we are debating human evolution and we are starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here. Oh, hold on. We just had a picture swap. If you guys can do me a favor, if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we are very excited for today's debate. And we've got a lot more coming up, including tonight. We actually have G-Man will be debating tonight whether on the future of America and whether or not Christian or atheist moral systems will have a better outcome for America's future. And not only that, but we were excited for, this is the first time I'm announcing it, folks, we are still confirming the venue, but Matt Dillahunty and Inspiring Philosophy have agreed to debate during our first ever mini tour for Modern Day Debate. So that'll be in Austin, Texas, where Matt Dillahunty and Inspiring Philosophy will debate on Modern Day Debate. So it'll be in real life. We're very excited about it. And also, we do have the one, the only, the legend, G-Man will be co-modding for me. You see G-Man on the bottom right. We have our boxes reorganized, as it's going to be a fun one. And want to let you know, we are so thankful to have both Erica, who it's her first time here. We really appreciate you coming to hang out with us, Erica. It's a pleasure to have you.
I'm glad to be here.
And we have Kent Hovind returning, as this is going to be a lot of fun. Thanks so much for coming back again, Kent Hovind.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. They are both linked in the description. So if you're listening and you're like, I like that, I want to hear more, well, you can hear more by clicking on those links right down there in the description, down there in that little box. So with that, it's going to be a pretty kind of easygoing discussion. So the way the format's going to go is just so each speaker can kind of make their case. They'll have a roughly 12 minutes opening statement, and that's kind of flexible, and then basically open conversation for like 40 minutes or so, and then a little bit of Q&A and closing statements. So with that, I don't want to take any more time. If you have any questions, shoot them into the live chat. G-Man and I will be fishing those questions out of the live chat, and then we will be asking them at the end. So thank you very much for being here. And Erica, I have the clock set for you, and the floor is yours.
All right. Okay, my name is Erica. I go by Gutsit Gibbon on YouTube. I do videos on anthropology, paleontology, things like that. I got my undergraduate degree in animal science, and I picked up a minor in biology and one in anthropology as well. And I'm currently getting my master's degree, master's of research in primatology. So, human evolution, it's kind of undeniable. So, I'm going to start with a statement that both myself, Kent, G-Man, James, his audience, the entire audience watching, we're all apes. And this is because one doesn't ever outgrow their ancestor. You are what your ancestors were. Everybody knows Carlos Linnaeus, the father of taxonomy. And he was the first guy to kind of say, all right, let's have a classification system for everything. You know, let's figure out a way to give living things a sort of organization. And when he decided, when he was trying to figure out where humans were going to go in this sort of system, he had a few problems, because he could recognize that humans were indeed eukaryotes, we're organisms made up of one or more nucleated cells, and we're animals because we have animal cells. We can't produce our own energy, and we don't have cell walls, we have cell membranes. He also recognized that we were indeed chordates because we have nerve cords. You can see here, this is a human embryo at 3 weeks, a little notochord right there. He also recognized that we were vertebrates because our spinal cord is protected by our vertebra, and we're mammals because we all have body hair. The females of our species can produce milk to feed our young, and we have a four-chambered heart. And he also noted that we were eutherians because we all have belly buttons, indicative of our ability to produce live young. But he took it a little bit further because even though Carlos Linnaeus was indeed a creationist, he also recognized that humans were, according to morphologic traits, which is how he classified things, how they looked, that humans were indeed also primates because we have large brains relative to our body size. We have these dexterous hands, flexible shoulders, and binocular color vision. He also recognized that we were haplorhines because we can't synthesize our own vitamin C and our noses are dry rather than wet. If you go up to a ring-tailed lemur, you stick your hand in its face and you touch its nose, it's going to come back wet, or your dog or your cat. Not so with us, not so with the haplorhines. We also don't have split lips. We have the remnant of it. You can go and look in the mirror and see it for yourself. I like to keep these things, these morphologic traits, things that you can see yourself for you to stand in front of a full-length mirror. Linnaeus also recognized that we are simiiforms or anthropoid primates. We have these complex social systems with which we communicate with others. And we also have unique structures with regards to our hind feet, our teeth, our orbits, things like this, and an even larger brain-to-body ratio. He also recognized that we were catarrhines. If you look at this rhesus macaque, you'll see his nostrils open downward, just like yours, and unlike this white-faced capuchin, whose nostrils open to the side. And if you pop that rhesus macaque's mouth open, you'd find that it has the same dental formula as you do. 2, 1, 2, 3. That would be 2 incisors, a single canine, 2 premolars, and 3 molars. Also, none of the catarrhines have prehensile tails. I'm sure that I don't. I wish I did sometimes. That'd be kind of cool. We're also hominids because pop open the mouth of an orangutan or a gibbon and you'll see that they have a Y-shaped molar pattern. This is unique to the members of the hominoids. We also have even more reduced caudal vertebra. That tailbone is shrinking even further, and we all have an increased ability towards bipedality. You'll see gibbons walking on 2 feet more than you'll see, say, a rhesus macaque. So we reach the hominids. Now, hominids, all of us use tools. We all have a sort of protoculture in that we teach tool use to our young. We all have these long gestational periods, 8 to 9 months, and all of us have long parental care periods. This is so that we can kind of nurture those big brains. But to be a hominid, if you're not a human, every member of this particular group, this family, has at least a 96% genomic similarity to the members of the group. So with this in mind, we look to the leopard, Panthera pardus. Panthera pardus is a member of the genus Panthera, but it's also still a felid. It's still a carnivore. It's still a mammal. It's still a chordate. And similarly, humans, although we are a member of genus Homo, we are still hominids. We're still primates. We're still mammals. We're still chordates. So when Kent talks about moving from one kind to another, or you're never going to see an organism change orders. They only further specialize. So there is no way to classify the primates morphologically or by phylogeny and exclude the humans. We're going to talk about phylogeny in just a second. You could theoretically propose a soul or something like that, but it's not empirical, so it's not science. Morphology, that is. So let's talk about genetics for a moment. I've seen Kent talk about chromosomes and things of that nature. But chromosomes, while genetics is by definition a means to tell relatedness, chromosomes aren't necessarily the end-all be-all, so to speak. As Kent's mentioned before, tobacco and chimpanzees, they both have 48 chromosomes. And that would be absurd to say that chimpanzees and tobacco are as closely related as, say, humans and chimpanzees. And this is because organisms that are closely related have similar chromosome numbers, but that isn't necessary to actually forget that point. Never mind. Humans with Robertsonian translocation have 44 chromosomes, and they can produce fertile offspring with a standard 46 chromosome human. So it's important to note here that chromosomes don't necessarily determine relatedness. As I was saying previously, organisms that are indeed related have close chromosome numbers, but close chromosome numbers don't necessarily mean organisms are related. If we look at this, orangutans and gorillas, I think most creationists would say that they're both in the ape kind, but they certainly can't interbreed even though they both have 48 chromosomes. Same with tobacco and potatoes. But a donkey and a horse can interbreed and produce mules, which are very occasionally fertile, despite having different chromosome numbers. This is why we don't use just chromosomes when we're trying to tell how related something is to something else. Instead, we use, these are some cool hybrids that I just put a picture of because I like them. Instead, we use entire genomes. Now, if you take your genome and you compare it to your mother's or your father's, it's going to be much more similar than that of a stranger's. Same if you compared it to your grandfather or your great-grandfather. And the same is true with species, because when you compare the entire genome of a human being and that of a chimpanzee or a bonobo, any member of genus Pan, you're going to see a 96% similarity. And if you narrow that down just to coding base pairs, that number rises to 98%, 98.8 actually percent similar. Now, the cool thing about this is that when you line up all the great apes, including humans, so you're lining up the chimpanzees, the orangutans, the gorillas, bonobos, and ourselves, bonobos and chimpanzees are actually most closely similar to us genomically than they are to gorillas or orangutans. So we're each other's closest living relative. Now, the reason I keep harping on the fact that genetics does necessitate relatedness is because a paternity test is simply a dumbed down version of the genomic process of comparison that I just mentioned. So if we're going to throw out this, we have a lot of courts to contact because we're going to have to throw this out as well. So I know I've seen Kent through debate with Bill Ludlow before about how bones are just things in the dirt. They don't hold up in an honest court of law. But both paternity tests and fossils both are admissible in court. The fossil expert testimony of a paleontologist was in Kitzmiller versus Dover. And of course, this is a page from back in the UK, court-ordered paternity tests, which are indeed considered a solid means to tell relation. So speaking of paleontology, let's talk about it, because I love fossils. So obviously, this chimpanzee and this human are very, very different. They have a lot in common, but they also have unique differences. There are traits that are unique to the human skeleton. So we can make a prediction. Given that our common ancestor was very similar, if evolutionary theory rather proposes that our common ancestor with chimpanzees was very similar to a chimpanzee, we should see the human traits emerge in the transitional forms from that species to modern humans through geologic time. That is, if evolutionary theory is viable. And I maintain that it most certainly is, because we have a plethora of fossils. Now, I've also I've heard Kent mention before that an individual that you find in the dirt, you can't prove that it had any children. But I think that's kind of missing the point, because individuals don't evolve, populations evolve. So when you find an individual in the dirt, it can be fairly reasonably and statistically significantly assumed that that individual was a member of a population and not an odd man out. It would be similar if there was a volcanic eruption somewhere near my house. The likelihood of a genetically typical human being buried rather than someone with an odd morphologic condition being buried and fossilized, you're probably going to find a higher representation of the type specimen of humans. So can we see a general trend of ape-like to human-like, or anatomically modern human-like, through geologic time? In the fossils, I maintain that we can. So let's look at the ape-like hominids. I love these guys. The Artipiths and, of course, Sahelanthropus tchadensis. I love these guys. They may look like just your average run-of-the-mill chimpanzee, but there are some key differences. Aurora tugenensis's femoral head is very distinct for bipedality. This means that they held their legs more likely underneath them rather than trying to knuckle walk around. That's also confirmed in the finger structure. Additionally, they have these small canines in comparison to that of chimpanzees, and of course, the brain case. What makes humans special? We're really, really smart. And so these guys have around a 350 to 400 brain case size, which is unique. And we're starting to see this emergence, this ascent. So let's check out the mosaics. Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis. Then we have Anamensis, and of course, Africanus. Are these guys truly mosaics? Can you indeed make that case? I maintain that you can, for several reasons. One, the foramen magnum is much more ventral, directly underneath the skull. Now that's the hole that your spinal cord comes out. If this individual, Australopithecus africanus, based on where the foramen magnum was trying to knuckle walk, it'd be craning its neck like this all the time, which would not be very advantageous and would probably be selected against. It also has an inline big toe, just like we do. A parabolic palate, just like we do. It's actually more intermediate, but still much more so than that of a chimpanzee. And look at the knees. The carrying angle is much more similar to ours. They're valgus in nature, much more so than a chimpanzee whose legs are bowed out to the side. Now, I know we talk a lot about kinds when we're discussing evolution, especially in a creationist conversation. And I've heard Kent say before that you bring a 5-year-old up here, they'll be able to tell the difference. And I would invite a 5-year-old to come up and tell me which is the odd man out here, because this is a chimpanzee's pelvis. This is that of Australopithecus africanus, erectus. and sapiens. I think a 5-year-old would tell us this is the odd man out, and that would mean this individual is a member of the humankind. And I don't think any creationists would be arguing that. From an evolutionary perspective, this is just another member of our gradient. So, early intelligent omnivores. Look at this. We've got habilis, rudolfensis, we've got naledi. The brain case is continuing to rise in size. We've got this 700-ish range, sometimes even into the 800s. And these guys, while they did walk on 2 legs, individuals like Naledi had decidedly ape-like shoulders, which means they could have more flexibility moving upward. This is, of course, a remnant trait. They also still have this weirdly high sexual dimorphism, that is to say, the difference between the sexes. And of course, we can sex skeletons fairly easily by looking at their pelvis. And lastly, of course, we have the modern members of Homo. All of these guys have lived around, at the same time as each other. Some people call it the Middle Earth hypothesis, that it's like, oh, look at these different species all inhabiting Earth together. I love it. But while all of these individuals used tools, so some of them used fire, some of them had art, and they all had this culture, they were vastly different morphologically, because Homo erectus had a 900-ish square centimeter volume brain, whereas Heidelbergensis was at 1,000, Neanderthalensis at 1,600, and Floresiensis all the way down to 350 itty-bitty guys. So we see this cool gradient of individuals that were indeed living at the same time. And of course, this is an incredible picture here. This is several specimens all lined up with one another. And the point here is we're seeing small incremental morphologic micro-evolutionary changes, but where can you draw the line? Who are the apes? Who are the humans? It's very difficult. I've been trained in this kind of thing to a degree. I'm definitely not an expert, but even I have trouble saying, okay, well, that's definitively an Australopith, or that's definitively a member of genus Homo, whatever.
Got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Small incremental changes over time lead to macroevolution. This individual may have been able to breed with this one, but it certainly couldn't breed with that one. So my challenge, that's the answers if you want to pause and check it out. So my question to Kent would be, to invalidate my ideas here, as I believe I've presented them, you'd have to invalidate relation by genetics, invalidate radiometric gain to prove that they all lived at the same time period, all of those hominids, and formulate a kind that can empirically separate modern humans from the other apes, as well as draw that line in the fossil record. And I'll cede the rest of my small little bit of time that I have left. Thank you so much for letting me ramble on.
Thank you very much, Erica. Very, very fun opening statement. We are looking forward to hearing Kent Hovind. So I've got the timer set, and like I said, these will be flexible. So there's I think it's maybe 12 and a half to 13 minutes. So we'll do something like that. So Kent, I have the timer set for you, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. And thank you, Erica, for doing this. It's obvious they've indoctrinated you very well. We can fix all of that. Not a problem. Okay. The Bible says very clearly that God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. The Bible clearly says 10 times in the first chapter that all the plants and animals will bring forth after their kind. There will be no major changes. You might get a big dog or a little dog, but you're going to get a dog every time. There are no farmers on planet Earth in the history of the world that will tell you they've ever seen any plant or animal produce other than its kind, which is why you guys have to resort to fossils. They say, well, we don't see it happening now, but it must have happened in the past. You certainly have zero evidence in the present for evolution happening. There's no human ever produced anything other than a human offspring. And so there's no chimpanzee has ever produced anything other than a chimpanzee. It just doesn't happen. It only happens, Erica, in the imagination, SpongeBob style. You have to imagine long ago.
Oh, he's back. We might have him back.
I don't know.
I think we got him. We hear you.
Okay. So I'll stick with the Bible for multiple reasons. There's never been anything scientifically proven wrong in that book. And it certainly makes more sense because all we ever observe is chimpanzees produce chimpanzees, squirrel monkeys make squirrel monkeys, apes make apes. There are no exceptions. So what you have, Erica, without being willing to admit it, you have a religion. You believe, capital B, believe that animals in the past could do something that no animal today can do. And your evidence for that is fossils found in the dirt, which I mentioned over and over. You can't prove had any children, let alone children that were different. You can line them up any way you want, but that's not real scientific evidence. The fact that the eyes are different, or the nose is different, or the attachment to the spine to the skull, that is not proof they're related, because you can line up ones that hold their head differently. And I'll get into that in a minute. The Bible says in the last days there would be scoffers who would be willingly ignorant, and they've swallowed Satan's lie of evolution, and they make these family trees, these timelines going from nothing exploding for 13.772 billion years ago, and 9 weeks now since I made the slide. So nothing exploded. Slowly the earth cooled down and became a rock. And in that rock, it rained on the rocks for millions of years and developed a soup, and the soup came alive. This is what the theory teaches. I'm sitting in a room full of textbooks. I can show you. This is what evolution says. And then slowly this rock, this single-celled creature, turned into a primate, and the primate became our more specialized species, man. That's what they teach. 13.7 billion years ago, Earth cooled down 4.56987263 billion years ago and formed a rocky crust, and it rained on the rocks for millions of years. And here we are, the primates and modern man, learning how to write 0.00001 billion years ago. This is the family tree, and you swallowed it, Erica, and I'm sorry about that, but they do show that man and the apes related. Now, when I taught school, I had some students that really left me scratching my head, wondering if maybe they had some ape in them, but no, we don't. The similarities you see in DNA and in structure is just as easily explained with a common designer. If I told you to line up all the cars in the parking lot by how they evolve from the tiniest one to the biggest one, and so you have all these cars lined up from small to large, and you get them gradually getting larger and larger, is that evidence that it actually happened? Or is that just you arranging things in the parking lot? Arranging pictures on a piece of paper like this is not scientific evidence. It's imagination. It's a drawing on paper. They do this to the kids all the time. They give them all these drawings. We came from a single-celled ancestor. You said something interesting, Eric. I don't realize if you understand the importance of it. You said you never outgrow your ancestry. Well, these charts show us starting as a single-celled ancestor. Apparently, we outgrew that, because I have way more than one cell in my body. I think you do in yours also. We did outgrow our ancestry. So I think you need to recognize there's a problem there. Now you're going to say we're still all eukaryotes, single cell. We have a single nucleus with a cell wall. I understand all that. That's not proof of anything other than it's a great design feature that works. All the cars I've ever seen have electrical wiring systems. That doesn't prove anything, except you have to have electrical wiring to get the taillights to work and the brake lights and headlights. It's not proof of any ancestry at all. So let's see. Textbooks do say, though, that we came from a rock. Life on Earth today captured every square inch of the Earth, but when planet Earth formed, it was a dead rock. How did life get started? And you're specializing in school in learning about how humans evolved from an ape-like ancestor. And they've got all these charts. They say, boy, is this grandpa? A chapter on human evolution. Well, as I mentioned in my opening, the Bible says God made man in his image. And the Bible says at the end of time, there will be people professing themselves to be wise, and they became fools. The fool has said in his heart, there's no God. According to the Bible, at least, if you don't believe there's a God, you're a fool. That's what it says. And fools despise wisdom and instruction. This is my 201st debate, Erica. The evolutionists, most of them that I've talked to or talked with, despise the idea that there might be a creator. They don't want to learn anything that might indicate their theory they've been taught all these years is wrong, but they despise instruction. They really do. I hope you're not one of those. The Bible says the scorners delight in scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Erica, the real knowledge, things that we can see and study and observe, that's what science means, knowledge, is humans produce humans, chimpanzees produce chimpanzees. Now, if you wish to believe, SpongeBob style, that they're related to an ancestor a long time ago, you can believe what you want, but it's not science. And I'll come to your school in London and debate the entire science faculty at the same time with half my brain tied behind my back. You tell them Kent Hovind just challenged the whole school if I get half the time and we stick on one topic at a time. Let's see, let me skip up here to a couple things for sake of time here. This article says he's the daddy of us all. African skulls reveal ancestors 160,000 years ago. This is the kind of stuff they're teaching you, and you apparently are swallowing it. Now, Erica, think for just a minute. When you find fossils like this guy, you don't know he's the daddy of anybody. And they've caught on now when I say bones don't evolve. You can't prove they had any children. So now you guys are saying, well, populations evolve, and this represents a population. That's just as dumb. We don't see any populations evolve either. Populations of cows are all over Alabama, and they still produce populations of cows. No farmer will tell you his population of corn ever produced anything but another population of corn. So it's just as dumb to say the population evolved as it is to say the individual. We don't see it happening. This article from Smithsonian says this animal is the mother of all mammals. This is absolutely stupid to say such a thing. Logic 101. If you find a fossil in the dirt, all you know is it died. You could not prove it had any kids, and you certainly can't prove it had kids that lived, and you really couldn't prove it had kids that lived that reproduced, and you couldn't prove it had kids that lived that were different than itself. Why do the evolutionists believe bones in the dirt can do something no living animal can do? Produce animals other than themselves. The charts all show us coming from an amoeba to a human. Well, apparently the amoeba produced something that was non-amoeba at some point, and a single-celled creature had to become multi-celled. There are no examples, none in the world, of a two-celled or three-celled or four-celled animal. I think the simplest is maybe 20. You have colonies of cells working together. That's not an organism. Every farmer in the world will tell you his cows produce cows and corn produces corn. There are no examples of anything other than that. So I do believe apes can turn to a human because of what we've seen with Bill Clinton, but otherwise I don't believe it. Okay. People say, do you believe in cavemen? I say, well, that depends on what you mean by caveman. Many people have lived in caves. In the Bible, there are quite a few people. Lot and his daughters, 5 kings were found in a cave, but there's the world's most wanted caveman. There was another former caveman lived in a cave. So National Pornographic here said the first pioneer. I think someone's trying to make a monkey out of you, okay, by making you think. This guy says humans should talk like chimps. We should behave like chimps. We should walk around and scratch our armpits and go, hoo, hoo, hoo. That's BBC News. You're going to school over there, for heaven's sake, Erica. Straighten these guys out. Do they really go around at BBC News talking and acting like chimps? Okay. Well, I go through in my seminar part 2 of my video series, which you can get for $50 and watch it and return it and get your $50 back. But part 2 is where I have a whole section on all of the so-called cavemen. Many have been proven completely to be fraud. None have been proven to be intermediary. You can't prove it had any children. A tricycle is not intermediary between a bicycle and a car. It's made to be a tricycle. And it's designed to be a tricycle. So apes are designed to be apes. Humans are designed to be humans. So I go through a bunch of evidence on my video number 2, if you'd like a bunch more on that topic. New York Times in 1912 said, Darwin's theory is proved true. Really? Because they found the Piltdown man. And you know the story. It was touted as evidence for evolution for 40 years. Reader's Digest said, oh, the great Piltdown hoax. They said, wow, this thing's been in the textbooks for 40 years and it's a hoax. Piltdown man was declared an ape man, 500,000 years old, and validated by many of Britain's leading scientists, including Grafton Elliott Smith, anatomist Sir Arthur Keith, and British Museum geologist Sir Arthur Woodward. At the time the discovery was announced in 1912, the New York Times ran this headline, Darwin theory proved true. For the next 4 decades, Piltdown man was evolutionists' greatest showcase, featured in textbooks and encyclopedias. I've got them here beside me. What did Piltdown man actually consist of? What did they actually find? A very recent orangutan jaw, which had been stained to look old, with its teeth filed down to make them look more human, planted together with a human skull bone, and stained to create the appearance of age. It was a fraud, and you know that, and most of them know that. I think all of them are hoaxes, frauds, or misidentified or unidentifiable. And they're teaching you this stuff. You're paying money to learn stuff that's going to be proven wrong in the near future. It's wrong now. It just hasn't, some of them haven't been proven wrong yet. I go through Neanderthal man, all the so-called ape men. There are no examples of man evolving from an ape-like creature. None. Some are hoaxes. Some are just simply unusual creatures that may be extinct. Neanderthals, Homo neanderthalis, are extinct species of subspecies of archaic humans who lived 400,000 years ago. This is from Wikipedia. Neanderthal. Why do they think this is not quite human yet? Well, it has a larger eyebrow ridge. Okay, it has a elongated. The back of the head is elongated. Now let me get to some stuff here that'll go in. Okay, what does it mean to be human? Picture of the time up Neanderthal man.
Good.
No.
You got about a minute left.
Okay. Let's see. I got a ton of stuff on Neanderthal. Let me just show you. The Bible says before the flood came, the people lived to be 900, and after the flood, they lived to be 400 for a while. And your eyebrow ridge never stops growing. There are people today. A friend of mine sent me his picture from the side. He said, "What do you think, Brother Hovind? Am I a Neanderthal? Got hair all over my chest too." Oh man, you're definitely a Neanderthal. He's still alive in Philadelphia. How about this guy? Is he a Neanderthal? Look at that eyebrow. Whoa, whoa. What is the hump on the back of the skull called? Well, is the muscle structure, the fact that we have similar muscle structure, similar bones, this is an example of a common designer. Erica, I'd like to introduce you to that designer. It was God who designed all these things. Lining them up on paper or lining them up in a laboratory doesn't prove they're related. How about this guy? I think that's over in England. Wow. How about this guy?
10 seconds.
All right. Well, you go for it if you'd like. You believe whatever you want, but I think you're going to be really embarrassed Judgment Day when God says, "Erica, sorry, honey, you got lied to." Go ahead.
We are going to go into open discussion, which I already have a bad feeling about this. I think it'll be okay. These be even keeled. We'll try to work hard to make sure everybody gets equal time. So open discussion commences, and the floor is, I suppose, Erica, if you want to kind of lead the conversation at the start.
Sure, I would love to. Well, yeah, that's a lot of information I'd like to cover. I hope we can get to all of it, but I don't know that we will. So I've heard look at these orders. First of all, I want to specify Masters of Primatology.
There's a scratching noise. Are you moving something on your computer or something?
No, I don't think that's on my end.
Unless it's G-Man. G-Man. How many times have I told? I'm just kidding. I think there might be something that's like if anybody, whether it be G-Man or Erica or maybe it could be me, if anybody has a mic, yeah, like if anybody has a mic
She's muted. It's not me. I'm actually muted.
Start her time over. Let her take all she wants.
Yeah. You guys still hear anything, or are we good?
No, it's good. Perfect.
Okay. Maybe it was the mic on my headphones. I'll just kind of put that to the side. Okay. So I've heard, first I want to specify that studying primatology, I just study living primates. So I study conservation of living primates. As much as I would love to study human evolution and anthropology, I actually find the living ones a little bit more interesting. So luckily I am putting my money towards something I think you'd approve of, Kent. But let's talk for a second about the common designer thing. Because I know that it's quite easy to look at similar morphology and say, okay, use the car thing or the tool thing and say, well, you know what, it's a common designer. But that's why I included all that stuff on genetics, because genetics by definition does indicate relatedness. So I would be interested to hear your thoughts on, and kind of tying into that, the reason Neanderthals aren't considered human, at least, human in the sense of anatomically modern Homo sapiens, is because their genetics make them unique. So you and I, Kent, we share about 99.9% of our DNA, but we'd only share about, I think the number is like 99.5% with a Neanderthal. So that's outside of the range of pick any two living humans on the planet, and that's outside of the range. We could interbreed with them because I actually, funnily enough, my boyfriend's father did 23andMe, and he got 5% back of Neanderthal DNA. So I guess that's maybe cause for concern, I don't know. But I would like to hear your thoughts on that. If DNA indicates relatedness in humans, where do you draw that line, I guess? Can you say it's common designer if DNA does by definition make organisms either closer or more farly related?
Well, I think we can take any vehicles being produced by General Motors. Let's take a Chevrolet Corvette and a Chevrolet pickup truck. I think you'd find tens of thousands of identical parts. I bet the lug nuts would interchange. I bet the spark plugs would interchange on some. I bet they both have a windshield. I bet you'd find thousands of similarities on vehicles produced by Volkswagen or General Motors or anybody, and say, wow, there's a lot of similarities here, a lot of interchangeable parts. That doesn't prove they're evolved from each other. They're both designed. So
Yeah,
I think the design and the
agree.
fact that you want to go to genetics, which of course is wonderful. It's an unbelievably complex. The genetic code in one cell of your body, you could probably got 100 trillion cells in one person's body. You can take any one of those cells, take the DNA code out of it, and unwrap it, and it would tie them together. It'd be over 6 feet long. One cell, 6 feet of DNA. That is the code to make that cell and to make it interact with the other cells. That is like the code, and it's a 4-bit code, CATG. Whereas our human computers is only a 2-bit code, zeros and ones. So the codes for Microsoft Word, Steve, how many lines of code in Microsoft Word would be identical to Microsoft PowerPoint? 80% of the lines of code are identical. Does that prove those programs evolve from each other? Or two people with the same brain or similar similar thinking process are designing the codes? So even if we are 98% similar to chimps, and we're not, it wouldn't matter though, that still would not prove common ancestry. It could prove a common designer. But this percentage sharing was proven wrong many years ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm following what you're saying with the common designer thing, and with the example with the cars and with Microsoft Word. But again, we use genomic comparisons for relatedness in humans. So my point here isn't that a lot of these coding portions, I suppose, code for similar structures, because obviously humans and chimpanzees, both members of genus Hand, we have hands with 5 fingers. There's probably coding sections that are almost identical in the code for that because we both have hands. But my point is that genetics necessitate relation in humans and in any other animal. You can do, I used to work for a vet clinic, and we had individuals who would send their mutt saliva off for a 23andMe type thing to figure out, okay, how much of my dog is pit bull, or how much of my dog is golden retriever, how much of my dog is German shepherd, because DNA, relatedness, they go hand in hand. That's how a lot of these new big genomic companies make so much money. So I'm struggling with where you're drawing the line here. If paternity test, which is literally a dumbed down version of genomic sequence comparison, means relatedness in humans, how can you make the argument that it's not relatedness in between species?
How can you not see that it's an argument for common designer? I bet if you read all the books written by pick any famous author, okay? I bet if you looked at all the plays written by Billy Wigglestick William Shakespeare over there in England, you'd find that there are lots of similarities in the style of writing. I bet you'd find the villain is revealed at 38% way through the play, the plot thickens. And I bet you could look at any books written. You can look at all the books written in English language, and I've got a library full of them here. All of them use the same basic 26 letters. Whoa. Does that prove they're related, or does that prove that's the code with which you write English, 26 letters? So I think you're seeing something that's true, similarities in genetics, and you're coming to the wrong conclusion with the truth that you're given. I'll give an example here real quickly. I meant to get that ready. Anyway, so I agree there's a lot of similarities in the DNA, and there's been a lot of research done on that to try to show some kind of relatedness. If there are similar bones in the forelimb of animals, which there are, does that prove they're related, or does that prove that's a good design? I think I could go to just about any parking lot and show you all the cars have round tires. Does that prove a relationship, or is it because that's a design that works? Yeah, and I bet they have shock absorbers and a suspension system and a windshield. And I think all of them have some similarities because it's a design that works. It's necessary to have these features to drive a car. You have to have a steering system, be able to turn it. Not just drive it, but you got to steer it and turn it. A protection from the environment system, a body of some kind. So what you're saying is true. Your conclusion is wrong. That's my point.
So
common design.
Totally with you on the card thing. Totally with you on the comparisons that you can make between books, languages, these kinds of things.
Oh wait, Erica, we can't hear you at all now.
Oh no, can you hear me?
Now it's back.
Oh, okay. Must have just cut out there.
Okay, can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So let me put it another way. Let's say my mother and I both gave our genetic sample to a sequencer. And they sequenced both of our entire genomes. They would find that they are probably 99.999% similar because she's my mother. You do the same thing with my grandmother, and it'd probably be very close. Not quite as close as with my mother, but still pretty close. So by your logic, though, that would be saying, okay, well, it's just a common designer. I'm not actually related to her. It's just a common designer. But my point is that when you have similar genetics, that necessitates relatedness. Yeah, there is a common design. I'm comfortable saying that between humans and chimpanzees. We look very similar. Our skeletons are very similar. Both of us use tools. Both of us have compassion. Both of us are warlike. But when you're looking at the genetics, I don't think that you can draw that line and say, okay, well, when you're comparing the genome between me and my mother, that means it's relatedness. But when you're comparing the genome between me and a chimpanzee, no, that's where it stops. So you need something empirical to say, this is why we draw the line here. And, while I respect your opinion, and I think that, if, from a faith-based standpoint, you want to say, yeah, that's my reason, that's cool. But I don't think that stands as an empirical sort of line of thought. So explain to me the difference between me and my mom's genome comparison being relatedness, but not me and a chimp.
Okay, I think to use the book analogy again, if we took all the books written by Shakespeare, all the plays written by Shakespeare, we would find a very high percentage of similarities in his style of writing, the words that he chose to use, etc. I think if you took all the books written by any author, you could do that, and probably, I bet somebody could read, who was good at English, could read a couple books and say, I think these two books are written by the same author. That's true. And they might find another family of books and say, now these 6 books were written by this same author. I think that'd be a good field of research. Now, does that mean the 2 authors are the same? No. Shakespeare can write some plays, and somebody else can write some books, and somebody else can write some books. So yes, I agree, you're related to your mother, no question about that. Does that prove you're related to a mosquito? Do you believe you're related to a mosquito, Erica?
I do, and I'd love to get to that in a little bit. I actually have a slide for, I love visuals similar to you. I think it's fun. It's always very satisfying to gesture to something, and I think people get a lot out of it. But I do kind of want to focus on this key point here, which is that you do agree that genetically, my mother and I are related if you look at those genomes. So why can't you use that same logic between species? Because you use it within other species. You can do it with dogs. You can take my dog's a golden retriever. If you take her genome and you compare it to her mother's, they'll be very similar. You could compare her to a wolf and it'd be very, very similar. And you could go farther and farther back if you wanted to. But my question is specifically where you in particular, not using like books or cars or whatever, but specifically with genetics, where do you as an individual draw the line between me and my mother versus me and a chimp? Why do you draw that line?
When you did the saliva DNA test on different dog saliva people sent in to you or your lab, whoever did the test, were they able to demonstrate? They wanted to know what percentage pit bull, what percentage whatever.
Sure.
Did they ever ask for what percentage mosquito it was?
No, I don't think that they would do that because that wasn't the purpose.
Why
that wasn't
not?
what people were paying money for.
Are dogs and mosquitoes related, Erica? Why don't they find what percentage mosquito is a dog?
Well, I really do want to touch on that, but I would like to wrap up the genetics between
Please do.
humans and chimps first. So what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, sure, I'm in favor of genetics, but genetics are so complicated. This is like comparing all the code in Microsoft Word, finding the zeros and ones, and they've gotten really good at writing amazing codes that can do amazing things with computers. I like them. I use them.
Mm-hmm.
But does that prove the computer happened by chance or that the code happened by chance? This is where you guys go way off the rocker and say, wait a minute, because these programs have similarities, that proves nobody made them and they made themselves and they changed themselves. There are no observations to tell us anything's able to change to a different kind. No dogs ever produce different kind. They did produce a dog without exception. That's why you have to go to the past, which of course we can't do, and go to the imagination. We'll see these little changes from Great Dane to Chihuahua. Let's just imagine. No, stop right there. Right at that point, you're leaving science. Science is things we can observe, study, and test. That's the definition of the word has been for centuries. It comes from the word seer, the Latin word seer, to know. What do we know? And how do we know what we know? Okay, we know dogs produce dogs. We do not know dogs and mosquitoes are related. Now, you can believe that if you wish, but that's not science. But I've never had an evolutionist once admit when they leave science and go to religion, because it is a religious belief for you to believe you are related to a mosquito. And you're welcome to your religion. I don't fault you for that. But it's not science. I do think you should admit it's not science. You can't possibly know such a thing. And I think you evolutionists should all realize this is completely unfair for you guys to force all of us to pay for your religion to be taught to all the kids in public school. Why don't you go start a private school and teach evolution and pay their own way through? I don't want to pay for kids to be taught they're related to a mosquito. I think that's stupid. Now, if you want, I don't care what you believe, but I do care when you want to make me pay for that. That's what I care about.
Sure. I definitely don't. I would respectfully disagree with you and say that I don't particularly find cladistics or the genetics that supplies certain aspects of itself to evolutionary theory as a religion. I know where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from with that, but I do disagree. So we don't have to talk about the genetics thing, but I guess the point that I was trying to make was that there isn't a line that you can draw. If my genomic code is very similar to my mother's, and that proves that genetics do indeed lend themselves to how related one thing is to another. And no matter how you cut it, if you're comparing proteins, if you're comparing coding regions or non-coding regions, humans and chimps are the closest to each other. And given that we know genes kind of incur relatedness, that would be my point. But we, I guess, we don't have to talk about that. I feel like we want to talk about the mosquitoes.
I think Erica, I'm so sorry. I think that there's like a lot of feedback from the mic. If there's.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, it seems like it was maybe dragging again.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Is that a little better?
Now it is.
That's the one noise, I think. Yep.
Okay. It shouldn't be. My mic's just sitting like on a chair in front of me, and I got my little headphone thing here. Is it definitely me?
Normally, I would love to blame it on G-Man, but I think in this case it is you.
Okay, let me see what I can do here.
He's just waiting to bounce around.
You think it's
Erica, let me give a simple, quick analogy while you find the problem on your end. Have you seen the movie The Green Mile with Tom Hanks?
The Green Mile, isn't it based on Stephen King? Oh, yeah. I love that movie. It's great.
Yeah, The Green Mile. It was a fact. There were two girls that came up missing. It was a fact. A massive manhunt was organized. It was a fact. John Coffey was found holding the two dead girls. These are all undisputable facts. He was found holding these two dead girls. It was a fact. He was arrested and executed for the crime. That's a fact, at least in the movie, okay? It's also a fact he was innocent. This guy did it, not John Coffey. So sometimes we can look at all the facts and all the evidence and come to the wrong conclusion. It's a fact. You have probably a 99.99% similarity to your mother. I agree. You probably have a 91% similarity to a chimpanzee. It's around 91, I think, is the number they're using now. They used to say 98.6, and they're realizing this is nowhere close. It's way off. So what does that prove? Well, be careful jumping to conclusions from that, because the same designer, I think you probably got 60% similarity with a clam. It's the same code. I would bet every single computer program, whether it's Apple or IBM, all of them use zeros and ones. The binary code is there any other codes they use? That's the only code used. But all of them are coming from the mind of a man or woman. They're not coming by chance, an explosion in an electronics factory. They're all being designed by different people. The cars, every car on the road, every single car was designed. Now, some people have different ideas. Some people want the front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, all wheel drive, engine in the front, engine in the middle, engine in the back. But the fact is, they're all designed. And so lining them up in some kind of fictitious order is not evidence of relatedness. All of them came from the mind of a designer. So the similar codes you find in yourself and your mother, now that is a common ancestry. And I think that's a wonderful field of study. But you're taking that evidence and going to the completely wrong conclusion. John Coffey didn't kill the guy. And you're not related to a mosquito. I'm sorry, you're not.
But I think with your example with John Coffey, the only reason we know that he didn't do it is because the narrator of the film, or in real life examples, when someone has been incidentally executed for a crime they didn't commit, we only find out that they didn't do it because new information comes to light. So in order to say that relatedness shows a common ancestry, genetics shows a common ancestry between me and my mother, but not me and a chimpanzee, without that new information, that reason to state it as so, I don't think that is very forthcoming, I suppose. But if you'd like to talk to, or if you'd like to talk about, because if I don't stop myself, I'll just keep harping on that same point, because I don't feel that I've gotten a sufficient answer. But I would love to talk about the mosquito and dog, or the whales and the pine trees, however we want to do it. Because I kind of anticipated that you were going to ask that, because that is a favorite of yours. So here, whales and pine trees, right? Do I believe that whales and pine trees are related? 100% I do. It's very far back. This is a nice little diagram of a totally artistic representation. I'm not saying that this is what it looked like or anything, but it's a simple single-celled eukaryotic cell, probably protist-like in nature, with a mitochondria and a DNA-filled nucleus, et cetera, et cetera. But the key thing here is to note that it's neither a plant or an animal. It's neither, because like I said earlier, you don't outgrow your ancestry. You don't become something that you weren't before. So this individual, essentially, according to evolutionary theory, right, would diversify into a plant cell and an animal cell. Then those two individuals would become multicellular. Not individuals, sorry, those the populations of that individual species would become multicellular and yield simple organisms. I'm sure, like you said, you've taught high school science, so then you know that plants and animal cells are very different, but they're very similar as well. And I know I've heard too, you've mentioned, okay, well, what comes first? Then do you become a 2-celled animal, and then a 3-celled animal, and then a 4-celled animal? Well, there was this excellent paper that came out this year in 2019 on the de novo origins of multicellularity in response to predation. There's some awesome videos showing this happen in real time. And essentially, these organisms, it's a species of algae, are exposed to a filter-feeding protist, and these guys live single-cellularly normally. But in response to the pressure of predation, they begin to clump. And as they clump, they start to reproduce. And those reproduced organisms become a part of the clump. You see what I'm saying? So basically, we're seeing this very proto-multicellularity.
Hang on, this is a discussion here. Let me ask you. You say they became multicellular. Actually, they became a clump, a colony that worked together. And then you said they began to reproduce. Did the clump produce another clump, or did the cells in the clump produce another cell?
Well, very similarly to how humans do it, right? When a human produces another human, first they produce a single-celled organism. Then that organism proceeds to divide upon itself and produce a clump, or in a human case, a fetus. So blastocysts, things like this, these periods of human embryologic development, where you start off as a single-cellular organism. So yes, they do produce another single cell, but that single cell builds upon itself as it reproduces. I can link you this paper if you'd like. I think I just have the abstract here. If you like, I'll read it.
Okay, and you're saying this was just discovered this year?
This was in February 20th of 2019.
2019. How long have they been teaching the evolutionary theory without this evidence?
Oh, for quite a long time. But, the point of that... Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me okay? Did I drop out?
Well, but they didn't have this evidence, as you think this confirms it's true. I do not. But so for years, for centuries, or a century and a half, they taught it with no evidence. And now this is the newest evidence you're going to go on?
Well, sure. I mean, I'm certainly not a geneticist, but as far as I'm aware, at least when I was taught this in my undergraduate, the way that we knew that this single cellular and multicellular split was, one, the appearance of multicellular organisms in the fossil record, which I know you're not a big fan of, but two, again, it's the genetics, right? I mean, when we look to the genetics, you see, I'm sure you're familiar with like endogenous retroviruses, things of that nature. But the reason that they taught it, right, was kind of because we didn't have the technology to actually perform this experiment in and of itself. No one knew that predation was going to be one of the triggers, because they tested this on 5 populations, and only 2 of the 5 actually switched to multicellularity. I wish I could give more information to the whole single to multicellular idea prior to this experiment, but I'm not a cell bio gal. I do big animals.
Well, have you ever seen any of these animals that you worked at in a vet clinic or anywhere else produce babies that were considered a different kind, or were they?
No. I mean, it depends on what you mean by kind, because as someone who, I accept evolution, I don't believe that organisms indeed change kind. I think this experiment is a really cool example of speciation, right? You've got these flies, right? This was done in 1989. You've got these flies that are fed, I think it's sucrose and maltose. That's done for 8 generations. You put them back together, reproductively isolated, right? Whatever was going on in these populations while they were isolated allowed for a mutation to occur that reproductively isolated them. I think that would be, of course, there's still flies, right? You know, I agree. Yes, there's still flies because the law of monophyly, you can't outgrow your ancestry. And if they tomorrow evolved into, or over the course of several, let's say 10 million years, evolved into a fly that was the size of your fist with 10 legs instead of 6, they'd still be a member of Diptera. They would still be dipterans. They would just be a further classification of dipterans. I hope I'm making myself clear.
Yeah, I couldn't see your picture. Was that a picture of fly population that was isolated and then reintroduced to each other?
Yeah, sorry. Can you see that okay?
Yeah. Okay, and they're all still flies.
Yes, I agree, 100%.
And that evidence helps convince you that you're related to a mosquito?
I mean, it shows that speciation occurs in a lab, which I've, heard. Now, I don't know if you've said this, but I've definitely heard individuals say that, hey, we can't even do this in a lab where the generations are really, really quick. But it happened here, the speciation event. Yeah. These two can't interbreed anymore.
That speciation is kind of a tricky word. I mean, what exactly? I don't think anybody's have a rock solid definition of species.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, speciation can be tough.
See, the Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. So if you had a dark-winged fly and a red-eyed fly and a white-eyed fly, we happen to have a 5-year-old here. Mackenzie, if you saw a fly with white eyes and a fly with red eyes, would you say they're both still the same kind of animal? Yes. There you go, from a 5-year-old. Do you think a bear and a fly are the same kind of animal? No. Okay. Now, you talk a lot, Erica, about mitochondria, which is wonderful, and about cells. Clear back at the Life Science Library, they talked about the mitochondrial DNA and the cells being so complex, but this article came out in Trends in Ecology and Evolution magazine back 20 years ago. If molecular evolution is really neutral at these sites, occurs at a consistent rate, such high mutation rate would indicate that Eve, mitochondrial Eve, lived 6,500 years ago, a figure clearly incompatible with current theories on human origins. But that's not incompatible with what the Bible teaches. The Bible dates add up to about 6,000 years for Adam and Eve. So why did they drop this, talking about this mitochondrial DNA? Using our empirical rate to calibrate the mitochondrial DNA molecular clock would result in an average man of the mitochondrial DNA, the most recent ancestor, of only 6,500 years ago. Wow. In the magazine Natural Genetics. This is 20 years ago. They've known that you could trace all the people back with mitochondrial DNA to within 6,000 years. You don't need millions of years. Sure, there are changes, but the changes are limited. They're still the same kind. You may get a big dog or a little dog, but Erica, do you think that the changes we've observed, actually we've created in dogs, vets do this, they get big dogs or a little dog. Do you think it's possible to get a dog as big as an elephant?
Oh, do you want me to give you my opinion on that?
Do you think it's possible that will they ever get a dog as big as an elephant?
Well, it would take a very long time because at present, dogs walk up on their toes. So similar to an elephant, you would first have to select for these really thick leg bones, right? You'd have to select for something that can actually carry the weight of an elephant on top of it, or else it's just going to fall over. It's going to break its legs and be non-viable as an organism almost instantly. So similar to how evolutionary theories suggest that animals like elephants do indeed evolve, you sort of have to have these precursor structures already in place. You can't just breed Great Danes until they get that enormous, because as of right now, they get hip dysplasia because they're simply too large, right? I mean, but if you were to focus, I really do think if you were to focus on fixing the problems, such as inability to bear weight on such tall, spindly legs, if you were to fix those problems via artificial selection, or, I'm not sure what the ethics would be, but through genetic editing, I really do think you could get a canid that would be as large as an elephant. It would take a long time, a lot of generations, but I bet you could do it, especially now with modern technology.
Do you think they'll ever get a dog as big as Texas?
Well, no animal's ever lived to be as large as Texas, because if it was as large as Texas, what would it eat?
That's a good point. How about as large as a whale? You know, there are animals as big as a whale, like a whale.
Or extinct Basilosaurus, or lead Sichthyes, or Megalodon. We have tons of animals that get really big, but they'll lead completely different lifestyles. Blue whales are filter feeders. Lead Sichthyes probably was, but Megalodon and Basilosaurus, who were almost as big, the big shark, and then an equally large toothed whale, were both meat eaters. They had to spend all their time hunting. And mind you, they only existed in a period where other very large animals to feed upon also existed.
I hope you can see when you go back and watch this video how much of what you're saying is relying completely on imagination. Imagine these animals over millions of years changing. Imagine them turning into something else. What about all the new information that's being added? To go from a single-celled creature which clubs together to make a colony to escape predation, how much information would have to be added to turn that into a skeletal system, a nervous system, a circulatory system, a digestive system, integumentary system? There's a whole lot of systems in most living creatures, not just a clump of cells working together to avoid predation. I mean, there's a lot of new information that have to be added somewhere, somehow. I know you can probably imagine how it might happen, but where's the scientific evidence that it actually happens?
Well,
getting cells clumped together, it is not creating a new structure, and there's no new information in that clump of cells. Each cell is still the same kind of cell. So where does new information come in, or new structures?
Well, I think it depends on what you mean by information, right? I mean, let's say you have a sentence, right? And as you know, we work with all of our base pairs, right? You know, adenine, thymine, et cetera, at ACTG. So we have 4 base pairs to work with. Now, when it comes to creating these brand new systems, I would point to what we see today with the evolution of feathers or scales or mammary glands or whatever you want to point to, because scientists have actually shown that all a feather is a modified scale. And the way they know that is because birds have both. You can look at them under a system, and you can genetically alter a scale and start to get, I think it's a rachis, the long backbone of the actual feather. But with regard to new information, it really does depend on what you mean, because I have a hard time with this when I've read Christians talk about new information. So I'm never really sure what an information is, right? If you have a sentence, right, the cat sat, and then you have a duplication event. So it says the cat sat. And then you have a frame shift mutation. So now it says the cat sat sad. And then all of a sudden there's another shift, and it switches the word cat and sad, and now you have the sad cat sat. Now, the sad cat sat conveys a ton of new information when compared to the cat. And the base pairs you're working with in this situation would be the alphabet, right? So I'm saying the point of this kind of bad illustration, I wish I almost wrote it down on the pen and paper, but I couldn't write fast enough. But the point of that is to basically say new information, at least in genetics, is frequently just tweaking of old information. You see what I mean? And then you get a new morphologic result. Similar to how if you tweak a scale, you can get something that starts to look similar to a feather.
Now, is this scientifically observable, or is this imagination?
I'm not sure the exact paper, but I'm fairly certain that they actually have gone in and genetically altered kind of these precursor cells to get a variety of, like say a mammalian hair from, I'm not sure what I think it would also be a scale. I think scales came first. And forgive me, I wish I had that paper on hand, but I believe that is indeed the case, that this has been done. And, again, you could argue a common designer. So you got the car there. I agree. In the case of cars, absolutely, common designer. Same thing with books, same thing with computers. But the key difference there is that those things don't reproduce. And more specifically, I was helping my sister study for her biology exam tomorrow. She's about to go to college next year. And we were actually studying natural selection and how one of the main ways that sexual mating pairs mix up genetic information, right, is genetic recombination between the mother and the father. But cars don't do that. Cars can't have sex and then produce offspring that have a genetically shuffled version of their own genes. And that's why, that would be a great example of a common designer, but I don't think you can make the same argument for living organisms. That's just my opinion.
Okay. A car has quite a few systems. It would have an electrical system, suspension system, drivetrain. Human body has a lot more systems than that. But to add reproductive system on top of that is millions of times more complex. It doesn't make the problem better for your evolutionists. It makes it much worse. And natural selection, Erica, natural selection selects. It doesn't create anything. You guys keep trying to give natural selection a creative process. If I went through the whole country of England and selected everybody under 7 feet tall to be killed, we kill everybody under 7 feet tall. You got to be 7 feet tall to stay alive. There's probably only a few dozen people in that country that are over 7 feet tall, maybe 100 of them. Let's pick a number. And I keep selecting the tall people to live, and if they have babies that are less than 7 feet, sorry, they get killed. How long would it take me to create a population of 20-foot people doing that? It'll never happen.
Well, you'd have to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, natural selection can only select from what's available. You can select rabbits and get brown rabbits, gray rabbits, white rabbits. You're never going to get a green one. Why aren't there any green rabbits? They would blend in good with the grass. You talk about escaping predation. Why haven't any rabbits ever evolved green? It's always brown, white, red, colors that are of a whole variety. We got, how many rabbits we got here? 10 babies born today. So yeah. So, but they don't get a green one. You would think, man, green would blend right in. It's not in the gene code. So natural selection works great. It selects. It doesn't create. You guys want to give it a creative power. It doesn't create. It only selects.
Right. And I would 100% agree with you, because from an evolutionary standpoint, right, where's this quote unquote new information coming from? Well, it's coming from genetic recombination, and it's coming from mutation. So like I said with the SAD, CAT, SAT, right, all of that whole alphabet is already available to select from, but different combinations of different letters give you new information. As for the rabbit thing, well, we see green bugs, so maybe the bugs were just rather arthropods, certain, I think coleopterans, like beetles and things like that. Oh, those scarabs are these brilliant emerald colors. But it may simply be that it's easier for green, at least in the genetic code for arthropods, to appear by a mutation than it is for mammals. Similar for mammals, it's easier for them to, get these nice dappled colors that, say, a baby fawn has to blend in with the dappled sunlight. So I would say, you're right. Natural selection doesn't produce new information. I would never say that. I would say mutation does. And then I would say natural selection acts upon that mutation. And that mutation is a random portion of of evolution.
Right. I agree, mutations happen. There have been millions of really bizarre mutations that have been documented, very well documented. Have any of them added new information? You might get a person with 6 fingers, hexadecimalism, but that's not a new information. That's the same information duplicated, extra finger. It's not turning it into a feather or a wing or a beak. It's something they already had in the gene code. Where are the examples from science of new information being added? Not examples from imagination, examples from science of new information, not a duplication of existing information.
Well,
do you have any?
I guess, are you asking for new base pairs? Like you want something more than adenine and thymine and guanine and cytosine? Do you want something new there? Because I would say you're not going to get that, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's part of one of the general rules, not rules. It's a trend that we see in the evolution of species, is that why change it if it works so well? There would be no reason, at least that I can think of, that a new base pair would evolve. With regard to are animals kind of doing this today, do we see new information? Again, without quantifying it, I can certainly point, I've got a cool slide here that I like. I can certainly point to animals that are doing cool things today that they didn't previously do. I love the Italian wall lizard example, because I studied a lot of monogastrics and ruminants when I was doing an animal science degree. We talk a lot about the cecal valves, right? Increase the surface area for nutrient absorption. You've got these 2 lizards, right? Well, actually a single lizard population. You split them into 2 islands. This happened, I believe it was 50 years ago now, maybe 60. And then you go back and check on them in 50 years. They're the Podmercaru lizards. And all of a sudden, you've got a vegetarian lizard with cecal valves. And none of these previous lizards had cecal valves in their guts. You cut them open, wow, look at that, cecal valves. That's really cool. I would say that you would probably, again, I'd have to know what you mean by information. You'd certainly have to have something new to see cecal valves evolve in 50 years in a lizard that was previously primarily insectivorous. I've got a couple more examples here. One from London, because, good old London town. And mosquitoes, mosquitoes in the underground are a big annoying thing. The underground for the Americans in the room would be, where you take the subway, the train to one location to another. There's a whole population of mosquitoes that's been isolated in the underground that can no longer interbreed with the mosquitoes that lived above ground. And they're kind of adapted for that area. It's really very annoying, but very fascinating. Yeah, I know you love the kaibab squirrels. I got those up there, but some E. coli stuff. These E. coli cells are capable of generating their biomass from CO2. I would love to get more into that, but again, I'm not very good with the small stuff. I'm much better with macroscopic life. But I can certainly share any of these papers that you'd like to see.
Yeah, I'd like to see more about that lizard and the new valve you're saying it got. I'd like to do some research on that.
Yeah, sure.
Let's suppose that's completely true. They have a completely new trait in 50 years. I'm going to question that and reserve judgment until I see all the facts. But
that's fair.
Is that enough to make you believe that an amoeba or a single cell creature became all the life forms we have today? You flashed by a picture showing all the life forms going back to a common ancestor. I mean, whales, mosquitoes, pine trees, all of them came from this amoeba by that process you're describing. Do you really believe that?
I mean, I really do, Kent. Honestly, I think that when you see this kind of stuff happening in such short time spans, I mean, you've said it before, and I would love to have a conversation with you at some time, at some juncture, if you would like, about the age of the Earth, because I know that's kind of, I'd like to stay with, human evolution in general here. But you're right, you require a ton of time. If you're going to accept evolution, you got to have that time. I would agree with that, at least to get from a single cellular organism to, the biodiversity that we see today, or in any other era of time, the Permian, the Triassic, wherever you want to go, because there's so much life and there's so much diversity. So you do need the time, 100% agree. But that's a conversation for another time because I have quite a bit to say on it. But right. Yeah, I think if you can do this in 50 years, I don't see why not. I think the evidence to the contrary, at least to prove it to you in that aspect, I would almost have to show every single transitional form, not as a fossil, but in media res, like recreate the evolution from the molecules to man or whatever in real time, which would be impossible. So I don't know. I find this quite convincing. I think it's kind of an Occam's razor thing, right?
Okay.
But if you don't, that's totally cool.
Well, I think what we'll do is I want to give Kent the last word since we had Erica get the open conversation rolling, and then we will go to try to get as many. We'll try to do like really short closings if you guys would still like those speeches of the 5-minute or so closings. And then try to get to some questions if we can. So, Kent, if you had anything for that last point.
Well, yeah, I'd love to see the questions, but this idea of requiring lots of time, I think she's dead right. Without billions of years, the theory is completely dead in the water, completely dead. So one proof that the Earth is not billions of years old is all really we would need. I mean, there might be somebody with 50 different facts in a court of law. They can prove 50 things that say he's guilty of committing a crime in London on, Main Street. And they got all these facts, but he's got one fact that shows he's got a stamped passport that he was not in London at the time, he was in America. Oh, case closed, he's not guilty. One fact will exonerate him. One proof of a young Earth or young universe will completely destroy evolution. And I think you need to watch my video, The Age of the Earth, where I go through about 40 of them. I'd like each one refuted. Any one of them will do the job. Secondly, I would point out nobody has ever seen any animal produce on a different kind of animal. Even if this lizard had a new valve or had a reenactment of a valve it used to have and lost and came back, or if the mosquito population can't breed with the other mosquitoes, it's still a mosquito. Is that process going to create new information and go from an amoeba to a whale? There's a lot of different information has to be added, like
Gotcha.
All the information, the nervous system, the heart, etc. So now I'd like Erica to see it from my point. Do you understand why such a high percentage of people, especially in America, resent calling what you believe science, and they resent it being required education for their kids? It's not science. Even if it's true, it's not science yet. It's not proven. It's not demonstrable.
I think
It's not part of science. Go ahead.
Unless we're gonna, okay, I was just gonna say, unless we have the official closing statements, I just want to make sure that we're still in convo mode and wrap up for the Q&A. So thanks so much. I'm gonna try to read through as many as we can, and then would you guys like the closings, or are you okay with jumping into Q&A?
I can jump into Q&A. I'm okay without a closing.
Thanks
Q&A is fine.
Thanks for your flexibility. People have loved this conversation, by the way. In the live chat, people are honestly just absolutely, they are enjoying it. So thanks to both of you guys for being on again. And just to let everybody know, a reminder, they are linked in the description. You will notice that our co-moderator, G-Man, left. He is preparing for his debate that is coming up in 25 minutes, where he will be debating Johnny on which ethical system, Christianity or atheism, or ethical theories from those worldviews, which one is better for America's future. So that will be an interesting one. He is getting ready for that one as we speak. Back to the Q&A. Thanks for your super chat from Ray Chaudhry. They said, let's see, I have no idea what this means. Is sovereign citizenism a religion? I don't
Who's
know.
that question?
I think it's for you. I have no idea what it means.
Okay. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're one or the other. The sovereign is sovereign and the citizen is citizen. You can't be there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen, like jumbo shrimp. No such thing.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to try to fish through for the ones that for sure seem relevant to the debate, as that one confuses me. Teoga Art, thanks for your super chat. They said, is religion a product of biology?
Is that one for me, maybe?
Maybe. I think we know Kent's answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really fascinating question, and there's actually a lot of psychologists. I would recommend to this individual to read The Moral Animal by Robert Wright, because this idea of essentially trying to explain the world around you is kind of almost certainly a byproduct of the natural curiosity that humans have. I mean, I would absolutely say that's something that's unique to people. So I don't know. I would love to know the answer to that question, though.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, appreciate your super chat from Steven Steen. Appreciate it. He said, G-Man as mod won the debate. G-Man always wins. Thanks, Steven. Ryan Gordon, thanks for your super chat. They said, how would an animal survive during the process of growing fins while losing legs? How is it supposed to swim or walk? And why... and does it grow gills or a blowhole conveniently at the same time?
I'm gonna assume that one's for me.
I think so.
Awesome question. I could point to some cool transitional forms, or we can talk about, say, the lungfish. The structure of Tiktaalik, or maybe Acanthostega or Eusthenopteron, all of which are considered transitional forms from the sea to the land. You can actually spot in their fossils the structures that show that they could breathe air and also filter water through the gills. Actually, I don't think Eusthenopteron is included in that. So it's less an immediate, oh, lose this thing, get a new thing, and more, sometimes you've got these awkward looking organisms that kind of have both. Because you're right, you're never going to see lethality rise up in the midst of evolution, at least if you're looking at an end product organism as with kind of 2020 hindsight. It's not going to happen. So my answer would be check out some cool transitional forms because they directly answer your question. They got both.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up. Gotcha. Let's see. Terry James, thanks for your super chat. They said, Kent, the textbooks clearly state life came from the ocean. Why don't you mention that? And then they said, is it because you know it doesn't sound crazy since we are made of water?
Life came from the ocean and we are made of water. What on earth is that? I would say iron comes from the ground. So cars are made from the ground because they're made out of iron, mixed with carbon and made steel. I don't understand the analogy here. The Bible clearly teaches that God made creatures to live in the water. And he made creatures out of the dirt. He could make creatures out of nothing if he chose. He made the earth out of nothing, and God can do that. The God that I worship can do all that stuff. So I guess I don't completely understand what his question is. We don't ever see any animal in the water produce an animal that is different than its kind. Whales produce whales, fish produce fish, sharks produce sharks. Does anybody know of any scientific examples where an animal has become a different kind? I'd like to see it. Other than, imagine, millions of years ago. Fossils can't count for that. It ought to be happening today. There's a lot of animals on the earth today, like a whole lot of them. And nearly all of them having babies. Why don't they do it today? Why do we have to rely on the past?
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And quick question, super chat that I'm pushing to the top because it's such a good one. It's a juicy one. It's one that I'm like, oh, like, could it just be the case? David Baldock said, Kent, are you going to debate Aaron Ra again? And the reason that I was so excited to see the super chat is because we'll be on tour in Texas. And I know that, Kent, you had mentioned, you said you were concerned that he would basically speak over you and you wouldn't get a chance to speak. And so you said, if I remember right, you said you'd prefer to have it be the case that you can prevent him from doing that. Is there any way we could arrange this debate? Because we would be pumped to host it in our debate tour coming up in a month.
I think this guy actually will mute him.
Okay. Here, the one time I talked to Mr. Ra, Mr. Nelson is his name. He calls himself Aaron Ra, the sun god, which I don't believe for a second. Not bright or sunny. But he interrupted me 288 times in my 36 minutes of talking. James, you let me have control of the mute button to shut him off when it's my turn to talk. I want to be able to shut him up when it's my turn, and we're going to talk about one topic at a time. And yes, I'll debate him if I can shut him up when it's my turn.
I will.
Otherwise, I won't do it.
I will
I'll
ask
do it in writing.
Okay, I will.
I'll do it. I'll respond. I'm going to respond. He's on my list. My Whack an Atheist program I'm doing. We're having a blast. Whack an Atheist. I'm going to put Aaron Ra on here, and I'm going to whack. I'll pick one of his top programs. I asked him to give the best 3 evidences for evolution. He rambled for 20 minutes and finally gave 3 evidences that he thought were the best in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I spent 7 hours debunking those 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He doesn't have any evidence for his religion, and evolution's his religion. It's not science. Yes, I'll debate him if it's one point at a time, and I can shut him up when it's my turn to talk.
Okay.
He won't agree to that.
Well, if I ask if we can do it live in Dallas on the debate tour, is it okay if Aaron could have his own to keep it so you guys? It's almost like you both have the nuke button, so you both don't want to use it because you know the other person will use it. Would it be okay if he has a mic button too?
No. Yeah. But when it's my turn to talk, I want to be able to finish. Have you noticed during this discussion here, Erica, I don't interrupt you unless I can't hear you or something. I let you talk, make your point. I did the same for Mr. Nelson. I'll do the same for all my opponents. I'm polite. I'm a gentleman. I let them talk. I don't shout over them or interrupt them mid-sentence.
Gotcha.
Watch the discussion I did with Aaron Ra 288 times in 36 minutes. He can't shut his mouth.
Well, I will.
Let me shut it, and we'll debate.
I will ask him. I'll still try to work something out. All right. Thanks for your question, David. And Stupid Horror Energy, as she calls herself, thanks for your super chat. She says, Hovind, you say that we don't know if the bones had any kids. Are you aware of a fossil from China of an, I forgot how this is pronounced, it's been a long time, ichthyosaur mother giving birth? Is that pronouncing it right?
It's ichthyosaur, but it's pretty close.
Thank you.
So, yes, I'm well aware of it. I've got a picture. I use it in my seminar. We have a picture of a fossil of a fish-like animal giving birth, and guess what the baby looks like? The mother. And I say, as I said, 5 or 6 points, you can't prove those bones had any kids that lived. Did that baby fish live? No, we found the fossil of it. It died. Okay. Did it have kids that were different? No, it looked just like its mother. They're just, that's my point. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I don't know if, folks, this is all my fault. Like, I'm so sorry. We can try to read through these super chats as fast as humanly possible, which we will do in a second. But then we'll have to wrap up pretty quick because I did promise the next debaters, and then I usually promise Kent that we'll try to wrap up within an hour, which we've totally gone over tonight. Sorry about that. But I mean, he was enjoying his talk with Erica. She's a pleasant person.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Am I really that bad? Okay, so anyway, we appreciate both of our speakers being here, and I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. Robert Summers says, I'm going. Oh, yes. Thank you, Robert, for your criticism. I appreciate that. Let's see. On Helton's children. Can we go back to school yet? We miss our friends. I'm confused, but thank you for your super chat. Next up, Jay Shy said, Kent, the real reason we have a nested hierarchy is due to speciation. If speciation didn't happen, everything would be microevolution, the same species. We don't have that. Speciation creates all macro. If you want to have a chance to respond to that, you can, of course, Kent.
He thinks the variations we see that they're calling a new species is enough evidence to be evidence for macroevolution, where it becomes a different kind of animal. So we see, 339 breeds of dogs have been created, mostly created, not evolved or developed by themselves. And that's proof that dogs and mosquitoes are related. That's, I think, way off the charts on the stupid end.
Gotcha. Really quick. Thanks for your super chat. Franks92 said, great job, Erica. Hope to see more. So a lot of people have been saying, hey, you should bring on Erica again. So it sounds like they
I'd love to come on. Anybody who wants to talk human evolution, age of the earth, or just primates. I love talking about primates. Shoot me a message on YouTube or whatever.
A fellow named Standing for Truth already asked. So thanks for your question. Sarah said paper wasps have evolved facial recognition codes easily, or they said paper wasps have evolved facial recognition. Codes easily evolve in nature. I think that's for Kent.
Paper wasps have facial recognition? You mean is this guy raising them for pets or something? I'd like to see what he's talking about. I don't understand. But if you
I might be able to add a little bit of clarity. Sorry for interrupting, Ken. They live in colonies, so they recognize one another. Like any kind of social living animal tends to have pretty good facial recognition, so that they can kind of know who each other are, who's kin, who's family, who's not. But I'm not really sure what the rest of the question was. Sorry.
How on earth did they figure out that the wasps can recognize each other? How do you know they're recognizing facial? Okay, and that proves we all came from a rock. All right, tell him enjoy himself.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, speeding through, Jay Shy, appreciate your super chat. They said a kind will bring forth, but yet the Alaska rabbit and Florida rabbit cannot. They say also the image of God means we are to image him. Nothing materialist Kent. Bible doesn't make scientific claim.
I assume that's for me. He is correct. The Alaska rabbit and the Florida rabbit cannot interbreed, probably because of the seasonal cycles, okay? They can both interbreed with the Minnesota rabbits, which is interesting, but I'd like to point out to the obvious to a 5-year-old, they're all still rabbits.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, right, Jay Shy asked another question. They said, we don't have green rabbits because mutations are random. Natural selection can select something or can't select something that isn't there.
That was my point exactly. It can only select from existing traits. Why aren't there green rabbits? They would blend in great. Camouflage.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Stupid Whore Energy for your super chat. She said, is Kent aware of Jingwi, a recently evolved new gene with a different structure and function from its parent? Might be.
No, I'm not aware of it. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about there. I'd like to see the evidence. I'd be willing to bet McKinsey here, who's 5, would say that's the same kind of animal.
Gotcha.
Sounds like a cool paper, though. I'd love to see it as well. I haven't heard of that one.
Thank you. And next up, Sigifredo Sarabia in the house. He says, Erica, how do cells learn or know anything, such as communicating with one another in a random process, even if you include mutations?
Well, it's all chemicals. I mean, that's biochemistry. I had to take an undergrad. It was terrible. But generally, what we learned, the takeaway that I had, is that basal communication is really just chemical signals and chemicals reacting to one another, be they chemicals within existing cells, or as some people like to propose, I'm not 100% sure where I'm at on the whole thing, but that it's actually chemical interactions that spurred RNA world hypothesis. So I don't know. Good question, but answer chemicals.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, super chat from Stupid Whore Energy, who says Sigifredo. So he just asked that last question before. She says that would be through chemical signals, namely that's how cells communicate with each other. Terry James, thanks for your super chat. They said the human body is 60% water. Thank you very much, Translator Cranium, for your super chat. That wasn't an eye roll, by the way. I was not rolling my eyes. I was only doing that because I was waiting for a response. I wasn't sure if anybody's going to respond. Translator Carminum, thanks for your super chat. They said, Kent, at the beginning you said Erica was quote-unquote indoctrinated and then immediately quoted the Bible. Do you by any chance see the irony here? Got a critic,
No,
Kent.
I sure don't. Oh, are we done?
No,
Okay. No, I can read and decide if I want to believe something. I read Darwin's book. I decided that's stupid. I'm not going to believe that. So it's not indoctrinated. I wasn't forced to believe anything. I've read the Bible many times for 51 years now. I'd be willing to take a debate on that if they would like. I think nothing has ever been disproven from that book. That book says 20 times in the first 7 chapters that the plants and animals bring forth after their kind. That's what it says. Does he have any evidence to the contrary? I'd like to see the evidence to the contrary. Looks to me like that's a scientific statement. They're going to bring forth after their kind.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Caesar Ferro Sarabia, thanks for your question. He said, Kent, you always critique atheists for believing they came from rocks. Why is it not a non sequitur if Scripture says Adam was made of the clay? What's the difference?
It's a ginormous difference. Cars are made of iron, but they don't make themselves out of the iron. Intelligent people make them out of the iron. For say that rocks can turn to humans by themselves with no intelligence is dumb. To say that an intelligent creator can take the material and produce a human, well, that's same as a car being produced by people, or somebody cutting down a tree and making wood and making a house. A designer made man out of the dirt. They want me to believe nobody made man out of the dirt. That's the difference.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for your... Ooh, I got lost here. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Josiah Hansen, thanks for your super chat. He said, does Erica have a Twitter? Great job tonight, Erica.
I love a Twitter. Every time I get on it, I get frustrated that I can't get followers fast, and then I quit. So, not yet, but maybe. I don't know. Would this person follow me? Super chat again.
It sounds like they would. I will put it in the description if Erica has it after the debate. Andrew T, thanks for your super chat. They said, bring Erica on more often. She's supernatural awesome. P.S. Will you marry me? JK.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the compliment. I'd love to come on again. I'll talk to anybody about anything, really.
That's nice. Who was that? Thanks for that super chat, Steven Seen. Or no, sorry, it was some. Okay, Patreon question from Brian Stevens. They said, thanks for your support, Brian. He said Kent said his CV is on Dr. Dino in his last debate. I went there and his CV isn't there. Where can we find Kent's CV or resume?
My PD or resume? I don't understand.
CV like CV like curriculum vitae, I think they mean. Like resume. Like
resume. I give my testimony many times. My website is drdino.com, DRDINO. I'll be glad to answer any questions. They can call 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. I guess you need to clarify the question. Is he wanting to know what I believe on certain topics? I think I make that real clear in my presentation.
I think it means like a resume, like like where you like past history, experience, like degrees, all that.
Well, I had my daddy was a Marine World War II and taught us boys everything. He came home and had 3 sons and a daughter. He taught us I've built 9 houses. I've taught high school science and math 15 years, algebra, geometry, trig, biology, earth science, physical science. I had to teach 1 semester of anatomy because the teacher was sick. I enjoyed it, but I had a lot to learn in that. I mean, I enjoy teaching it, learning it, but what does he want to know specifically? I've done a lot of mechanic work. I've had 135 cars. I can do just about anything to a car. I said build houses. I'm not real good with having babies. I didn't have any. My wife did. But so there's probably some limits in there somewhere. But what do they want to know? I don't understand.
I can come back to this. I just got to make an announcement to let people know I'm so sorry, friends, that for the last super chats, like the last few that have come in, I can't read them because I just want to wrap up both for getting our speakers out of here in a timely fashion and because I have another debate scheduled in 6 minutes. So I'm going to read the last ones we have. We've only got 2 Terry James, thanks so much for your super chat, and I'm so sorry for anybody who sent it. If you want, seriously, I'll Venmo you the money back, seriously, because I know that you guys are expecting that to be read. Terry James, appreciate your super chat. He said, Kent, if a rabbit population changed to the point where it didn't have long ears, would it no longer be a rabbit?
Well, if a rabbit grew wings and could fly, just imagine, would it no longer be? It doesn't happen. Why are we going down that rabbit trail anyway? It doesn't happen.
Gotcha. It's been a pleasure. Thank you guys very much for being here with us tonight.
Awesome.
Thanks
for having us.
I'm not a professional scientist, but I am a member of the Geological Society of America.
Wow.
I volunteer at the Arizona Museum of Natural History.
You and SpongeBob need to start a college together.
Going right into the presentation, we're going to cover 4 million years of human evolution here. Starting with everyone's favorite, Lucy, discovered by Donald Johanson in 1974, Australopithecus afarensis. Her species is represented by fossils from over 400 individuals now. They lived in East Africa 3.8 to 2.9 million years ago.
Back in SpongeBob La La Land.
There are just so many serious flaws in the very underlying assumptions that are actually inherent in the standard radioisotope dating techniques that Ludlow here is talking about. And there are certainly dates that, conflict with the proposed ape-to-man timeline. And those are ones that are very routinely rejected and unacceptable dates. Those are then assumed, once again, very much routinely to be, corrupted by sample contamination. And what's funny is a lot of this time, there's not even any direct evidence of this contamination. So it's just bad science that Bill's relying on here because it's selective use of the data. And I don't know if Bill is aware of this or not, but this is common practice in the field of paleoanthropology, which he's putting quite a lot of, SpongeBob imagination land faith in. Maybe he should apply for SpongeBob University. I'm certainly accepting more applications. So one of the more popular radioisotope dating methods, though that are used to establish the hominin timescale is the potassium-argon method. And when this volcanic ash, or more specifically the igneous rocks that are associated with these bones, the hominin bones, they're dated using potassium-argon, this method of dating. And of course, as I've stated earlier, it's based on many numerous unknowable assumptions about the initial isotope concentration, say in the rock, right, when it crystallized. So, for example, to be more specific, they assume that there were no excess daughter isotopes that are actually locked in the system when the rock was formed. And the major problem is that major assumption, it can't be directly verified. Why? Well, the thing is, those early conditions were established in the unknowable, unrepeatable, undemonstrable, and untestable past. So there's really only one absolute way to test how valid this critical assumption is, and that is to date rocks of known age that formed from recent, say, eruptions that has occurred in the relatively recent past. So when these samples are actually collected, as I talked about earlier, from, say, recent volcanic eruptions, and then dated using this potassium-argon method, what's funny is the dates that are gathered, the dates that are obtained, they very oftentimes conflict with the actual true age of those rocks. So as I said earlier, this just destroys Bill Ludlow's argument, because the young rocks of known age yield dates of millions of years. Why would you trust the same dating methods on rocks of unknown age? So this is a real serious problem.
You can notice they deceptively put long hair on Lucy because only human beings grow long hair on the top of their heads, not a single primate does. More lies and trickery from evolutionist atheists. No surprise there. Here's Lucy standing next to a human. As you can see, identical twins. Almost every fossil we've found that had enough spine to study, we've found evidence for lumbar lordosis. That means it will adapt and change depending on one's lifestyle. So if you stand or sit upright for long periods of time, it will develop a series of curves that help the center of gravity, well, stay centered. Even children who sit or crawl develop this. Again, this is known as lumbar lordosis. Seeing this isn't proof of bipedal evolution. It's something that develops over an individual's life depending on how they move or sit. If a primate spends most of its day sitting upright, or if a monkey stands on two legs, as some of the street performers or circuses force them to do, they will get lumbar lordosis. Lucy is nothing but a primate that lived its life in the trees, that also was able to sit for long periods of time, just like baboons today do. So what did Lucy spend most of her time doing? Well, sitting in trees for most of the days, staying away from predator, and standing to see over tall grasses while on the ground. Australopithecus actually means southern ape, and she has proven to be nothing but an extinct form of ape, which closely resembles many modern-day chimpanzees in height, arm length, skull shape, teeth, mandible size, structure, and many other details.
Was Lucy a chimp? No, Lucy wasn't a chimp.
Of course she was a chimp. She lived mostly in the trees and sitting down. She has a powerful upper body, spent most of times from climbing in the trees. She even died falling out of a tree.
There's no evidence that Lucy was ever a knuckle-walking chimp.
Nope, and she didn't need to be, because she lived in trees, and when she stood on the ground, she stood upright to look over the tall grasses for predators. But most of her life was probably spent sitting. Lucy's feet were not like ours, unlike what Bill here is trying to say. Look at the toe. It's not like ours, and it doesn't line up. It's off to the side. Just not as off to the side as most primates. That means nothing.
Her skull, inner ears, locking wrist, curved fingers, and short legs reveal that she was definitely an ape. But that's not what evolutionists want you to think.
So here's Heidelbergensis. These are ancestral to Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis, and they were around from about 700,000 to 200,000 years ago.
Nothing but just a regular human that they've made into a half human, half ape. This is not a different species. It was able to mate with humans, just like Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, and Denisovan. No different at all.
First discovered by the Leakeys in Kubifora, Kenya. And these are the early tool makers. Now, Homo rudolfensis, which some people will consider Homo habilis, again, at 1.9 million years ago, so just under 2 million years.
Neither of these things could speak. They could never use fire. They never had clothing. They never had music. They never created art. Everything about them is a pure assumption, especially about them making tools. It's an ape in every sense of the word. Well, the new evidence showing that their coexistence with Homo erectus evolving from Homo habilis has been debunked, so there goes that opinion of yours. Habilis is a joke. I can't believe you're using this as for evidence. It has a primate hand, a primate skull, primate teeth. It's short. It even has fewer ribs. Habilis is used as a smorgasbord for body parts by evolutionists. Every time they find something strange and don't know how to classify it, it gets tossed in with the Habilis bin. The funny part about this ape is that it eats over 80 to 90% of its calories from tiger nuts. Therefore, I challenge you as a human being right now, go on Amazon and buy just a small bag of tiger nuts. Open up that bag and eat it. Eat the entire bag. I dare you. You will quickly realize that that is nothing close to a human being.
And just to cover again, if you line these skulls up, Africanus, habilis, erectus, and I do this at the museum when I'm speaking there and talking with children there, that an 8 or 10-year-old can put them back in the right order.
Yeah, that's because what you did isn't actually science. I guess by your standard, children are good scientific tools for discovery now, huh?
Neanderthals, everybody's favorite caveman here, found in Europe and Western Asia, went extinct by 39,000 years ago.
Okay.
This is the most complete Neanderthal skull here, discovered in 1909, 70,000 years old. Cranial capacity over 1,600 cc's. So actually, a lot of these early Neanderthals had a brain size larger than modern humans. Comparison with modern humans, different species.
Are you drunk?
Conical rib cage, thicker hand bones, wider pelvis, shorter lower legs.
Everything that he's mentioning thinks it's helping his argument. It's not. It's showing how superior ancient man is. Proving our side. Because Neanderthal were better, smarter, and faster than us in every way. Even running. Anthropologist Peter McAllister recently published a book titled Manthropology, The Science of Inadequate Modern Man. An analysis of the footsteps of one of the men's footprints was preserved in a fossil clay pan lakebed in Australia dubbed T8. It shows signs that the runner reached speeds of 37 kilometers per hour in a soft, muddy lake edge. Yes, he was moving at 23 miles per hour. Neanderthal were extremely fast and extremely strong, far superior than people today. Evolutionist George Johnson perhaps unwittingly illustrated this in his biology book, The Living World, when he wrote, "Thoroughbred racehorses are all descendants of a small initial group of individuals, and selected for speed. It has accomplished all it can with a limited amount of genetic variability. The winning times in major racehorses ceased to improve decades ago." We think that pre-flood man lived about 900 years, some of them. In order for this to be true, pre-flood man's physiology had to be superior than ours. Neanderthal had better bone structure, and their bones were thicker and stronger than ours. They had better muscle tone. Neanderthal have up to 50% more asymmetry, better occlusion, stronger teeth, and larger brain cavity. This makes a valid argument saying that Neanderthals were smarter than us because it's been linked that brain size and intelligence are correlated. We have now found evidence that Neanderthal DNA is 99.5% identical with present-day humans, and that Neanderthal DNA appears to fall inside the variation of present-day humans. Neanderthal had less hair on their backs than present-day humans do in theirs. This is due to a genetic marker, RS4849721. This marker is shared by Neanderthal and present-day humans. For example, if you have a T at this marker position, you probably have less hair than average. Neanderthals have the T, which means they too probably had far less back hair than the average present-day human. So that's much less hairy of an ape man, don't you think?
Homo naledi is a real recent one, discovered in 2013, described by Lieberger in 2015. When they were first discovered, we didn't know how old they were. Again, dated by 6 different methods now. They've got them down to a range between 235 and 335,000 years ago. They were found in the Rising Star Cave in South Africa near Johannesburg. And over 1,500 fossil specimens from 15 individuals were brought up. And Lieberger says there's more down there. There's another fossil Lieberger discovered. That was me right there. I was his opening act at the Mesa Arts Center back in March here.
Of course you would back a known fraudulent scam artist in the field of evolution and believe what he says. Come on, man, really? Just investigate him for a minute.
Pithecia sediba was a fairly new one, discovered 2008 by 8-year-old Matthew Berger, son of Lieberger.
Oh great, the son of a notorious fraud has found the next missing link, I'm sure.
Do we look like Neanderthals as we age? Ken has made the statement many times in his videos that eyebrow ridges continue to grow as we get older. That is false.
False again. Let's look at some Neanderthal children. Oh, look at that. No brow ridge. Imagine that. Let's compare a real human being alive today with a brow ridge, shall we? Look at that. It appears that you can grow a brow ridge as you get older. Here's Jason Momoa from Aquaman.
As years pass, facial bones actually lose volume. Now, what might happen is the eye sockets get larger.
This is ridiculous. First of all, you took somebody at the prime of their life and then compared it to an old person who's degenerating. You're seeing osteoporosis and bone degenerative diseases, and then you're comparing it to our model, which says that people are in their prime for hundreds of years. And modern day people eat tons of grain. It's the base of our food pyramid. People eat tons of grain, which has phytates and leaches nutrients from the bone. And they consume tons of dairy, which has the exact same effect, leaching calcium from the bone. That's why Denmark, Norway, and Sweden have the highest amount of bone degenerative diseases, osteoporosis, and hip fractures. So this comparison is ridiculous.
Our Neanderthals don't have chins.
No chin. You mean not a strong chin? How about Australian Aboriginals, who also have a weak chin even today, and a strong brow ridge?
They also had the larger brow ridge, so it's absolutely not a human that lived to be hundreds of years old.
First of all, it didn't matter if they had to live for hundreds of years. Frankly, it's just in their genetics. I mean, we have people today that have massive brow ridges. They're not living hundreds of years. Of course, the larger brow ridges could have been that, no doubt. But I mean, really, look at some of the brow ridges. Get real. If I was going to defend the hundreds upon hundreds of year old Neanderthal looking skulls, I definitely wouldn't be using the typical ones, I would be using these. cranial binding actually shrinks your skull the farther it goes away from the base of your body.
No modern human remains have ever been found in the same layers, originating from the same layers as Australopithecus afarensis.
Well, I got some bad news for you. In South Carolina, one of the greatest dinosaur graveyards was ever found. It is an 18-inch thick layer, where they have found the fossils of whales, fish, shark, toads, crocodiles, alligators, turtles, monkeys, horses, camels, elephants, mammoth, mastodon, sloth, deer, pig, sheep, hadrosaurus, and humans, including artifacts. All of these are within the same layer. This was found and cataloged in 1881. So we can continue to listen to Bill here, who even admits,
I'm not a professional scientist.
Or we can listen to an actual scientist who in the field states,
living fossils is just one of 4 simultaneous experiments that I carried out to test evolution. It was based on a simple prediction that if evolution was not true, and if animals did not change over time, I should be able to find modern appearing plants and modern appearing animals in the dinosaur rock layers. And this is in fact what I found. First, I found a fossil shrimp in a dinosaur rock layer that looked very similar to a modern appearing Gulf shrimp. Then I found a crayfish in a dinosaur layer that looked like a modern crayfish. Then a crab, then a prawn, then a lobster. Soon I realized I had found all of the major crustacean groups in the dinosaur rock layers. Then I turned my attention to the insects. First I found a modern appearing dragonfly that was found in a dinosaur rock layer. Then a katydid, then a cockroach, then a cricket. And soon I had representatives of all of the major insect groups living today from the dinosaur rock layers, and they looked the same. Then I had representatives of all the shellfish groups, the echinoderm groups, etc. And soon I realized that I had representatives of all of the major invertebrate phyla living today. I had found these in the dinosaur rock layers, and they looked the same. Next, I turned my attention to the vertebrates, and here I ran into problems. Museums were, for the most part, not displaying the most important vertebrate fossils. They were kept out of the view of the public. So I turned to the literature and began interviewing scientists, asking if they had seen any modern appearing vertebrates with the dinosaurs. And lo and behold, they had. Dr. Clemens reported finding a modern appearing parrot in a dinosaur rock layer. Others reported finding ducks, loons, flamingos with dinosaurs. This was utterly amazing. And others reported finding shrew-like animals, squirrel-like animals, platypus-like mammals, and other mammals in the dinosaur rock layers. Now, I did not find any of the larger mammals in the dinosaur rock layers, but this could just as easily be explained by a misinterpretation of the geological layers, which I'll explain in the 4th video. Lastly, I turned my attention to the plants, and once again, I found representatives of all of the major plant divisions living today in the dinosaur rock layers, and they looked the same. Sequoias with dinosaurs, oak trees with dinosaurs, magnolias, dogwoods, etc. It was amazing. In summary, I predicted that if evolution was not true, I would find modern appearing plants and modern appearing animals in the dinosaur rock layers. And this is in fact what I found.
In summary to this, standing for truth, what do you think about Bill Ludlow?
At the end of the day, he doesn't seem to be up to date on genetics and the more recent genomic data that actually refutes each of his so-called hominin species that he brings up. We know that our genomes are devolving and rusting out like a car. We know that these near-neutral, low-impact mutations, they're unselectable. They build up on a personal level, which is disturbing on its own. We die primarily due to mutation accumulation, and it also is a huge problem on a population level. It's widely known that the mutation rate is 100 new mutations per person per generation. Do your calculations there, Bill. That's over 700 billion new mutations that has entered the human population this generation alone. How many of those are near neutral and neutral? You know, that's debatable for another day, but at the end of the day, it's clear that, you know, our genomes are devolving, thrusting out like a car. I mean, you can't see each single rust event, but it's on a car, but it's continuous and it's destructive. And then beneficial mutations, they're rare. They're overwhelmingly rare. And most best beneficial mutations, sickle cell anemia, for example, I can go on and on. They're mostly reductive, broken gene, broken protein. Things are not being taken forward. I mean, we're clearly going down and not up. And this is a fatal blow to build up those bones found in the dirt. Because why are we going to look to some bones, some fossils found in the dirt, when obviously we see today that based on genetic degeneration, the fact that we observe devolution and not evolution, there's no way that this type of large-scale evolution could be possible. And in light of this evidence, when you look at a lot of the different species he uses, for example, we can look at the early human population that he would know as the Hobbit. We know they were actually highly inbred, and that they actually were susceptible and seemed to suffer from a very unique type of genetic degeneration, which we could call reductive evolution. We see reductive evolution in bacteria. Lenski's experiment, he's revealed reductive evolution, losing genes, you know, short term for adaptive purposes, but it's long term degeneration. So these hobbits, you know, what we see here is reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and various pathologies. And all this evidence, all of the species he shows, it's actually proof positive of the biblical account of post-flood conditions, post-flood isolation events, migration events after Babel, because, you know, especially with these inbred populations, what you have is you know, the exposing of the hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes, which is going to result in faster genetic entropy. We can even look at, you know, Homo naledi here was also seemed to be inbred and suffered from this reductive evolution as well. And what happens is that results in reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and once again, various pathologies. Even Homo erectus seems to have been an early human population. All this is consistent with what we know about the post-flood world, the pre-flood world, and the Tower of Babel. Here, Homo erectus was also suffering from reductive evolution. It does seem, though, that the genetic degeneration associated with erectus would have been a little less advanced than, say, with Naledi and the hobbits, of course. But that's why you see more moderate reductions in body size, brain size, and the other pathology. So you can safely put the Hobbit and Naledi into the more diverse erectus category. I mean, there's no evidence here of human evolution. All we see is death, degeneration of a once perfect genome. I mean, his evidence here is very easily combated because, for one, he's not going to be able to explain away. He's not going to be able to provide us a mechanism and any type of selection that can overcome the continuous influx of low-impact deleterious mutations. These near-neutral mutations, they're accumulating, they're degenerating our information systems. Take that genetic entropy that we see back to a point of least genetic entropy. That's a point of creation, and we can see all these hominin species that he uses. It fits more perfectly in a biblical based model, and there's plenty of evidence for that.
It's proven. You have the fossil record. It shows all the steps.
Fossils don't prove evolution.
Fossils don't mean anything as far as evolution is concerned. We don't need them. Forget fossils. They just aren't important. We have a very good set of bones saved from fossil records showing that the whales evolved through a long period of time from animals that were on land to animals that are in the water. Fossils don't mean anything as far as evolution is concerned. We don't need them.
Evolution is very much a part of that tradition. We are constantly revising.
Tradition? You don't have to trust tradition. I mean, come on, there's different traditions all over the world.
Said Lucy combined walking on two legs with a significant amount of tree climbing. The debate about whether Lucy's species spent most of their time walking on land or in the trees has continued since her discovery in 1974. However, since further measurements and X-ray CT scans of her upper arms, scientists have somewhat confirmed Lucy's arms to be more similar to those of primates.
Concerned about that, and so I would think Lucy is too. And let's look at these hip bones. There are really three bones that fit together to form the whole pelvis. I brought along the right piece of the human pelvis here. Fits right down here. And they're made of three different bones. The iliac part, the pubic part, which is right in front here, and right here is the ischium. These are the ischial tuberosities, and you are all sitting on your ischial tuberosities right now. That's what's supporting the weight through the gluteus maximus. Now, there's a distinct hip for apes and humans. As far as I know, no overlap. You can't confuse an ape hip with a human hip. What's the big difference? Well, let me bring up a drawing that'll help to illustrate this. If you look at the top, that's a chimp. And at the bottom, that would be human. Notice the iliac blades of the human go front to back like this. It almost looks like a steering yoke on an airplane when you get them both together, right? As you look at it, isn't that sort of like a steering yoke on an airplane? See the handle here and the handle here, upside down? Whereas the ape, the iliac blades flare out laterally. So if I put this in place, in the human, this blade would be here, and the ape, it would be out here. Got the picture? This versus this. Now, why is that important? You need to have it this way if you're going to walk, as humans walk. Why is that so? My students tell me that I was, at one time or another, able to use almost every item of clothing on my body to illustrate things. Handkerchiefs can make muscles. And if we have a muscle that attaches to the iliac blade here called the gluteus medius, and that muscle comes down from here to here, right across there, and attaches to this bump on the femur. Now that's important because when we lift our left leg, think of an articulated dowel now. If you lift the leg, what's going to happen? If these are articulated joints at the hip, this hip's going to fall, isn't it? Lift the left leg, the left hip will fall. If I lift the right leg, the right hip will fall. What keeps this from happening? When I lift the left leg, the muscle that goes between here and here tightens up, and it keeps that from happening. See that? It's attached here. So if you don't have this orientation of the iliac blade, you cannot keep your posture as you walk perfectly even. Once again, you have to throw the weight back and forth to overcome this. Now on apes, the blade is like this. I've exaggerated a bit. The same muscle, gluteus medius, comes over the back side now. Notice that? It's going down the back. And apes have a center of gravity in front of their knees. They want to fall over forward anyway. And so this same muscle keeps them from falling further forward. So you can look at the pelvis and tell whether you're looking at an ape pelvis that cannot walk anything at all like we do, or a human pelvis. The big question is, what kind of pelvis does Lucy have? Well, Stern and Sussman said, the fact that the anterior portion of the iliac blade faces laterally in humans, he's talking at, this is facing lateral out here rather than over, but not in chimps is obvious. The marked resemblance of Lucy to the chimpanzee is equally obvious. So you get the picture? The creatures like Lucy have the ape orientation of the iliac blades. Now, what are the evolutionists going to do about that? You're not going to believe this.
Nova, have you heard Nova? There was a PBS Nova series in which Dr. Owen Lovejoy, a very distinguished, famous paleoanthropologist, was involved. And he's looking at Lucy's skeleton here, and he's lamenting the fact that the hips are all wrong. They're supposed to be human-like hips, so you can walk the way the Laetoli footprints showed she walked, but they don't look like human hips, they look like ape hips. What to do about this? Watch it. You'll get a big kick out of this.
The ape that stood up, it was a revolutionary idea. We needed Owen Lovejoy's expertise again, because the evidence wasn't quite adding up. The knee looked human, but the shape of her hip didn't. Superficially, her hip resembled a chimpanzee's, which meant that Lucy couldn't possibly have walked like a modern human. But Lovejoy noticed something odd about the way the bones had been fossilized.
When I put the two parts of the pelvis together that we had, this part of the pelvis has pressed so hard and so completely into this one that it caused it to be broken into a series of individual pieces which were then fused together in later fossils.
So you see they were broken and they don't fit together properly. They did speculate in the program as to exactly who was responsible for breaking the hip, and current scientific evidence suggests perhaps a deer stepped on it. Here you can see a deer foot stepping on the bone. Isn't that a bummer? Let's see where it goes from here.
This has caused the two bones, in fact, to fit together so well that they're in an anatomically impossible position.
The perfect fit was an illusion that made Lucy's hip bones seem to flare out like a chimp's. But all was not lost.
This is a power saw, friends. You may want to put your goggles on.
Lovejoy decided he could restore the pelvis to its natural shape. He didn't want to tamper with the original, so he made a copy in plaster.
Notice he's removing whole parts, not just cutting.
He cut the damaged pieces out and put them back together the way they were before Lucy died. It was a tricky job, but after taking the kink out of the pelvis, it all fit together perfectly, like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle.
Look how perfect. You can read a newspaper through the hole.
As a result, the angle of the hip looks nothing like a chimp's, but a lot like ours.
Yeah, now, this is what we call science. You can teach this in the public schools, but you can't criticize it, because if you do, that would be religious. So, well, I think perhaps the best way to conclude is to let an evolutionist himself conclude here. David Pilbeam is a very, very distinguished, and in my view, a very, very honest, as many are, evolutionist. And he has looked at the data, having spent a career studying the human fossil record. And in reviewing Leakey's book, Origins, some years ago, in American Scientist, he had a moment of real candor. Listen to what this very famous human evolutionist has to say. My reservations concern not so much this book, but the whole subject of paleoanthropology. But introductory books or book reviews are hardly the place to argue that perhaps generations of students of human evolution, including myself, have been flailing about in the dark, that our database is too sparse, too slippery for it to be able to mold our theories. Rather, the theories are more statements about us.
You start from very simple life, and eventually you get everything that we have around us, from elephants to alligators to chimpanzees and everything in between.
According to Chen, the fossils he's discovered turned Darwin's tree of life upside down.
Darwin's tree, reverse condition, very unexpectedly, our research convincing major phyla starting down below at beginning of Cambrian. Base is wide, gradually narrow, so this is almost turned on different way.
I have a single subject credential. So I am not credentialed to teach like kindergarten through 5th grade. That would be a multiple subject credential, that same situation. So the first thing you need is a degree.
I would consider myself a science activist and a science educator.
First thing you need is a degree.
And here it is, the much anticipated debate between myself and Erica on human evolution. Enjoy, because it's a good one.
Hey everybody, today we are debating human evolution, and we are starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. I'm your host, James Coons, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. This is going to be a fun one, folks. So we have two seasoned debaters with us, two very clever and quick on their feet type debaters. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. So want to let you know, if it's your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we've got a lot more debates coming up. We are very excited. In fact, I got to show you just a few of these because they're going to be epic. So first, RN Ra will be facing off with Dr. McElroy. That's going to be a big one, and that's going to be in person. So we're actually going to be streaming that, live streaming it from Dallas on our little, you could say, mini debate tour. So that's going to be a big one. Then, also want to mention, Nathan Thompson and Team Skeptic will finally cross swords. So they are going to be debating a flat earth debate. That's going to be a lot of fun. That will also be in Dallas. Whew. Hopefully things don't get too crazy. It might, who knows? I don't know. You know, it's going to be, we hope it's not a fist fight. You know, we'll be all right. We're going to make it, folks. Next up, I want to mention, if you haven't seen this, where have you been? Have you been living in a cave under a rock? Michael Jones from Inspiring Philosophy and Matt Dillahunty will be facing off during our Texas debate tour as well. So, folks, I am pumped for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. That will be streamed live and in person as well. So, want to let you know, for today's epic debate, both of our speakers have their links in the description. So if you're listening and you're like, I like that, I want more, well, you can get more just by, it's like that little description box down there. You can find more right there. So with that, dear goodness, I just realized, remind me, the format, if I remember, oh, that's right, I do remember now, thanks. It's a 10-minute flexible opening. So that means, like, we'll give them, like, a little leniency, but, like, once it gets up to 12, I will be so happy to cut Standing for Truth's mic. I mean, I will. It's going to feel terrific. So, I told him, I said, don't go over 12. Don't even think about it. So after that, we're going to jump right into open discussion, which I think most people, it's like a lot of fun there, followed by Q&A. So if you have a question, fire it into the live chat. I will pull those questions out of the live chat, and super chats go to the top of the list, and also allow you to make a comment during the question and answer if you'd like to do that. So with that, very excited, folks. We're going to jump right into this. And so thank you very much, Erica and Standing for Truth, for being here, first of all.
Well, do we get to comment on that? I'm excited to be here. I'm ready to have a good time on this potential eve of World War III that Twitter's been going on and on about. So there's nowhere I'd rather be than here.
Glad you are here.
And that goes for me as well, James. I'm really looking forward to it. Love this channel. Everybody, please like and subscribe. Hopefully Erica and I can help make people's night a little bit better after the yes, like Erica said, the World War III scare. Hopefully not.
Yes, we hope everything is safe with that. And so it's been sort of a wild day, and we are glad to be here with you together. It kind of gives you the big picture. We've talked about this before. It's like we debate. Sometimes we even get a little snippy with each other. But at the end of the day, we agree on the big things, like hopefully making the world a better place, stuff like that. So with that, very excited to get the ball rolling. And if I remember right, Standing for Truth, are you getting the ball rolling, or?
Ooh, I think it might be me.
Erica, sorry about that, you guys.
Yes.
Long day.
Yes.
Fair enough.
No, please, don't worry about it.
Fair
Yeah, I think it's because I'm the affirmative, but I'm not positive.
Deal. And I'm going to set the timer for, like I said, 10 minutes. I'll just let you know once you get up to 12 if you get there. And Erica, the floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Okay, cool. So my name is Erica. I go by Gutsit Gibbon on YouTube, do a lot of videos on anthropology and bioanthropology and primates because, God, I love primates. I got a BSA in animal science, picked up a minor in biology and one in anthropology along the way, and I'm currently getting my master's degree, a master's of research in primatology, hence why I love the primates so much. So, human evolution, an undeniably wonderful journey. Now, from my standpoint, there is indeed so much support for human evolution across numerous fields that cramming it into a 10-ish minute opening statement is going to be kind of tough, but I am going to try to do it. Now, as I mentioned last time in my conversation with Kent Hovind, even Carlos Linnaeus, who was a creationist, admitted that humans are indeed primates because he recognized that we were eukaryotes, animals, chordates, vertebrates, mammals, eutherians, and so on and so forth down the line. And he also realized that similar to how this rhesus macaque here has its nostrils opening downward and how it has the dental formula of 2123 and shares 93% of our genetic similarity, we are both catarrhines. So the same reason that you would classify this rhesus macaque as a catarrhine, you would use to say, oh, well, I guess humans fit into that category as well. And I happen to find that very inspiring and cool. So we don't have to just use morphology, though. We can also have a conversation about paleontology, which happens to be a favorite of mine, because evolution can indeed make a prediction. If evolutionary theory is accurate and humans did indeed evolve from an ape-like ancestor, which we would currently in the field consider Sahelanthropus chadensis, then we can say that if we share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, we should see the emergence of human morphology through geologic time. And paleontology displaced this gradient from our ape-like common ancestor with chimpanzees, Sahelanthropus chadensis, to modern humans. So essentially what we're saying here is if this is indeed the case, we should see slowly through time the appearance of novel human traits. And with this comes the macroevolutionary concept of speciation. So while B may not be able to interbreed with E, B may have been able to interbreed with C. And through this concept of small, novel microevolutionary changes, if you like, we do indeed see evolution occur. But of course, that is only the case if we are seeing this massive change occur through geologic time. And that is indeed the question. I just threw this one. Forgot I had this one in here. I love Australopithecus africanus almost as much as I love Afarensis, which would be Lucy. But as I asked Kent in the last debate, if you were to pick one of these, he likes to do have a 5-year-old come up and tell us which one is the difference in order to differentiate biblical kinds. If you were to do that here, you'd be kicking the chimpanzee out and you'd be keeping Australopithecus africanus right up here in the mix. And of course, it has a myriad of lovely mosaic traits, from the semi-parabolic palate, that is to say the shape of the upper palate, ventral frame and magnum that allowed it to stand indeed bipedally, which I do hope we have that conversation today because I think it's quite a good one. Sort of some retained neoteny that's continuing, and a pelvis that is, of course, looking very human-like. But like I said, can we prove that all these organisms, according to the evolutionary model, did indeed live at slightly staggered different times over the course of millions of years and not all at the same time and then perished in a global flood? Yes, we can indeed do so, thanks to the radioactive decay law. Now, the radioactive decay law is essentially this process of spontaneous transformation, essentially decay, rather, of a parent isotope into daughter isotopes. And when we look at these minerals that we find fossils in, we can get what's called an absolute date by looking at this ratio. Now, the radiometric decay law, radioactive decay law, is indeed a firm law in physics. It additionally covers the nature of decay constants and half-lives and indicates that, to our current knowledge, decay cannot change in any meaningful ways in nature. Because frequently what creationists tend to do is they say, oh, well, maybe it worked differently in the past, or maybe the flood accelerated this radioactive decay and gave us these dates that seem to say millions of years. But there's a problem with that. And that problem is when things decay, they release a ton of heat. Now, we're going to talk about that in just a second. But the RAPE group, which is a young Earth creationism group, they were discontinued back in 2005. They spent a ton of time trying to prove that you could indeed accelerate this without problems, but they couldn't. And this is a quote essentially from that report. They admitted that a young Earth position cannot be reconciled with the scientific data without assuming exotic solutions will be discovered in the future. No known thermodynamic process could account for the required rate of heat removal, nor is there any known way to protect organisms from the radiation damage. And interestingly enough, a Tufts geologist went ahead and decided, all right, let's see what happens if we try to cram all the heat that results from accelerated decay from a 4.8 billion year old Earth to a 6,000 year old one. And it's not a good situation, folks. He essentially found that at the time of Adam and Eve, if you're cramming all of that heat release into a 6,000 year time scale, the surface of the Earth is going to be 70,000 degrees Celsius for every square kilometer. And at the time of Jesus' birth, assuming a generous geothermal gradient, we're going to see around 400 degrees Celsius for every square kilometer. There's a link at the bottom there, and I can give to James if you'd like. But essentially, as far as we know, radiometric dating works because there's no reason that it shouldn't. There's no empirical question that has essentially been raised to say, well, what if it did work differently? It's rather firm. But of course, genetics are some of the more interesting and novel supports for human evolution that have popped up recently, because when you align our genomes side by side with the members of genus Pan, that would be the chimpanzees and the bonobos, you get a 98.8% similarity when you're coding for, or when you're comparing coding base pairs, which is fascinating and very cool, because when you compare their genome to the rest of the apes, you find that they are actually our closest living relatives just as much as we are theirs. They share more in common genetically with us than they do with a lowland gorilla, which is really cool. Now, I said this to Kent as well, but essentially that genomic comparison I just mentioned is just a souped up version of a paternity test. So the key thing to take home here is that if relatedness is determined by genetics in humans, why isn't it the same across species? But we can also look to the chromosome 2 fusion. So human chromosome 2 is a fusion of 2 chromosomes found in the other great apes. How do we know this? Well, this is a little picture of a chromosome, and it's tipped with telomeres. The cool thing about that is telomeres have a very specific identifying sequence, which is TTAGGG, and its reverse, which would be AATCCC. They also have centromeres in the middle. So essentially, if you are accepting of evolution, you're going to make a prediction that human chromosome 2 is a fusion of these 2 hominoid chromosomes, 2A and 2B, sometimes 12 and 13 is what they're referred to as. So we should find telomeres in the middle of human chromosome 2, because if they're fusing, right, they should fit together like that, and you should find endpoints in the center of our chromosome, with the upper portions of that chromosome being nearly identical to those separate chromosomes in the apes. So is that what we find? Yes, it is. It's very cool. So the banding in human chromosome 2 matches almost precisely to the banding that chimpanzee chromosomes 12 and 13, 2A and 2B, like I mentioned earlier. And then you have this inactive centromere in the center. Interestingly enough, and I do hope we get to talk about this as well, but this centromere is known to be a centromere, even if it may have a functioning gene on top of it, because it does indeed contain that TTAGGG sequence that I just mentioned. So this is a prediction that evolutionists made that did indeed come true back in 1991. This is the title of the paper. It's a good paper, a little lengthy. So we could also talk about the gulo breakage. So the gulo is essentially a broken gene that in most mammals allows them to synthesize ascorbic acid so that they can make vitamin C and they don't have to eat it, whereas we have to eat our vitamin C. Essentially, this would have broken around 61 million years ago with the omomyids and the adapids, which are little almost tarsier and shrew and lemur-like guys. This means that, like I said, we can't synthesize our own vitamin C. But the interesting thing is this breakage is in the same location in every single primate that is a haplorhine and onward. And furthermore, while gulo breaks also occur in other mammals, it's only in the primates that we get the CAMP gene expression by vitamin D. So what creationists need to invoke here is a separate occurrence of this breakage in every single primate lineage, as well as a separate CAMP alteration. That's a hard sell for me. We could also talk about the trouble with tools. So I didn't bring this up last time, but I think it's quite an interesting one. So essentially, there's trillions of tools strewn all across the African continent. They're typically these napped tools that we see, like Oldowan and Oldowan style tools that you get by taking 2 rocks and kind of chipping them together in like the classic caveman sequence. And there's no natural way that these tools can form. You can look at a cool picture of them. You're not going to get this by rolling a rock down the hill. But we have 15 to 150 trillion with the T of these guys laying all across the African continent, based off of an estimation of 250,000 stone tools found in approximately, per square kilometer in Libya, which is a whole lot of tools. So yes, it's a bit extrapolated, but let's see, 250,000, that's quite a few in and of itself. So the question is, how do creationists deal with all these tools? Because under an evolutionary lens, right, we've got several million years for organisms like Kenyanthropus platyops or Homo habilis to make all these tools and leave them all around as they migrate across the continent. So it's basically a numbers game, because the young Earth creationists kind of hold, generally speaking, at least Answers in Genesis does, where I got this lovely timeline, that there's a Stone Age that occurred approximately 500 years maximum. Yeah. And this would be essentially when everybody left the Tower of Babel. So you've got 500 years, you've got 25 years per generation with a replacement rate for the population, 10,000 artifacts produced by each person in their lifetime, and an average population size of about 100,000. Can you get all these tools with those population rates given by Answers in Genesis? And the answer is no, you can't. It's very problematic. So young Earth creationists essentially have to have a small band of people leave the Tower of Babel in 2250 BCE, migrate to Africa, forget all of the technology they once had in Mesopotamia, learn how to fashion rocks into tools, which is a technology in and of itself, and extract 40 million pyramids worth of rocks from all over Africa, fashion them into 15 trillion, and that is the lower end of stone tools, before placing them all across Africa in approximately 150 to 500 years. To steal from Kent here, that's imagination stuff. It's not going to happen. So essentially, to prove human evolution wrong in this context here, you're going to have to invalidate genetics by relatedness and genetic similarities in human genus Pan across their genomes, the human chromosome 2, and the Gulo break. We're also going to have to produce a mechanism for accelerated decay that solves the heat problem, which I think is going to be somewhat difficult. We're also going to have to introduce morphologic means of separating the humans from the rest of the apes. And we're going to have to produce a mechanism for those tools to form naturally, or a proper population growth that is going to account for all of them in such a small time frame. So I'm going to cede the rest of my time because I'd like to get to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Erica. Next, we will go over to Standing for Truth for his opening statement. And Standing for Truth, I have got the clock set, and the floor is yours. Thanks for being here. Bet you have yourself on mute. Whoa, wait a minute, I think... Oh, no, okay, full screen. Okay.
There it is.
I thought I lost you. Okay.
Let me move this to the side. Okay, let me start my timer as well, just so I know. Let's see here. I got it set, max 12 minutes. Okay, let's go. Okay, thanks so much for your opening there, Erica. I'm going to try and cover as much as I can. I've got my opening here. I'll address a few things that she talked about earlier. For the decay rate, according to catastrophic plate tectonics, if rocks were exposed to heat and pressure, this could speed it up. Heat from below the crust coming up to the ocean, then to continents, of course. So volcanic activity hitting rocks worldwide. She talked about human chromosome 2 fusion. Well, that purported fusion site's actually a functional DNA element in a human gene, so that's been overturned. When it comes to the human-ape similarity, they say it's about 99%, maybe 98%. New incoming data suggests that it's more like 88% similar. That's 400 million DNA differences that separate apes and humans. Also, the chimp genome is 12% larger than humans, so that helps separate us from chimps. They ignore things like copy number variations, and of course, there's huge gaps on human and chimp DNA. So let's get into it here. Debate human evolution. Looking forward to this one. Let me see. Okay, can you see my slides?
You can see them.
So she talked a lot about nested hierarchies as well. I'll get into that. There exists, though, an unstoppable crisis for those that believe apes, humans, and banana plants are related through common ancestry. Now, this crisis is that of genomic degeneration. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming that mutations are accumulating. I'd like to ask Erica to provide us with a type of selection or mechanism that can rid the population of so many deleterious mutations that are mostly unselectable and invisible to selection. So unfortunately for human evolution, which is the topic of this debate, both ape and human genomes are degenerating due to this mutation accumulation. This evidence is extremely strong. This strongly indicates that neither ape nor man could have evolved. They both must degenerate. In fact, many of the hominin fossils here that Erica uses to prove ape to man evolution clearly display anomalous pathologies that indicate that in the past, several isolated and inbred human populations have experienced reductive evolution. This goes for Homo neanderthal, Homo erectus, Homo naledi, the hobbits, of course. There is no progression. This type of reductive evolution has resulted in genetic pathologies, reduced body size, reduced brain size, and as a consequence, tribal extinction. This is expected given a biblical-based model of post-Babel conditions and post-Babel dispersion. Genetic degeneration is a very real phenomenon occurring in living populations. If what we observe today in the present is reverse evolution and not forward evolution, the same thing would have happened in the past. And it is very well documented that what we truly observe in the hominin fossil record is genetic degeneration. For example, numerous of the bones of the alleged Homo species like Hobbit, Erectus, Naledi, Neanderthal, the ones that she used here in her opening, appear to demonstrate testimony of severe inbreeding and genetic decline. Therefore, many of the troubling human fossils that Erica used in her opening presentation are much better understood to be devolution rather than evolution. The so-called primitive features that Erica here points to as a progression from ape to man is actually genetic degeneration. They weren't pre-human tribes. More accurately, they were human tribes that were persistently inbred and were in genetic decline. We can see here a paper actually that the claimed primitive humans are inbred subpopulations. This was a paper by Eric Trinkos. You can see it here. He's a paleo expert, and he noted that a total of 75 documented developmental abnormalities from 66 individuals spanning the Pleistocene. The author also explains that the remarkably high frequency of skeletal pathologies could not possibly be due to chance. This is exactly what we'd expect based on a post-Babel dispersion of isolation and subsequent inbreeding. The author suggests that these populations were almost certainly undergoing genetic degeneration due to inbreeding, as is expected in any small and isolated population. So these human variants, they all lived in isolation, and given the situations associated with each variant, the specific settings would lead to these founder effects, isolation and inbreeding. And what's funny is the author obviously doesn't conclude the biblical-based model, but these findings and more strongly support the biblical-based model of degeneration of small subpopulations, which is exactly what our model talks about. We got here just recently, I believe it was in 2017. This negates all her dating methods because we've got fossil footprints, anatomically modern human-looking footprints that debunks human evolution in the same layers or lower than the Australopithecines. So anatomically modern human-looking footprints have been discovered here in Crete. I believe it's in Greece. They date approximately to 5.7 million years old. So these findings here are clear evidence that Lucy, Ardipithecus, Australopithecus sediba, Homo habilis, etc., they're not our evolutionary ancestors, as Erica promotes here. And the reason is because these footprints indicate that creatures with human feet lived much earlier than these so-called human ancestors. So Erica's going to have to answer this question if she wants to look to rocks. It's genetics, genes, traits. These are what are inherited sperm and egg, not a rock, not geology, not geography, but genetics. So she's going to have to explain these anomalies to her evolutionary theory. I think this article here on Evolution News puts it perfectly. They say, when the oldest known evidence for hominin feet predates the alleged African ancestors such as Ardi and Lucy, but already shows relatively modern human footprints, what is more congruent with this new evidence when looked at without bias? A gradual Darwinian evolution, or rather a saltational origin that requires intelligent design? Just a few points here. Evidence from paleontology, archaeology, and modern genetics all irrefutably confirm that Neanderthals were in every way fully human. Erectus, for example, was able to sail, which clearly speaks of human intelligence. Homo floresiensis, which Erica helped me say in the pre-show, thank you so much, was also very clearly human, as indicated by their impressive cultural inventory, ability to sail, endocast scans that reveal a modern human brain, an anatomy that is modern human looking. Reduced brain sizes, for example, can be beneficial in certain conditions, such as starvation. This explains the smaller brain sizes that we do see in some of the hominins. This is because brains are energetically costly. This is all evolution in reverse, and these pathologies and variants can occur quickly in isolated populations. This is all expected and predicted in the biblical model post-Babel and post-flood. Nested hierarchies she spent some time on. Before we even had DNA sequencing technology, it's quite obvious at the physiological level, humans and the great apes had a lot in common in terms of appearance, basic body structure. Both mammals have binocular vision, etc. There's some major differences, of course, though. Just look at the feet of the great apes and the shape of their feet. They have feet that look like hands. They use these for grasping purposes, of course, swinging from trees, etc. Now, humans have feet, on the other hand, that are built for upright walking. We are similar in these areas, and therefore we should have similarities genetically as well. This should not surprise anybody, and this is in no way, shape, or form proof that humans, apes, and pine trees are related. Now, of course, evolutionists like to look at these similarities and imagine that all life forms are related, but this is not empirical. This is actually in the realm of fairy tale. The bigger question we are trying to answer is, why are humans and great apes so similar? It doesn't matter whether we look at the anatomy, the physiology, the genetics. They all tell us that we are a lot more closer to each other than pine trees and dogs. Now, evolutionists will say the similarity genetically is the high 90s, like Erica was saying. It's just false. It's more like 88%. But regardless, we are pretty close. What does this tell us about our origins? The evolutionist seems to think to themselves that if we really are made in the image of God, shouldn't we as humans be distinct from the rest of biology? Well, maybe in a way, yes, but in another way, no. The Bible doesn't imply in any way that we have biological life and then human, which has absolutely no similarity to any other species out there. There is no reason for us to believe that based on a biblical model, there should be no type of hierarchy in the biological world. There's no reason to believe that we shouldn't be more similar to one species, for example, the apes, than to another species, for example, a wolf. Naturally, we as humans have designed things with groups within groups patterns. If you were to look at the types of vehicles or modes of transportation humans have created, they naturally form groups within groups patterns. A sedan has a tremendous amount of similarities with other sedans. Now, a semi-tractor trailer is obviously much different than a sedan or a car, but these two modes of transportation are similar enough to each other that it sets them apart from airplanes. This is the groups within groups patterns that emerges when we look at all the modes of vehicles or transportation that humans have designed. This is an empirical observation, and this is something we naturally do. It appears that God created kinds in the beginning that are different from us as humans, as well as kinds of creatures that are more similar to us. This is a reason why Aaron Ra's phylogeny challenge is fallacious. We too predict nested hierarchies, morphology, anatomically, and genetically. Evolutionists miss the bigger picture. Yes, we can find hierarchies in all of biological life, including humans and apes, but apes don't build airplanes, apes don't write books, apes don't compose symphonies. Chimpanzees and other animals don't do any of these things. Mankind has built the space shuttle and has accomplished wonders. So yes, there are groups within groups patterns in all of life, but this is simply a hallmark of design. The fact that there exist these natural and nested hierarchies is exactly what we'd expect if God created the world. We can see here, even if we got into transitional forms, we create things that blend the features of two different types of vehicles, amphibious assault vehicles, for example. We can see here that all the evidence regarding mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome, the low genetic diversity that we see all points to Adam and Eve. Evolutionists need to ask themselves, if they have an open mind and they were to look for evidence for Adam and Eve, what would they expect to find? Because all human beings are profoundly similar genetically, and this points directly to creation. I'd like to talk to Erica here about the evolutionary out of Africa bottleneck and how that may be feasible.
1 minute.
I've got 1 minute here. Therefore, going into the discussion, a few questions that I would like to ask her are: the out of Africa scenario, due to the resulting inbreeding of a population bottleneck of 10,000, how is this even remotely feasible? I'd like to ask her about the Y chromosome of apes and man and how they're so dissimilar, less than 70%. The Y chromosome should be the most similar. So I want to ask her that question, as well as genetic degeneration. These near neutral deleterious mutations are accumulating. What type of selection can stop this genomic degeneration. I've got a lot more here, but for the sake of time, we'll save some of that for the discussion. Thanks so much.
You got it. Thank you very much, Standing for Truth. We will now shift back to the dialogue boxes and let her rip. So, thanks for your questions so far, folks. A lot of great questions. Excited to ask those. And now we'll go into open discussion. So the floor is yours.
Okay, well, there's definitely a lot to talk about. First, I would like to quickly say they have actually tried time and time again to speed up or to accelerate decay with heat and pressure. And the most that they were able to do was 1.5%, which I believe it was Woodmarap, who's a young Earth creationist, commented on it and said, yeah, that's nowhere near good enough. We're going to have to, invoke some exotic solutions here. So, I mean, it's easy to say, yeah, we could just have a lot of heat and a lot of pressure, but that's never been demonstrated in the slightest to be good enough to get it anywhere close to what you need, especially because that 1.5% increase of decay wasn't even in a geologically relevant element. But more specifically, I would like to talk about...
If I could just respond to that real quick.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I do think that the entire, radioisotope dating, the methods, for example, they do have unprovable and unknowable assumptions, right? For example, are the initial conditions of the rocks known? Clearly they aren't. So geologists, they weren't there when the rocks form. So at the end of the day, they don't know, right? For example, how do they know how many uranium atoms, if they had no lead atoms, for example? But I think it comes down to the fact that we do find now these anatomically modern looking human footprints in layers, either with the Australopithecines or lower. Therefore, how can there be modern human-looking footprints in layers with our so-called Australopithecine ancestors? So
yes, so I would love to talk about that Crete footprint because I have looked quite extensively into this. I had this question asked of me about a year and a half ago on the Debate Evolution subreddit. But to quickly kind of take a step back and make kind of a comment on the radiometric decay thing. Yeah, we kind of do know the starting ratio because we do have rocks that do indeed form today. I see no reason why, since we've literally never observed a rock forming that didn't have a complete, parent favored ratio of isotopes, why we should expect that back then it was different, especially because, and of course, I'm sure we can have a conversation about mutation rates. There are reasons why we do say, well, some rates are constant and some are not. But there is, of the hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of times that we've radiometrically dated things and observed new rocks form, we've never been given any reason to suggest that ratio wouldn't be in favor of the parent, and the physics inform that. But I probably shouldn't have included that stuff in because this is a conversation about human evolution. It's kind of my bad. I guess that was a little.
Well, no problem. I definitely don't like to leave anything hanging because you did.
Sure.
Again. I just want to say, for argument's sake, I mean, I do stand behind the fact that it's genetics, it's traits, it's our genes that are inherited sperm and egg, not a fossil, not a rock. So, I think we should definitely look to genetics, morphology, anatomy in regards to human evolution. But because of the heat, I do want to say, based on our model of catastrophic plate tectonics, right, subduction, friction, for example, with the continent, will make heat and make the rock more plastic. So indeed, this subduction can happen rapidly. This is actually called runaway subduction, or speed up the subduction, which can explain the necessary speeding up of the decay rate. But in regards to the hominins, which I do want to focus on, I'll let you comment on the footprints in Crete as well. But as far as I know, the dating methods commonly used to date the hominins, they do yield extremely inconsistent ages. Therefore, the paleoanthropologists seem to only use the dates that fit their story, right? So the dates that conflict with the proposed ape to man timeline are routinely rejected. Like, I'm guessing that these anatomically modern looking human footprints, the dates are probably going to have to be changed now, right? Because they've done it so many times before. These unacceptable dates are routinely assumed to be corrupted by sample contamination or whatever reason that they have, even if they have no evidence for said contamination. So it just seems like selective use of data. And you mentioned the genetics and the mutation rates. Well, I mean, we have a molecular clock regarding the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA, which actually brings us back to 6,000 years. So, I mean, if you want to talk about dating, we can look at traits, genes, and genetics.
Yes,
that gives us a date of 6,000 years. Go ahead, Erica.
Well, I'm totally with you, but that, I guess I kind of opened Pandora's box there because that was a lot of points. So I would very quickly, I'm going to make a comment on Crete, on that Crete footprint. Have you seen a picture of it? Because I have. Did you look up a picture of it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not very footprint-esque, especially considering what trackways tend to produce, especially given the sediment that it's kind of placed in. It's very unlikely, at least amongst the professionals that I have spoken with, that is actually a footprint at all, specifically because it's a single print. It's not, there's only one print that's being proposed. It's not a trackway like the Laetoli footprints where you've got, dozens of footprints with where you can actually take a plaster cast and get the balls of the feet and the toes and the heel, and you can actually see how the individuals that made those tracks bear their weight. You can't do that with the one in Crete. And
Right.
I tend to think, if you go out and you pour a bunch of water in the mud and then you walk through it, you're not going to get one footprint. So I actually, everything I have seen on the Crete print suggests that it is not a print at all. And at least, and moreover too, one print, let's say you could prove that it was a print of something, right? That wouldn't overturn the entire timeline that we have now, particularly because we know for a fact that Europe used to have a booming population of primates. It would indeed be entirely possible that you would have apes living in the Oligocene and the Eocene.
Isn't it true that these footprints were found outside of Africa? And are you saying there was only one set of footprints that were found? And because from the article that I had posted in the opening presentation, the headline does say ancient footprints in Crete challenges theory of evolution, but what actually made them? I've looked at the source material as well, and I didn't find any data suggesting that they weren't actually footprints. I saw some paleoanthropologists or some scientists in the field claiming that maybe it was some type of extinct gorilla that had a footprint very similar to modern humans. But I didn't see anything about what you're claiming. So I'll definitely look into that. But if they are footprints, especially if they're outside of Africa, I think they're near Greece.
Yeah, they are.
That could challenge the theory.
It would add a lot of nuance to it if they were indeed footprints. But again, I would heavily suggest looking into it because I read the paper and then I looked for commentary on the paper, and then I also asked a past professor of mine kind of what his thoughts were. And everything that I've read is suggesting one, it's very likely not not prints, because all I could find was, as far as pictures go, was a single kind of imprintation in the sediment that does, first of all, it doesn't particularly look like it would be in the shape of what you're kind of proposing as an anatomically modern human print anyways. Are
you saying that it looks totally...
Hold on. Oh, forgive me.
Sorry.
Stand for truth, just to be sure that because there's a lot of info going back and forth, I want to be sure that she gets plenty of time to respond.
Of course. Go ahead, Erica. Take your time.
Yeah,
I just
sure.
want to say
I mean,
last thing about the footprints when you're done.
Yeah. I mean, my point is that it's not, even if it were a footprint, which there's very, very few people standing up and saying that it is. And even if it were a footprint, there's even fewer. I don't know of anybody saying this is a hominid, or rather, a hominid. It's the wrong shape if you're trying to propose that this is anatomically modern. That's all I wanted to say about that. I don't find it very compelling.
If you're done, I definitely want to see. I'd want to see the paper or the source that says that they're not really footprints, because I've looked into it thoroughly and I never seen anything of that. So I'll definitely reserve judgment until I see that paper. But you did mention Mary Leakey, which about 25 years ago discovered some footprints, which are in all the source material that I looked into and everything that the paleoanthropologists described it as being indistinguishable from modern human footprints. So
100%. I have got to get it on this, because I had a conversation. I used to get coffee with a young Earth creationist friend of mine who was a coworker, and we had a very lengthy conversation about the Laetoli footprint. So I am on top of this.
Well, before you explain it,
sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so you would agree that they do look exactly like modern human footprints, and they were these discovered or dated at about 3.5 million years ago in actually where were they discovered?
Tanzania. They were found in Tanzania. They're the Laetoli footprints. So
right, the Laetoli footprints.
Yes. So as far as them being indistinguishable from humans, I'm going to tell you about a very cool study that you should look into because I found it fascinating. Yes, they do look very similar to an organism that has an inline big toe. Now, if you look at the very, like, this is the difference between these and the Crete tracks, because you can see the individual toes on some of these prints are incredible. You'll see that, no, the toe isn't completely in line. It's just very, very close to being in line. So what the researchers of that project, of this paper that I'm about to tell you about, did was they were like, all right, well, let's take casts of it, and then let's see if we can figure out how whatever was making these prints bore its weight. Because essentially, as I'm sure you know, the biomechanics behind walking on 2 feet are very, very specific. It's, there you have to have, proper weight bearing on the knees, and you have to have a specific arch in the foot, which is great because you can tell from prints how something bore its weight. So what they did was they had a bunch of hunter-gatherer individuals from Africa. Someone similar to like the Hadzabe. They had a couple dozen of them walk in soft sediment, and then they took a cast. Then they had some chimpanzees walk across soft sediment, and then they took a cast. And then they took the Laetoli footprints. And did you know that the individual that made the Laetoli footprints bore its weight in a perfectly intermediate fashion between the two? And the researchers who published this paper said it is absolutely certain that whatever made these tracks was not a human and it was not a chimpanzee. And they're not even certain, I believe, that it was Afarensis. It could have been a.
Well, did Mary Leakey? I'm sorry. Because I'm trying to follow you. Mary Leakey, the one that discovered these footprints 25 years ago, and she admitted that they look nearly identical to modern human footprints. I understand you're saying that there's a few differences that suggest otherwise. Did she conclude that it was from some type of hominin, or did she conclude that it's from some type of Australopithecine? Like, what was her conclusion on it?
She concluded that they were from Afarensis because they have Afarensis feet, and the toe is close to being as in line as an anatomically modern human.
I thought that was Donald Johanson that concluded that, because I know that he concluded that all these different bones were.
Well,
just to be sure that in case she wasn't finished.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you, James. But I'm sorry. I do tend to go on monologues, so feel free to jump in if I kind of get going. I just get really excited about this stuff.
I definitely like to see, the data on that. It's my understanding that Mary Leakey did disagree with Donald Johanson and him concluding that all, the footprints, all the different bones that were discovered in both her area and his area were actually one species. I do want to, because we're talking about the trackways for a while, I did want to ask you though, regarding, because if we're going to talk about human evolution, right? I understand that you would believe in, actually, would you believe in the out of Africa theory, or would you hold to more the multi-regional theory in regards to Homo erectus?
I think it's kind of important that we wrap up that past conversation, because yes, Mary Leakey and Johanson had different opinions, but the species, as if I remember correctly, and as far as the people go, I can get kind of hazy. There are a lot of people involved in the community, but at least as far as I remember, the dispute was not between whether it was Afarensis or a modern human, but whether it was Australopithecus afarensis or Australopithecus anamensis, who was also in the location and has also been at least purported to have. I don't think we have the feet of anamensis in the same. We have a lot better representation of Africanus and afarensis than we do anamensis. But essentially, the dispute was not. I feel like that's a bit of a mischaracterization, right? Because it's not like Leakey was saying, "Oh, they're so close to human; they're definitely human." She was just noting how incredible it was, because the dispute that was going on at the time in the anthropological community was whether or not our ancestors, at least according to evolutionary theory, got big brains first or started walking on 2 feet first, because this would very much be indicative of a bipedality first stance. That's why she noted that they were so human-like, because it was a big find.
Right. So I do understand and agree with what you're saying, that there were disagreements. I was under the impression, I believe, that she definitely didn't at least, designate it to Donald Johanson's Australopithecus afarensis. And I know that there were some disputes whether or not all those bones, the footprints, did they belong to one species or was it multiple species? But at the end of the day, if the evolutionist does have some type of explanation regarding the modern human footprints found in Laetoli or found in Crete, I just find it funny, because evolutionists are always asking you, where's the evidence that Homo existed in these layers with our so-called ancestors. And if we point them to, say, footprints or some bones that are indistinguishable from, say, the Homo genus, then usually there's a circular argument that has to explain it away, instead of just admitting, okay, there is something that looks like Homo existed during this time. So it just seems like there's a circular argument, because the evolutionists can't admit that, yeah, these are human-looking footprints, because they don't believe that humans lived during this time. So it just seems like a circular argument. I'm not sure if it's something that just needs to be agreed to disagree upon regarding the footprints, but I definitely like to see the paper that you talked about regarding and if it was indeed not a footprint, because I haven't seen that, and then also the information on Leakey and what she concluded.
Let me send you after this conversation. I will send you. I've got some awesome papers just like on the back burner that I can kind of just send to you so you can look through them yourself. But you know, it's not so much. You know, you mentioned that it's like you know, show me the evidence, and then we find what a potential footprint in Crete, and then, you know, human-like footprints in Laetoli. Well, no one ever thought that those were human footprints. I would challenge you to find anything by Mary Leakey saying, yes, they are certainly human footprints, or I think that they're human, not, wow, they look really human, because they look very human, aligned with one of the primary hypotheses at the time, and it turned out to be the prevailing one. That's what we abide by today. When we look at the hominids, we see all the traits for bipedality show up way before the brain cases start exploding in size. So I don't think that it's people ignoring the evidence. This is just the natural progression of things. The Crete thing, yeah, I can send you what I got on that for sure. Because I gotta say, if your evidence that there are hominids living in Europe, and that one of them made the Crete footprint, if your evidence for that is something that may be a footprint and may not be, is all you got, considering how well things fossilize all the time elsewhere, which isn't to say they fossilize very easily. I'm just saying, you know, to find no trace of any hominid there, rather any Australopithecine and back hominid, I don't find that particularly convincing.
Right. It just seems based on findings all the time there is. I mean, even now they agree that there's more of a bush instead of a tree regarding the, you know, ape to human evolutionary ancestry. And then regarding certain things like fossil footprints or Crete, from what I read in the primary, you know, source data, they are concluding that they are footprints, but, you know, who actually made them? So I think it just comes down to the fact that I'll have to look at, you know, the paper, the material that you're suggesting. That maybe they're not human footprints, but I think even moving away from that topic though, because I am really genuinely curious if, you know, there is any validity to human evolution. You know, I think it's reasonable that, especially if you're in the affirmative, I've always struggled with the evolutionary out of Africa theory, because it sounds like it really does involve an extended near extinction event, but that extinction event would be associated with severe inbreeding. So for one, do you hold to the out of Africa scenario or the multi-regional scenario, and kind of go from there and maybe give an explanation as to how that might be feasible regarding Homo erectus and then Homo sapiens?
Well, generally speaking, at least as far as I know, the current consensus on things, because as far as what I think, I try to go off of my impressions of the current literature. And the literature changes, because you're right, that is the nature of science. Like the time scale has been swapped around several times in light of new information, which is kind of how science should work, at least in my opinion. You always want to be closest to the truth. But things have been changing less and less all the time. Now it's slight tweaks here and there. And as far as I know, right, the general trend of the gradient of hominids has gotten pretty solid. I don't think there's been a large change in that in quite some time, other than the finding Homo sapiens quite a bit older. I think it went from 200,000 to 300,000, which is very neat. But I digress. As far as the out of Africa theory and multi-regional, I think what's currently going on, and that's not my specialty. In fact, I found that part slightly less interesting than the hominids and the morphology itself when I was taking human evolution. But I think the current consensus is that there were, I think, 3 kind of bursts where you had Erectus leave, right, and diversify into Floresiensis and Denisovans somewhat far away.
Yeah, right. I believe even and sorry to interrupt, I believe in the out of Africa scenario, there was 2 out of Africas. So maybe a couple million years ago, after Homo erectus evolved, Homo erectus left the continent of Africa and then independently on the other continents evolved into, for example, exactly what you just said, right? The hobbits.
Right. Are you certain though
Denisovans.
that it wasn't Heidelbergensis that diversified into Neanderthalensis outside of Africa, into Neanderthalensis? Because at least what I am aware of is that we share a common ancestor with Neanderthalensis in Heidelbergensis, not Erectus.
Well,
So
right,
then
you
it
got
would,
Homo heidelbergensis, Homo
right. So then it would
neanderthalensis.
stand that there would be three, right? There would be one where Erectus leaves and you get Theresiensis and Denisovans, and then there would be one when Heidelbergensis leaves and you get Neanderthalensis, and then Sapiens leaves as Sapiens from Heidelbergensis, but staying in the African continent.
So as all these hominins are evolving, right? So Heidelbergensis, Homo neanderthalensis, the hobbits, Naledi, obviously the Denisovans, for example, and then you've got Homo sapiens that are in Africa that evolve out of Homo erectus. They, according to what I've read in the primary literature, they would have had their migration, but that was also after the fact that they had a near extinction event, because we know that every single human being on this planet is no less than 99.9% similar, right? We have low genetic diversity.
Totally.
From my understanding, I'm almost done. From my understanding, the evolutionists were kind of caught off guard regarding that. So that's why they resorted to a population bottleneck roughly 70,000 years ago that would have reduced homogeneity, right? But my question to you is, how could such a tiny, nearly extinct, obviously, Erica, they'd be genetically compromised due to inbreeding, prolonged inbreeding, suddenly explode into all parts of the planet like you talked about, and then seizing dominion over the world, whether they assimilated with all these other hominins, you know, Heidelbergensis, hobbits, Naledi, for example, which obviously hobbits and Naledi, I conclude are just humans that are genetically compromised due to inbreeding and isolation post-Babel. But if there's any validity or feasibility to human evolution, how do you explain those humans diverging from Africa, even though they should be so genetically compromised they should have gone extinct? Go ahead.
Well, no, not necessarily at all, actually, because the bottleneck that humans are thought to have experienced due to the Tobu eruption.
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Just to be sure that, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the humans experienced, right, a bottleneck due to the Tobu eruption. Now, do we know of any other organisms that have experienced an extreme population bottleneck? Yes, we do. Everyone loves cheetahs.
Right,
cheetahs are essentially genetic. All of them are very close to being genetic twins to one another, which is indeed the two of them are much closer to one another, take any two random individuals than any two random humans. So I would say, yeah, it looks like they did an A-OK job recovering from an extreme bottleneck that was much worse than that of humans. My question to you would be, in response to that, because my point being, I don't think it's any problem having a population bottleneck. I'm fairly certain that the population wasn't even that. It was pretty small, but it wasn't that
well,
small.
how small would you say? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Before we go out on that rabbit trail, just to be sure that that last point is wrapped up.
Could she just say, is it 2,000 or is it 10,000? I've heard some evolutionists say 2,000 people, other evolutionists say 10,000. I mean, what do you hold to?
I don't know. I don't know the literature on that. I know about the Toba extinction, but that's not, like I said, out of Africa and that particular bottleneck aren't my specialty. I could talk about morphology all day.
Hold on,
Stanford,
just to be sure that with that before we move on to in case you didn't finish that last point, Erica.
Thank you, James. I was just going to say I don't know for certain, and that my kind of reverse question to you would be, if you're pointing to the bottleneck as being a result of kind of the flood, my question would be, all right, why don't all species have such a severe bottleneck? And why do the cheetahs also have a bottleneck? Why is it humans and cheetahs? You know, what's the model for that?
Okay, very good questions. I'll answer those questions. I want to kind of object to what you said. I find it funny every time I ask this question to evolutionists, I do find that they fail in answering it, because they always bring up the 10,000 cheetahs that we see in the world today. We know that conservationists, do feel the cheetah is already showing serious signs of inbreeding and genetic decline. I mean, there's just not enough of them. And it's a fact that genetic diversity in these cheetahs has eroded. And what they're seeing now is the expression of many destructive mutations. So all the answers that I get and that I find in the primary literature regarding this out of Africa are not credible, because small bottleneck populations have extreme problems. And the thing is, this bottleneck would have been prolonged. due to the inbreeding, due to the genetic compromised population of 2,000 or 10,000, they would not have been able to seize dominion over the world. That's a fact.
So why though?
Okay, unless you want me to answer. So was your question, how do we...
Oh, sorry. Right. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. You can, but go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, so why is there not, actually, if you can rephrase your question. So is there a problem with our bottleneck after the flood is what you're saying, like due to inbreeding or?
Well, I'm saying if you've got if you have a single pair of multiple individuals, you should have every single organism that resulted from those kinds essentially looking like the cheetah right now. Much worse, actually, if you're going from a single breeding pair. I mean, we consider that functionally extinct in ecology today. I mean, it happened with the northern white rhino. That is an unrecoverable loss of genetic diversity. Because you're right, genetic diversity absolutely matters. The cheetahs are experiencing trouble, but I don't know that I would phrase it as they're experiencing, a higher rate of mutation. The problem is that their lack, I mean, maybe I don't know enough about genetics to say, but as far as I know, I thought the primary problem was that they're all so identical that if there's a single disease that hits them, they have no defense because there's no kind of variety, which is really important. But yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to the fact of where does genetic diversity come from? Because the big difference between my view and then say your view, Erica, was that I explained the vast majority of DNA differences, right? For example, nuclear DNA differences, not by mutation. And that's what evolutionists explain them by, right? All the millions and millions of DNA differences they say are the result of mutation. But according to our model, we explain them by pre-existing or created DNA diversity. And that one genetic difference between your model and my model has massive implications for the timing as to the origin of species, for example. So if we have these differences from the start and therefore no mutation accumulation by the time we reach the flood and the population bottlenecks, for one, very little heterozygosity regarding the original created heterozygosity wouldn't have been lost. There wouldn't be any bottleneck problem. We wouldn't expect to see the same thing that we see with the cheetahs. But regarding your model, you guys do explain the vast majority, if not all, the DNA differences as the result of mutation over time. So mutation accumulation and the results of inbreeding pretty well makes your out of Africa scenario impossible. And
well, I don't see why though.
Reasoning, but nothing really that's feasible or valid. So that destroys the model. Go ahead. Take it.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah. I was just going to say, I struggle to see why you're having a problem with that. I mean, cheetahs aren't doing the best that they could, but they are certainly not doomed to extinction, and they have a much tighter population bottleneck than that the ancient humans are proposed to have had. So I don't understand why you're saying, I mean, the cheetahs did it and they're still doing it, and the humans' problem was less. So I don't see I feel like you're kind of saying, oh, it's a problem, but then it's like, why is it a problem? You're not providing a reason other than saying, it's bad, there'd be inbreeding. Well, there might have been, but it clearly wasn't too much of an issue. I mean, that's kind of like
exactly why you say it must not have been an issue, because you have to hold to that primary assumption that ape to man evolution actually occurred. But the reason why is because that evolutionary bottleneck hypothesis, like I said, it involves an extended, that's the problem, it's extended. It's not one generation like our bottleneck. It also involves a lengthy near extinction event. So that is a fairy tale, because that hypothesis is associated with severe inbreeding is not even remotely feasible. What you said about the cheetahs, yeah, conservationists are trying to keep them alive due to the recessive mutations that are being fixated in the populations. I mean, their sperm is degenerate. They probably will go extinct. They would have gone extinct if it wasn't for conservationists. But this,
not at all.
2 to 10,000, well, this 2 to 10,000 population of Homo sapiens that came out of Homo erectus would not have been able to seize dominion over the entire planet. Plus, there's evidence that all of these populations you're talking about, right? I liked your analogy on your last debate about Middle Earth, because I love Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it was kind of like that. You got Neanderthals, hobbits, Naledi, Heidelbergensis. You've got the Denisovans. You've got them all living at the exact same time.
So I guess we can just kind of leave it at agree to disagree. I don't particularly see a problem being, with such a bottleneck, considering that we've seen others. I would like to, if it's okay, since I would like to maybe take a turn picking a topic, I would like to talk about chromosome 2, because you brought that up in kind of a, it's been overturned. I would say not in the slightest. Let me fix this here. My thing fell.
I just want to ask the moderator, because, obviously I want to talk about chromosome 2 fusion. I know we had a 30-minute discussion. I want to know how much time we do have to talk about chromosome 2. James?
I've got flexibility with time if you guys do, but that's...
Yeah, I could go all night. I'm good.
So I think we've got enough time to go, we go for another 45 minutes, including Q&A, which would be 25 minutes at the end, maybe even 30. So I would say if we go maybe for discussion-wise, maybe another 15 minutes, and then go into the Q&A.
Sure.
Sounds good. Yep. Let's. Okay. So what would? Okay. Go ahead with the chromosome 2 fusion. What would be your objection, I guess, to the claim that I made overturning it?
Okay. So, this would be kind of it, because Jeffrey Tompkins is known for being the guy when it comes to debating the human similarities with chimpanzees, which I did look into that 88% claim, and it is somewhat, I hate to be kind of sassy, but it's very abysmal. First of all, he used an extremely buggy version of BLAST when he got that first 70% number, and no one can seem to get that 88-ish% number when they're running BLAST how it's run in every single other species. It was kind of, as far as I know, it was revealed that he was essentially saying, all right, if you have a strand of DNA and there's a single base pair difference in the middle, that goes from being 100% identical to being 50% identical, which is very interesting that he's choosing to run it that way with humans, considering we don't run it that way with any other species. But with regard to human chromosome 2, essentially Tompkins argues mainly that it's not a fusion site because there is a functional pseudogene at that site. Now, first of all, it would be functional in that it is indeed expressed. It's barely expressed, first of all. I mean, it's barely interpretable from noise in the background. But yes, it is there. But there's also a promoter.
Okay, wait a minute before you go on too long, because I just want to touch on that part that you just said.
Sure.
Because you're right. We do look to that reputed fusion site, and we're saying that it's overlapped by a functional gene, okay?
Yeah.
So that so-called fusion site is, we're arguing that it's not actually a fusion site at all. It's indeed a functional component of that DDX11L2 gene. But are you aware that so-called fusion site does lie within the first intron of that gene, and that it also is an active promoter for the transcription of an alternative transcript, Erica? It also binds at least 12 transcription factors, and it initiates RNA transcription, which begins with its own sequence, and it has a chromatin profile that further supports its active promoter status. So why do you say that there's barely any function and barely any activity there, when these are the facts that we understand?
Well, you say all those things as if they're this grand and vastly vital process. But if that were indeed the case, and I'm not a geneticist, so I don't know this for certain, I would imagine that it would show up as more than just noise in the background. I mean, you had to scrutinize that this portion of the genome to essentially even find that there was a pseudogene there. And furthermore, are you aware, Standing, that there are the calling card for telomeres right at that fusion site, constantly and consistently repeated, this both the forward, which is TTAGGG, and of course the reverse, which is CCCTAA, and they're flip-flopped just like they would be on the two opposite ends of a telomere. So I don't, and as for there being a functional gene, it's also been.
Are you talking? Hold on, one second. Let's just.
It's just because genetics.
Hold on, okay. I know. Just to be sure that we get plenty of time, we'll let her wrap up. If you can wrap up this point, Erica, and then we'll kick it back.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say. Furthermore, there just being a pseudogene there that is indeed functional. We see functional pseudogenes on fusion sites in other animals that have been accepted to have had chromosomal fusion, even by creationists. This is a paper that was done on equids, where it does indeed happen. So and I can provide that paper for you too, if you'd like. But essentially, as far as the conventional science goes, there is like actual empirical evidence that promoters can cause pseudogenes to essentially relocate onto a fusion site. So I don't understand, essentially everything rests on this being a functional gene, but that's not problematic. It's been shown in other animals to be A-okay.
Well, I don't think it's just because of that, because you did talk about the telomeres, right? The ends of chromosomes. And
Yes.
I'm sure you would agree that telomeres, they are served in our genome as end caps that actually protect the DNA. And one of their jobs in protection is to prevent fusion to begin with. So why were they even involved in this so-called reputed fusion if one of their jobs is to actually prevent it? And from my understanding, this apparent hypothetical fusion, which obviously we can't observe happening, two questions. Why can't we reenact it in a lab today? We don't have any DNA from fossils to see how it happened, if it actually happened. And lastly, it's not really evidence for ape to man ancestry anyways, because even if I conceded that there was a chromosomal 2 fusion, as you know, we've got the chimp and human ancestor who split, and then in the human line is when this supposed chromosomal 2 fusion occurred. So either way, it's indirect evidence for ape to human evolution. So that's no help to you. And secondly, we have all these discrepancies showing that possibly it isn't even a chromosomal 2 fusion site to begin with. So it's kind of like 0 for 2 for the evolution.
Well, but the problem for that is there aren't refutations. Like I said, this is a known phenomenon. I mean, this paper was in 2013. We've known this for 6 years, that this fusion sites can indeed hold functional pseudogenes on top of them too. Why it's important is because creationists for the longest time were like, well, there's a chromosome difference. They can't be related. Well, yeah, they can, because what if the chromosomes fused? And look, they did. And this was a prediction that was made and, met. And the only as far as what you've said here and what I've seen from Tompkins, the only essential refute isn't even a refute. It's basically a guy saying, well, I have a problem because sometimes pseudogenes are functional and there is indeed one on top of the fusion site. But then here it is, not problematic in equids. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is this specific telomere to telomere fusion? Is this of its kind? I know there's been other chromosomal fusions, but this specific one that they're purporting, is that the first documented type ever seen in nature?
I wouldn't imagine so, since it happened in the equids.
Right, but the one in the equids, I believe, and I don't have it with me, the paper, I believe it was a totally different chromosomal fusion than the one that's being purported here, right? This telomere to telomere fusion. You didn't really answer my question regarding telomeres anyways, how they're used to protect the DNA, and one of their main jobs is to prevent fusion. So why should we believe that they were involved in a fusion? But this is a hypothetical fusion too.
Yeah, sure.
We see these chromosomal fusions happen in nature that I believe aren't the same as this reputed one. But why are we to believe, just like the out of Africa scenario, which I don't believe you answered as well, which kind of destroys human evolution, why are we to believe that actually occurred? Because it's all theoretical, hypothetical.
The human too? Well, here, I'll let you pick. Would you rather me answer out of Africa, which I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I might not have, genuinely, I can't remember. Or would you rather continue with human chromosome 2? You picked the path.
Yeah, you did answer the out of Africa, but kind of like you accused Holden of answering your question, but then you said that, he didn't really answer it sufficiently. That's what I'm saying about the out of Africa, because there really is no feasible way for this 10,000 Homo sapiens to seize dominion over the entire world after a prolonged bottleneck of severe inbreeding, the accumulation of mutations. I mean, it's just not feasible. It's fairy tale. When it comes to the chromosomal 2 fusion, yeah, I just want you to answer the question. If telomeres, one of their jobs as being the end cap of chromosomes, is to prevent fusion, why are us to believe that somewhere down the line, millions of years ago, after the split between chimps and humans, this purported fusion actually occurred, and that it's unlike anything we've actually seen in nature regarding fusions? I mean,
okay, hold on. Just so we got to wrap up this point, standing for truth, just so we can kind of keep it going back and forth.
Yeah, sure. Standing, you want to finish that, or you want me to go ahead?
No. If you just want to, I guess, answer that question regarding the telomeres.
Yes. Yeah. So with telomeres, why are there mutations at all? I mean, our DNA in, when it's actually replicating, there are checks and balances that are supposed to prevent mutations from happening that fail all the time. That is the nature of genetics. So yeah, telomeres are supposed to protect from that, but it obviously doesn't do it all the time. Now, as far as this not being the same kind of telomeric fusion, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is when I kind of eyeballed the abstract, but I can't say for certain. Genetics is not my forefront. But I would like to talk about out of Africa, because I do know enough about genetics to say that we have a real-time example. I keep bringing up the cheetahs because I'm not understanding like why it's problematic for humans. But
I don't want to interrupt, Erica.
Hold on.
I want to go back to the
one sec. Just to be sure.
Okay.
Hold on one sec.
Go
Standing
ahead.
for Julie. Just to be sure that because I want to be sure that she's got plenty of time to respond, because I think there were two questions.
Yeah. I'm just trying to answer.
Oh,
both,
right. You're right. You know what?
Yeah.
I apologize. I did ask the out of Africa one again. So
Yeah. I'm just trying to get them both in.
chromosome 2.
Yeah. I'll quickly just rehash out of Africa, and then that's kind of why I was like, let's pick one, but we can try to juggle both. That's fine with me. With out of Africa, right? I mean, so I'm going to really just like make my point as kind of concise as I can. Humans have a bottleneck. Cheetahs have a bottleneck. The cheetah bottleneck was much worse than the human one. And you don't have to be there to know that, because all cheetahs are more closely related to one another than all humans are today. So know that they're less genetically diverse because of a bottleneck. Okay, great. Cheetahs did very well for themselves until humans started hunting them and destroying their habitat, which are the main reasons why there are less of them today than there used to be, not because of these new genetic mutations popping up. As far as I know, anyways, I'm not a cheetah geneticist, although that would be a cool job. With humans, it shouldn't be any more of a problem. I mean, essentially, cheetahs had a worse situation and did just fine until something completely unrelated hit their numbers hard. So with the humans, and also, mind you, the Toba extinction or the Toba eruption was indeed a volcanic eruption in nature. So while, yeah, I think that the estimates are around 10,000 individuals, that isn't certainly the case that there weren't other bands of humans out and about. Now, granted, it probably wouldn't change that number very much, because as you know, genetically, that number is genetically kind of constrained for a reason. But you're essentially saying it's impossible, at least this is what I'm gathering. You're essentially saying what my ears are picking up, that humans had a bad bottleneck, thus they shouldn't have been able to spread out and essentially diversify across the planet. Except cheetahs had a worse one and they diversified across Africa. So that's my answer to out of Africa. I don't see it as an issue. I don't think really anybody does. I've actually never heard that argument before. And I look at a lot of creationist arguments. Anyways, that's my answers. Those are my answers.
Awesome. Okay, if I could just say a few things. So the cheetahs, for example, are being looked at from conservationists today. Inbreeding is the issue. We know inbreeding exposes the genetic mistakes within the genome. And I always say regarding genetic entropy, inbreeding is like a sneak preview of where we are going genetically as a species. I mean, we accumulate 100 new mutations per person per generation, most of them being nearly neutral. What we now know about the function of the genome, that means we're degenerating faster than we ever thought. Now, this population bottleneck in the out of Africa scenario was conjured up by evolutionists once they realized that human diversity is very, very low, indicating that we must have come from a very small population. That small population, according to my belief, obviously is Adam and Eve. That makes sense. God created Adam and Eve. What do we see today? Low genetic diversity. Me and some man over in Asia, no more than 99 or no less than 99.9% similar. That makes sense. Evolutionists has always had to come up with a rescue device. Yeah, there must have been some kind of genetic bottleneck, 2,000 to 10,000 Homo sapiens, say 70,000 years ago. The thing is, this was a prolonged bottleneck involving severe genetic damage due to inbreeding. Because when you get small populations like that breeding together, not for one generation, not for 10 generations, but many generations, as the out of Africa scenario would suggest, that that population would have been so genetically compromised that there's no feasible way that they could have seized dominion over the entire world. So I'll let you comment on that if you want. But the chromosome 2 fusion, I just want to mention with the chromosome 2 fusion, you were talking about the telomeres, and we should see remnant telomeres. But from my understanding, there's, for one, a struggle to find these. That area is very, very degenerate. Why aren't there any more sequences. I think it's not just the fact that the purported fusion site is actually a functional DNA element in a human gene. There's other discrepancies that go along with it. So not only that, not only the telomeres, but also the fact that remnant centromeres are also difficult to find. So it's not just the fact that a gene has been found and it spans the fusion site. It's a number of things. But like I said, it's still indirect evidence because this supposed chromosomal 2 fusion occurred in the human line, which means we could easily explain it based on either pre-flood or post-flood, especially because we believe in a population bottleneck anyways. It would have been passed on to everybody we see on the planet. So it's just not very good, convincing evidence anyways for ape to man evolution. I just think you're going to need something better. The pseudogenes you talk about, we know that they have very important functional roles in immune response. They're necessary to sustain healthy life processes. So go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, take as much time as you want, Eric. I talked a lot there.
Yeah. Well, I'll introduce something quite interesting in a second that you've heard before. But one, the reason we do find remnant telomeres, this is actually Tompkins's research here. So those are the remnant telomeres that you're looking for in that central part of the chromosome. With regard to, kind of pushing an extinction event, we know the Toba extinction event happened, I'm fairly certain, because there are ash beds. There are enormous ash beds. And that's how we know that it was a really bad extinction event, or really bad eruption, sorry. And really bad eruptions tend to not be super good for the things that are indeed around them. We know that from all the volcanic eruptions that we see today. That would be my sort of answers to that, but to kind of take a swerve, and feel free to answer those if you want. I mean, I think we're just chasing our tail with that. We're just going to disagree. But I'll ask you the same, you brought up my question to Kent, so I'll ask you kind of the same question. If we use genetics, right, to determine relatedness within the human population, why can't we do it between populations? Because I find that quite compelling. You don't find that as genetic evidence very compelling. I was mostly using it as a refutation because creationists often say, oh, well, there's a chromosomal difference. Okay, well, it's a fusion. But the fact remains that that's not really the point. And it's also not just the fact that there's a fusion, but that the tops and bottoms of that chromosome are very, very, very similar to 12 and 13 in genus Pan. So where do you draw the line? I asked Kent. I didn't really get an answer from him. So where do you draw the line?
So where do we draw the line on common ancestry?
No, where do you draw the line between humans and chimps? Why is it okay to use me and my mother's genome to confer a common ancestry between the two of us, but not between me and a chimp?
Right. So if we're looking at, for one, we'd have to look at DNA differences. It also comes down to the fact that humans, for all of recorded history, have produced humans. And we can use mitochondrial DNA, or we can use the Y chromosome DNA, and we can test whether or not, we're related to our father. We can actually prove that the entire, all of humans, the entire human species are related. This is verified through independent corroborating evidence. Okay. But now you want to extrapolate that to pretty well suggest that humans and chimps are also related, even though there's so many discrepancies. Because I always say there's no point in arguing over evidence that's kind of agnostic to the debate. And what I mean by that is genetic similarities, whether it's nested hierarchies in DNA on a molecular level, mitochondrial DNA, for example, nuclear DNA, or nested hierarchies regarding anatomy, morphology, physiology. This can either be explained by common design or common ancestor. We need to look for evidence that can differentiate between the two. And I believe there's plenty of lines of evidence that can differentiate between the two. For example, the Y, just one sec, the Y chromosome. Okay, so this is going to be my follow-up question to what you said. Let's look at the Y chromosome, okay? Evolutionists were shocked. The Y chromosome is the most stable chromosome in the human genome because it doesn't exchange its genetic content with anything else. It doesn't experience recombination. Yes, gene conversion, of course, amongst itself, but this should be the most similar chromosome in the entire genome regarding apes and humans. Why is it less than 70% similar?
Am I good to go?
Yes, take your time.
Okay. So I feel like that's a little bit of as Kent would put it, like a hit and run, right? A slap and run, because that didn't really answer the question. I mean, you basically said humans produce humans, therefore it's reasonable that genomic comparison between me and my mom would be common ancestry. Okay, well, what if you had an individual, an orphan? You don't know where they came from. You didn't witness their birth, but they certainly have a similar genome with the mailman. You didn't see it. You don't know for a fact that that is indeed the father or the mother of this child, but their genome is very similar. So similar, in fact, that it mimics that of mother and offspring or father and offspring in other groups. So I think you would indeed point to that and say, okay, well, common ancestry. And that's what creationists do within their kind groups when they're formulating their kind groups. My argument with this isn't necessarily to say, whatever, pine trees and elephants are related, but to point out that there's no way of getting around lumping humans with the apes, because we use in a court of law genetics as a means of relatedness. I mean, you're basically saying we should draw an arbitrary line because we have never seen a human produce a non-human, which even if they did, that would violate the law of monophily. But yeah, because recorded history has been around for 10,000 years, less. And even then, it's barely been recorded. I wouldn't suspect no one under an evolutionary lens would suspect that you would. So I feel like that's somewhat of a non-answer. You showed the transitional designs earlier. Okay, well, where's the plane with wings that can't let it fly, or with half of an engine that performs a different function? I mean,
okay, here, let me respond to that real quick. I think you went.
Yeah, sorry, I did dodge around. around.
Yeah, no problem. So here's my answer. That's not quite as technical as what I said regarding genomics and genetic data that
Sure.
can differentiate between the two. For one, as I've stated, we would expect nested hierarchies, whether it's anatomical, morphological, physiological, or genetic related hierarchies. But regarding your question of where do we draw the line, why can't we conclude that apes and chimps are related, but we can conclude that me and my grandmother is related? Well, the thing is, we need independent corroborating evidence, okay? So not something that, also doesn't rely heavily on assumptions and inference. That's what I'm saying. There's an extrapolation fallacy there. So here's one example before you go. We have DNA testing, like you're talking about, that confirms, okay? There's no argument. Nobody argues, I hope not, that all humans are related, okay? Also mother, father, grandmother, we can see this based on maternity tests, paternity tests, but these various testimonies are completely distinct from DNA, okay? There's also corroborating, because we validated this test over and over and over again in humans. Like you've said, all of recorded history, humans have produced humans. But unfortunately for the evolutionists, okay, now you want to extrapolate that to mean humans and chimps are related. Well, we can't go ask the chimpanzee, we can't go ask animals from millions of years ago, or even animals from today, for their testimony regarding the DNA testing of them and their offspring like we do with humans. So there's just no way for us, Erica, to have independent corroborating evidence here regarding your question. But we do have independent corroborating evidence when it comes to all humans being related. You're committing an extrapolation fallacy.
Just to keep it short and pithy, Standing for Truth.
Yeah, 100% agree. We do know that all humans are related. Why do we know that? Because our genetics are so similar. So, why do we know that humans and Neanderthals are related? Well, because their genetics are so similar. You can take that back down the line, but creationists can't come up with anything empirical to draw the line. You say, well, we don't see it. We can't ask a chimpanzee. Okay, well, we can't see the inside, or rather how a black hole functions in real time, but we can make accurate predictions about how light's going to react around it because of the data that we do have. So there is no reason why you can't extrapolate it backwards, any more than there isn't a reason why 23andMe can take your DNA and take your DNA and extrapolate backwards and say, guess what? You're 63% Norse. Well, why couldn't they? I mean, you're essentially kind of saying that this is impossible because no one was there. It's an appeal to observational science, which I'm not a very big fan of. And then you say, where's the corroborating evidence? Well, it's all the other stuff I showed. It's the fact that humans are morphologically nearly identical in so many ways to all of the other apes. It's the fact that we have this smooth gradient, and creationists can't come up with a meaningful way, at least in my opinion, to say that we can have this accelerated decay that completely throws 4.8 billion years out the window. It's the archaeology, the fact that no one can explain why there's so many dang tools all across the surface of Africa. All of that points in one direction, and it isn't to 6,000 years. So it's kind of like parsimony, right? What's the most parsimonious explanation? Because I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we know for sure exactly how things went, because we don't. And I don't think we ever will. I would love that. That would be awesome.
Okay, can I respond to a few things that you said?
Yeah, sorry, I'll wax poetic. I thought I'm guilty of the same thing.
No, I think we might be both guilty regarding that. So I'm not saying that it's only an extrapolation fallacy that we can look at similarities in our genetics. Like I said earlier, every single human being on this planet is 99.9% similar, which says we have low genetic diversity, indicating we came from a small population. Okay, this is a good thing for us. Now, you want to extrapolate that to mean we also have similarity with chimpanzees, for example, and then we also have similarities with monkeys, we have similarities with dogs, whales, fish, all the way down the line to a bacteria, the nested hierarchy of life. I'm saying we too predict nested hierarchies. Therefore, it's difficult to draw that line since we both predict the exact same thing. We need something that's going to differentiate between the two lines of evidence that both models can explain. That's why I pointed to something, because you talk about similarities. The Y chromosome, for example, and this time hopefully you can answer it. But the thing is, the low level of recombination and sequence diversity on the Y chromosome that I'm talking about should make the Y chromosome the most similar between humans and chimps. But the problem is that the human and chimp Y chromosomes are actually incredibly dissimilar when they should be the most stable, because they are immune for the most part to recombination. So how do you explain the fact that the Y chromosome is less than 70% similar between chimps and humans?
Well, first of all, I would, as I've continued to kind of begrudgingly admit throughout the course of this conversation, that genetics really isn't kind of my field. I can talk to you a lot about, other stuff, but genetics isn't it. So I'm not kind of adept enough to really answer your question in a way that I feel that you would find sufficient. I don't know. I would ask you out of curiosity, if by chance that 70% number comes from Tompkins, considering Tompkins.
Nope. I've had a good question. I have the paper where it came from.
Do you know who the author is?
Source data, because they were shocked by it. But from my understanding, talking to scientists, right, I've debated Dr. Stefan Frello, for example, their explanation would be gene conversion, because it can exchange genetic material within itself, right? It's like recombinations, like shuffling a deck of cards, but the Y chromosome doesn't have a counterpart to do that too. Therefore, they should be the most stable. It's the best chromosome to look at. My question would be to the evolutionists like Dr. Stefan Frello or whoever, Herman Mays, that wants to look to that as a rescue device. What testable prediction can you make and bring forth regarding change on gene conversion in the Y chromosome? Because and it's okay that you don't have the answer to it, but that would be a differentiating line of evidence that can tell us, are chimps and humans actually related? There's no way they can be, based on the dissimilarity of the Y chromosome. Less than 70%. Evolutionists were shocked, Erica. Shocked.
See, but here's the problem with that. That's kind of essentially hinging it all on the fact that I don't have an answer for the Y chromosome. Now, what I do know about genetics would be, even if the Y chromosome were 70% dissimilar, well, there are some proteins between humans and chimpanzees that are like 50% similar. And the reason that they're 50% similar is, as we know the mechanisms of genetics can kind of swap things around. But the fact remains that we are still the closest related to chimps with regard to that single protein, even if you're just comparing that single protein across, the animal kingdom where that protein has been kind of examined, would still be the closest to the chimpanzee. It might be only 50%, but you're not going to get any closer. You're not going to find another animal. If you could find a rabbit with a greater similarity, well, then you might have something to kind of go on, unless it was, say, like a remnant that had been turned. If you'd been able to kind of show that it was a de novo type situation, but the fact would remain, I bet. And I don't know this, but I would put a small amount of money on it, because I'm not very wealthy, that the Y chromosome, even though it's 70% similar only, that's still the closest member of the animal kingdom to humans. And it may simply be, as you know, there are areas on the genome that are kind of hotspots for mutation.
Mutational hotspots, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And they just kind of undergo it quicker for whatever reason. I'm not a geneticist. I wish I could tell you. I wish I knew the answer. But my answer would be, how do we know that something similar is not going on the Y chromosome? Can you show me an animal that's closer than that would kind of violate it? Because as far as what I know about all of this stuff, that's still not enough to say humans aren't apes, aren't a member of the ape kind. Would you be the type of creationist like that would say, no, humans aren't primates? Because I know Evolution News admits humans are primates, and I know creation.com admits humans are primates. Even if they don't like common ancestry, they admit that morphologically and genetically, we should be classified as primates. AIG, they don't like it. But where do you stand on that? Where do you stand on that? Do you think humans are primates? And, if not, why not?
Okay, so first of all, with the proteins and Y chromosome comparisons, before I answer the question, just to address
Sure.
things.
I went on for a while.
No, and that's okay. The whole point of looking at the Y chromosome, say, versus the proteins anyways, is because the Y chromosome is known scientifically to be the most stable of chromosomes. So that would make sense to look at that to see, how close the similarities really are between humans and chimps. But I don't want to beat a dead horse regarding your question regarding ancestry anyways to begin with.
And then forgive me, sorry to interrupt. Not you, Saint Truth. You didn't do anything wrong. I just forgot to mention.
For once.
We will go to Q&A pretty quick. So if you're both able.
Don't we have a quick closing just to wrap things up?
Forgive me if I forgot that from the email. Was that in the email?
I'm okay without a closing.
Deal.
Even just a few minute closing just to wrap things up.
Sure, you betcha.
I guess to answer your question, so are we just going to kind of wrap this part up here and then jump into closing and then Q&A you were saying, Jay?
Well, I suppose what we could do is, if it's something you can fit into your closing, we go into closings. But if it's something that you're like, oh, this is just kind of really relevant to this point right now, like, we can do it.
Okay.
Just short.
Actually, that's good. Yeah,
short
I can wrap it up in 30 seconds, and then if she wants to have the last word, then we can jump into the closing. So I think Erica, it all goes back to the question anyways, as to how we identify common ancestry. Okay, so if we both predict nested hierarchies, then we need to look at something that can differentiate between the two models. Now, we explain anyways the majority of DNA differences based on our model, which does lead to testable predictions that are future and novel as pre-existing functional DNA differences. Now, we only know very little of the DNA language. We speak less than 1% of the DNA language as far as I'm concerned. And all you got to do, Erica, is look at the history of genetics. I mean, in the 40s, there was one gene, one protein, one function. Science changes nearly every single day. I mean, we see massive amounts of literature giving us unexpected functions of RNA. And we've only functionally tested less than 1% of the genome because the gold standard of genome testing is gene knockout test anyway. So my technical answer, and to end it quick, I know we're going into concluding statements here, is genome function, because evolution would say the majority of DNA differences, if not all of them, are the result of mutation. Therefore, we're looking at a lot of neutrality. We're looking at a lot of genomic fossils, right? Pseudogenes, for example, endogenous retroviruses, ALUs. Us, on the other hand, our model's based on pre-existing functional DNA differences. Therefore, we make a very specific prediction that the vast majority of DNA elements, DNA sequences, DNA differences are functional. This is a head-to-head prediction that we can test in the lab and see what is true, common ancestry or common design. That's my answer. Go ahead. You can have the last word, Erica.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to make my last word my closing. It's not so much does genome equate to function, it's genome does equate to relatedness, and there's no reason why that line can or should, rather, without empirical evidence, be drawn. I mean, essentially my whole point of this was that you have several lines of evidence that in and of themselves are convincing, but they stand alone. It could all be a coincidence, but together is when you reach a parsimonious conclusion. It's the combination of the fact that we can't accelerate decay. It's the combination, with in turn with the decay thing, in that we have this beautiful gradient of skulls that appear based off of the previous premise to have existed at different times. It's the morphology, it's the genetics, and And it's, to be kind of sassy, the fact that no one can answer that question for me. No creationist seems to be able to answer the question without kind of reverting to, I know you like this word, rescue devices. So that's kind of all I got to say. I mean, I'd love to have another conversation with regard to whatever genetic entropy or the age of the Earth, because as I said to Kent, a lot of it hinges on the fact that I believe the Earth is very old and you believe the Earth is very young. Because obviously if it's old, the skulls make sense, and if it's young, then it makes sense for your worldview. But it makes sense based on what we kind of think. So I wasn't convinced, Standing. You didn't convince me, unfortunately, and I'm sure I didn't convince you either. So, but that's okay. I still had fun.
Having fun is the most important part. You're right. You didn't convince me, but you're right. It was a good back and forth. We could probably do this all day. I appreciate your responses. I appreciate your arguments and objections to my position. I guess going into, so if that was your conclusion, James, I just want to set my timer here. How long do I have? Just a few minutes, or I don't want to go over?
A few minutes. I'd say roughly the same as what Erica did. So I think it's like, what, 2-3 minutes?
I'll be really quick because I just wrote. So in my opening, I tried to address nearly everything she talked about in her opening. I just got a few things hanging that I didn't get to address. I'm definitely a stickler for that. So I'm going to address the couple things here. So DNA analyses anyways confirm that the supposed Homo species now all coexisted, intermingled, and interbred, like we were discussing earlier. This is confirmation that they are all fully human. A few other things here that she discussed. Let me see here. Even at habilis, Sediba, there's so much evidence now. Even some paleo experts are agreeing that these are classic examples of what happens when you piece together a so-called species based on a jumble of mixed bones. So what some evolutionists like Erica here are saying, or your perfect transitional fossil from ape to man, it's actually a mixture of human and non-human bones. And they're simply an artificial species, a ghost taxa. That's why Sediba, for example, Australopithecus sediba, is described as anatomical, with anatomical contradictions. For example, upper limb and shoulder anatomy, just like arboreal dwelling orangutans. And then you've got hands indistinguishable from modern humans. And this isn't the first time this has happened. This has all happened before. For example, one that comes to mind regarding the mixing of human and ape bones has occurred in Piltdown Man. So, which was just what they did. It was an ape jaw that was force fitted to a human skull. But unlike habilis and Sediba, of course, I'm not saying habilis and Sediba are a conspiracy by any means, but this was done intentionally, while habilis and Sediba, not so much. For example, the evidence she brought in genetics, the similarity, I touched that. It's only 88%. Similar 400 million DNA differences exist between the two species. Pseudogenes have been overturned. Hierarchies, like we discussed, relative hierarchies, as I explained in the beginning, is just characteristics of designs. And then the Australopithecines, my last point. And then I think I covered everything. They share most of their features with living apes today. They're around 3 or 4 feet tall, with long arms and short legs, ape hands and feet, with long curved fingers and toes, opposable thumb-like toes, ape size and ape-shaped skulls, funnel-shaped rib cages with high-placed shoulders for suspensory behavior. And yes, they do have some uniqueness. I'll give Erica that in, say, morphology and anatomy, which is why the best conclusion is that these were apes and nothing more than just an extinct ape genus. And Erica probably knows the fact that a baboon bone was incorrectly assigned to Lucy for over 40 years. That doesn't really give me much confidence regarding the evolutionists and their many other conclusions on human origins. And I explained all the different species, Naledi, Neanderthal, Erectus, the hobbits, for example. These are all inbred subpopulations, explains all the degenerate features. Homo naledi, for example, explains the curved fingers. This is all expected after Babel, post-Babel, post-flood, isolation and inbreeding. Everybody disperses. A few unfortunate subpopulations migrate, remain isolated. We see this clearly with the hobbits. You got
5 seconds.
Dwarfism, for example. So I believe I've made a strong case that human evolution is impossible and fits perfectly within a biblical model. Thanks so much, James.
Thanks
so much, Erica.
Thank you. Time. So very excited, folks. We will go into the Q&A. So thanks so much for all of your questions. It's been a wild one, really enjoyable. I really like having both of our guests on, and with that, thanks so much for your patience, folks. I know you're eager, so I am as well. First up, Brian Stevens. Thanks so much for your Patreon question. They said, does Standing for Truth think that Kent Hovind actually has 3 PhDs? Also, where is his, Kent Hovind's, CV? Or basically, for those of you new to a CV, it's like a academic resume.
I'm more concerned with the arguments one has. Actually, Tija made that point once, and I respected it. You know, we're more interested in the arguments than, for one, ad hominems and looking at what people's so-called education may be, because some people with a lot of education may not have the best arguments, especially if they have nothing more than textbook answers. So I'm not really interested in responding directly to that. I'm just interested in the arguments that my opponent would have.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, we're going to try to speed through these folks. So if I'm going fast, forgive me. It's just because we want to squeeze as many in. Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. He said, good to see Alpha Daddy, a.k.a. James, tonight. Gosh, you're sick. Nasty guy. You got to look out for him. Just, Next up, Michael Dresden, thanks for your super chat. They said, evolution is a myth, a fairy tale for grown-ups. A little trollish. Erica, if you want to respond, you can. You don't have to. It's up to you.
I won't give it the dignity.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Next up, Steven.
Good answer.
Michael Dresden. Oh, we got that one. Terry James, thanks for your super chat. They said, does different design mean different creator?
Does different design mean different creator? No, I mean, Honda, Volkswagen, for example, Chrysler, I mean, they have many different designs. You can look at the Volkswagen Jetta, which is a sedan. You can look at the Volkswagen Tiguan, or you can look at, for example, if you want to look at Chrysler, you can look at the Chrysler 300, the Chrysler minivan. I mean, there's different designs for the same creator. And of course, if God wanted to, for example, DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid is the universal code for all of life. And evolutionists say, this is proof that we're all related: pine trees, whales, banana plants, and apes, apparently. But of course, God is going to use a common code for his common design. If he used different codes, that would suggest a possible form of polytheism. Maybe there is multiple gods, like the Greeks or something, but one common genetic code makes the most sense given a biblical based God. So that's my answer.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Jay Shy, thanks for your super chat. They said, Standing for Truth, genetic entropy is a lie by John Sanford. He misquoted Moto Kimura's their study where Kimura left out beneficial mutations on purpose to focus on neutral mutations by genetic drift, not selective mutations.
I feel like I've had this debate so many times. That argument is a rabbit trail. There's never been any rescue device or argument that has debunked genomic degeneration. All serious population geneticists admit and agree that man is presently degenerating. That's why they come up with rescue mechanisms, synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism. When I debate these evolutionists, they use the most weak standard blog related arguments. I mean, at least bring forth things like synergistic epistasis and these mechanisms that these population geneticists are invoking. Let's discuss the data. No more of these ad hominems. John Sanford shows a larger zone of no selection than Kimura because Kimura's analysis of the problem was oversimplified. I debated someone a few days ago who's very familiar and very exceptional in genetics, and we discussed this very issue for an hour and a half. So no, these new near neutral, low impact deleterious mutations, they are accumulating. But natural selection can only amplify the best beneficial mutations. It can only get rid of the worst detrimental mutations. Can't do anything against the near neutral mutations. They're accumulating in our genome, and beneficial mutations are no help. They are no help. The vast majority of them are unselectable as well. So there's my answer.
You got it. Thank you very much. And thanks so much for your super chat, Terry James.
Thank you.
They said, if DNA similarity can be explained away by similar appearance, then why is the, correct me if I get this wrong, thylacine more genetically similar to the numbat than the wolf?
Is that question for me?
I feel like it is.
I think so.
It has to do with genetics and morphology. I thought it was for him. Is it for him or is it for me?
I thought it started off for you. So now, if you can ask it again, I'll answer it.
I think it's for Standing for Truth. I'll read it.
Ask it again.
Yes.
If DNA similarity can be explained away by similar appearance, then why is the thylacine more genetically similar to the numbat than the wolf?
I think, as I explained earlier, we're going to have to, if you're looking at just mere similarity and anatomy, morphology, for example, we need to look on a DNA level. And we speak so little of the DNA language. I am going to look to, like I explained to Erica, DNA function. And this has been proven true over and over again. Endogenous retroviruses, ALUs, pseudogenes, they're all very important in our genome. I mean, they're important to sustain healthy life processes in the cell. And I can go on and on about the numerous functions that have been discovered based on our hypothesis. But that example, I would if it's that similar genetically speaking, I would look to some form of function. I don't know if there's an answer yet to it, or if it's something that we need to discover in the future based on more genomic analyses and more genomic testing.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Shannon Q says, Team Erica, in all caps. You've got a fan out there, Erica.
Shannon, I love ya.
Brian Stevens, thanks for your super chat. He said, Standing for Truth's sources for footprints is, quote unquote, the conversation.
No, I've got plenty of sources. Actually, too many sources on that one. Like I said, I looked heavily into that footprint. I'm looking forward to the source that Erica explained and is going to provide to me, because what I found in the source data in the primary literature, they all agree that these footprints are modern, anatomically modern looking human footprints, and they're trying to explain it away with some form of possible extinct gorilla, or there's a lot of data out there. So like I said, I'm looking forward to Erica's sources, but I've got a ton of sources. I can certainly provide them to anybody who is interested.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Stephen Steen, thanks for your super chat. He said, my wisdom teeth fit in my jaw. Am I the missing link?
Hey, I had all four of my wisdom teeth too. Wisdom teeth are an interesting little facet because they're kind of on their way out, but not quite. Some people have no problem with them at all. I had problems with mine, and that was a wild after surgery experience. So I'll put it this way. You are the missing link. There's no other explanation.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, appreciate your question. Brian Stevens says, why do you ask Erica to use scientific... So this is for Standing for Truth. Why do you ask Erica to use scientific sources to disprove your blog from, quote-unquote, the conversation by a, quote-unquote, political analyst?
There's plenty of sources. I actually have innumerable quotes from all types of paleoanthropologists that agree with what I've been saying. I provided a paper in my opening regarding my hypothesis that these so-called human ancestors are nothing more than inbred subpopulations that experience rapid genetic entropy due to the accumulation of mutations. And we've got an evolutionist here who's written a paper recently pretty well confirming the exact same thing. Of course, he still holds to evolution, and he admits that there's something odd with the data, but I've got a ton of things that support me, quotes, sources. So if Brian Stevens is serious about it, I'll provide those to him after the debate.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Terry James, thanks for your super chat. They said, Standing for Truth complains that Aaron interrupts, but it's okay for him to interrupt. How do you like them apples?
You know what? I think this was a good debate because Erica and I both, I think, like to talk a lot and talk about a lot of different subjects. But anytime there is interruption going on, James, being the best moderator on YouTube, stopped it right away. And thanks for that, James. So if Aaron, Ra, and I get in on this, hopefully we're not just talking over each other the whole time, because James is going to make sure that doesn't happen. So
that's
nice. Is that a planned debate? I'm interested.
Yes, it is. In fact, this is an excuse for me to show the thumbnail again, because I'm excited. This is going to be an epic one. So basically, Aaron Ra and Dr. Mick Leroy, I mispronounced it earlier, sorry about that. Dr. Mick Leroy and Aaron Ra will be debating on creation versus evolution, which best explains the evidence. And that's coming up in Dallas. It'll be in person. So we've actually Team Skeptic.
That is so exciting.
It is. Team Skeptic, I have to give a big thanks. So if anybody out there, if you know Team Skeptic, give him a big thanks because he was so kind. He's got a channel called Team Skeptic Debunks, or I should say, to be neutral. Well, I mean, you can say debunks arguments without necessarily meaning that a view is true. He challenges the flat earth position. And he's a very good debater. And he's also very kind because he helped us get the venue for this debate with Aaron Ra and Dr. Mick Leroy. So that's honestly going to be a blast. I'm pumped for it. But yes. Erica, do you live in Texas? You have to go.
I don't. I know. I think being in the UK for most of the year means I'm a little bit out of that range. But I would love to come. Hey James, come to the UK. Let's do a debate there.
Let's do a debate tour in the UK.
I'm actually, no joke. There's I was thinking about it earlier today of whether or not they could actually happen. And it's not.
Oh, that would be so cool.
It's not impossible. So it's definitely a possibility.
Hey, if you do that, I'll take you out and get you a drink at one of my favorite pubs.
That's nice of you. I appreciate that. And someone just asked in the audience, are there tickets? We don't have tickets. It's going to be a free first come, first serve. It's actually going to be in a tattoo parlor. So we're kind of doing almost like the Bible and Beer Consortium. They go to pubs. We will do it in this tattoo parlor, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'll let you know the exact address as we get closer. And but yeah, so hopefully we can fit everybody in there because I think there's going to be a lot of people. So it'll be a lot of fun. And next up, thanks for your super chat, Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare. They said, standing for truth is an all right guy. He's just wrong. What do you think of that, standing for truth? You like
Listen,
that?
There were some really, really good play on words regarding SFT. So, whoever can give the best play on words for SFT, I think what was one of them? Standing for Lies is a good one, but it's $25. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Athena, good guy. I've done a lot of discussions on his channel. I got nothing bad to say about him. I would say he's a nice guy and he's wrong as well.
Gotcha, thanks for that. And so sorry about the sound. I played the boom button because when I read that super chat, I was like, oh, good jab. And I played the boom button and it was the most frightening, terrifying scream ever. And everybody's like, dear gosh, what was that? So thanks for your patience, guys. All right, Stupid Whore Energy, as she likes to be called. Thanks for your super chat. She says, standing for truth, how do you explain the small population of Sumatran orangutans exhibiting high genetic diversity but thriving?
To be honest with you, I'd have to see the source and the paper on that one, but I'd bet some money that there's a pretty decent explanation for it because it sounds like he's probably grasping at straws. But yeah, if he wants to send that, I'll give an answer afterwards. Never heard of it.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. And thanks so much for your super chat, Translator Carmium. Sorry, that's embarrassing. Okay, they say, standing for truth, how can you complain about a bottleneck of a few thousand if you believe in the post-flood Noatian bottleneck, which was much smaller still?
Good question. Good question. That's usually the question I get after I bring up the fact that their so-called population bottleneck is not even remotely feasible. But ours is very easy to explain. I mean, based on our model, okay, I'll take it slow for them, use really small words. We start with just two people, okay, constituting a very extreme yet benign population bottleneck, okay? Then, and you can just read this in the Bible, 10 generations later, a second single generation bottleneck of just what? Whoever knows their Bible, just 8 people occurred at the time of Noah. Both bottlenecks were very brief, just one generation, and then followed by explosive growth. These cases, there would be almost no previously accumulated mutations, especially if we explain the vast majority of DNA differences as functional created DNA differences, therefore no inbreeding effects. That's why the limited human genetic diversity we see is good for us, but a huge problem for evolutionary theory. And as you can see from the evolutionist explanations, it leads to unrestrained storytelling. So that's my answer.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, trying to move through fast. Superdor Energy, thanks for your super chat. She says, if mutations are degradative, why do viruses often evolve complex structures like HIV has evolved complex gated ion channels?
So is he talking about virus? So the HIV one, is he also referring to like endogenous retroviruses, like viruses in general?
I'm not sure if she only mentioned HIV.
You know what? I'd have to see, because I know the explanation for the function found in endogenous retroviruses is that these functions are co-opted, just like pseudogenes, for example, they're co-opted. But the thing is, that's just theoretical, right? We didn't actually observe these functions being co-opted, so I'd have to see if that's the same thing going on with the what's going on with the HIV as well.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And next up, Superdor Energy again, coming at you. She says it's been
He's busy.
That's right. She says it's been confirmed that that telomeres in nearby DNA undergo lots of mutations. So of course you'd expect this kind of DNA to be divergent and degenerate.
So she's talking about the telomeres. I guess she's admitting that the sequences that we should be seeing, if there was a chromosomal 2 fusion, right, we should see these remnant telomeres, and there's a struggle to find these because they're degenerate. So I guess she's admitting that they're degenerate, at least, which is kind of helps my case. But I would just ask, why were the telomeres even involved in the fusion to begin with? Their job is to prevent the fusion. So as far as I know, the telomeres don't occur in the middle of genes. Genes are not around telomeres. So I mean, there's so many discrepancies to the argument, to the story of the chromosomal 2 fusion. So
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And then Erica, if you'd like to respond, I know Standing for Truth gets a lot of these, so if you want to like add something on some of these, like feel free.
I mean, I would just say on that we do have the remnants, and they're in Tompkins' own paper. So that's why I kind of like sassy pointed up at this. I was like, hey, there they are right there. That's all I have to say.
Gotcha. And we do have a question. Hold on.
If you have a question for Erica, perfect, because I got to run upstairs real quick.
We do have one.
Taking a 1 minute break.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And so, Mitchell, thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Erica, if creation and evolution both include nested hierarchies, what mechanism naturally created your quote-unquote magic cell via abiogenesis?
Well, I think that's really a great question. I mean, basically the field of abiogenesis is booming. I think it's kind of interesting that they asked that in a human evolution kind of chat, given that abiogenesis is entirely unique. But it all starts with chemicals, right? I mean, chemical reactions, they appear to have no real rhyme or reason to them. But as far as I know, it was amino acids that kind of began to clump together and sort of form these proto strands of like RNA at some point, if you subscribe to the RNA world. That's on my field. I wish I could give you a better answer. Ask Jackson Weed. He knows this stuff.
You got it. Thank you very much. And I assume that Standing for Truth is still occupied, so I'm going to just quick mention a couple of things. First, stoked to have you here, folks. We rarely talk about the philosophy of the channel, but I think it's worth mentioning that we are basically trying to provide a nonpartisan platform, so we don't take any stances on the issues. We don't have after shows where we say who won or lost or anything like that. We are trying to be fully neutral, and despite being imperfect, that's our goal, and we want you to feel welcome, whether you be Christian, atheist, Muslim, one of the many strange creatures in between all these different worldviews. We're glad you're here, and it sounds like, Standing, are you back?
I am back, my friend.
He's
all
back.
That tea and water will get to you after a couple hours.
Nasty. Thank you. So, very good. I appreciate that, and we do have a question.
No problem.
Don't worry, Stupid Whore Energy. Nasty. So
she's putting your kids through college there, James, with all those super chats.
She does do a lot, and she says, "How much for James's snot-filled rag? I will pay." Nasty woman, very just disgraceful.
A lot of nastiness going on.
You've got some good questions.
Unfortunately, Steven Steen already offered $20. That's hard to beat. I mean, he's a nasty guy.
You're missing the big money here, my dude. You know, you gotta start capitalizing on these asks.
The snot rag. That's funny. Oh boy. Subtracted. Thanks for your super chat. They said, hey, standing for truth, why is the FOXP2 gene expressed in the chimpanzee genome as a mutation?
What I know about the FOXP2 gene is it's the gene associated with language, but it does far more things than just that. So the fact that it's broken doesn't, give evidence that if it worked, they would. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question properly. Can you?
Yes. Let me pull it up 1 second. And I've got to undo this. Hey, standing for truth, why is the FOXP2 gene expressed in the chimpanzee genome as a mutation?
Okay, so it as a mutation. So if it was originally functional, like I said, it's associated with language, and if it does far more things than that, and now it's expressed as a mutation, I mean that would just be evidence of genetic entropy after the fall. I mean, some functional genes can be the result of mutation if that occurs.
Gotcha.
Okay, if I jump in real fast on that one, James, just
You
like
bet.
a little quick anecdote. Since Danny's
Sure.
getting all the questions, why is no one asking me any questions? I'm bitter about it. But I think that's an interesting question. I'm not positive that the FOXP2 gene is language because I don't really know that gene particularly well. But if it is, the interesting thing is that chimpanzees have some like 86 or so unique gestures that they can combine to get across messages, and human infants display 46 of those between the ages of 1 and 2. So they do indeed have a sort of proto-language, and that can be extended to geladas, whose chittering follows Menzerath's law, or vervet monkeys, who have their own vocabulary for predators. So it is very interesting that we actually see a gradient of language, very proto-language, in living primates.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think because just real quick.
Super
quick. I promise.
Okay.
Just like I said at the beginning, I just wanted to make sure I was answering it right.
Go on.
It can be associated with more things, more functions. For example, and I'll compare that to protein moonlighting, which back in the 40s, one gene, one protein, one function was the thinking. Now we know of protein moonlighting. These proteins are doing unimaginable things. It's like a multifunctional tool. So some of these genes have more than just one function. So it being a broken gene or a mutation is not, I don't think is going to convince me of ape human evolution.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, got one from Subtracted. Thanks for your super chat. He said, hey, Standing. Oh, we got that one. That's embarrassing. Okay. Stupid Horror Energy. Thanks for your super chat. She says, are you aware that two proteins don't need to have the same amino acid sequence to perform the same function?
Is she referring to third position redundancy?
Let's see here. I'm not exactly sure.
Say it again.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of those degenerate codons, for example, are also now, there's massive literature suggesting function. Because you can look to somebody like Dr. Herman Mays, who also looks at DNA level hierarchies, and he'll look at neutral variation, third position, degenerate codons. But now, even those are proving to be functional. They work to slow and speed processes in the cell. So it all falls in line with pre-existing heterozygosity. So yes, I am aware of that.
She followed that up with a quick one where she said, gene duplication is a very old concept. And she also said, I love Nickelback. I don't know why I made that last part up.
I mean, the evolutionists will often look to gene duplication as a way to add novel information to the genome. But I mean, if I give you a copy of a book that you already own, and then I start introducing typographical errors into the second copy of the book you already own, now you just have a more messed up copy of the original book. So it's just more evidence for genetic degeneration. It comes down to net gain versus net loss. So that ain't going to help.
Gotcha.
Quick add on that though. What about natural selection? Ooh, that's
right. Natural selection, though, the problem is it can't act upon those near neutral mutations that are unselectable. Those are the ones that build up. Sure, it's going to amplify the best beneficials and get rid of the worst detrimentals. It's the near neutral mutations that accumulate and degenerate our information system. So that'll have to be the problem you'll have to address, Erica.
We should have a conversation about genetic entropy. I've heard you speak to like CRISPR and stuff like that before, and I would be very interested to have that chat. I'm not very well versed, as I've said, for like the 20th time. I'm not very well versed in genetics, but still, it would be an interesting chat.
Yeah, I think that'd be a blast. You've been fun to talk to. We can definitely set that up.
Sure. Sorry, James. We started talking again.
Oh, James, you still there?
No problemo. So I appreciate that. And I think that's a great idea. You guys ought to. And the next one comes from Stupid Horror Energy again. She's persistent. She says, how do you explain the fact that ERVs, or dead viruses, are in the same exact places in humans and chimps, but not other species?
So good question. Regarding ERVs, it comes down to the fact that are they really the result of ancient viruses? Because now we know that the evidence suggests that these endogenous retroviruses and these retrotransposons, for example, they're indeed functional, and not just functional, not just low levels of function, but these endogenous retroviruses, they have crucial functions. They help regulate genes and even determine cell types. So like I said earlier, the evolutionist now has to claim that they were co-opted, but that is just more fancy storytelling. So these are important DNA elements, just as we'd predict based on created genetic diversity.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, we got one from Cy Gart. Thanks, Dr. Gart, for your question and super chat. He says, inbreeding requires a much smaller population than 2,000. Chromosomes are different between species because most of the genes on Y are not essential.
Yeah, I don't really think that matters because if they're different or not, I mean, the fact is, if we're talking about human evolution, chimps and humans do have a Y chromosome that's very, very dissimilar. And if you want to look at the Y chromosome, well, they can be traced back, proving one paternal line. And some of these degenerate chromosomes regarding the Y chromosome is just more proof of genetic entropy, the crumbling genome. That includes the Y chromosome as well.
Gotcha. Let's see.
I'm very flattered that Cy watched this conversation, though. Cy, you're awesome. Love your stuff.
I like Cy. I hope you enjoyed it, Cy.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And by the way, so we are trying to, I'll mention that 99% of you all here are honestly so terrific, friendly, and you like to debate, but you're not like, like being like abusive, which is great. You're just superb.
Terrific.
And there's maybe like 1% that sometimes is a little bit like more fighty and a little bit more aggressive. And so in that case, just want to ask if you would be so kind. We're trying to like change the ever-changing culture, trying to mold it into like, yeah, we're going to try to only ban hate speech. But we do want to have the mods hopefully just say like, hey, like if somebody's being abusive, like, hey, can you do us a favor and not call somebody an idiot, something like that. So we're still going to try to like not regulate people. We don't want to like control people, but at the same time, we want to like kind of naturally, organically, like through your own free will, foster that kind of spirit of like kind of like warmth or friendliness. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So
James, that's so diplomatic. That was such a diplomatic way of saying, cut that out now.
That's funny. My hope is that hopefully it'll just be, and like I said, 99% of the people, very kind, like it never are abusive. Once in a while, though, it's kind of like, kind of. But
yeah.
So with that, next up, we're going to try to fly through as many. We just got through the super chats. So thanks so much for those, folks. And we are going to jump into the other questions. I will try to do this as fast as possible. We're not going to get through all of them. I'm really sorry about that, everybody. There's a lot. And I want to respect the debaters' time. We've already...
I just have to jump in, James. To be honest with you, I've only got about 2 more minutes. So if I'm guessing most of the questions are for me, so you can go through him as much as possible. But
yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. We've gone over your time, and I'm sorry about that, you guys.
I'm sorry.
No, it's been a blast. It's been a blast.
Don't worry about it.
And
all
so,
good.
Love your channel, James. You put on the best debates.
We usually try to do like an hour and a half, 2 hours tonight, but didn't quite do that tonight.
I lied.
So
hopefully it was one to remember.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, it really was. People, honestly, there's just a lot of positive feedback. People have really been enjoying this and engaged, and so I've definitely enjoyed it. And we'll try to fly through just maybe 1 or 2 of these. Actually, what we'll do is maybe like 1 or 2 for Standing, and then we'll do 1 or 2 for Erica, because That way, standing, you can go. And so 1 for standing. We will do this one from Rayward. This came in early. They said, I already know standing for truth will evade. Can you describe exactly what a transitional form between apes and humans would look like if you were to be convinced evolution was true?
Yeah, no, I'm not the one. If you'll actually hear me rarely even bring up transitional forms, because when it comes to transitional forms, I'm not difficult with it. I think a transitional form would be the blending of 2 separate creatures. I mean, if you look at something like maybe Australopithecus sediba or habilis, or even the Piltdown man back in the day, you know, these so-called human ape ancestors that are clear evidence of the mixing of Homo and ape bones. I mean, those would be probably close to the perfect transition. But as I've explained many times, when it comes to transitional forms, our model too predicts the mosaic, the transitional form. For example, I point to products of human design that seem to span 2 categories, just like you can find certain animals. Remember, the majority proves the rule. They can point to some, say, reptile mammal transitions, or they can point to Tiktaalik, for example. It's going to need to be the rule, these so-called mosaics. But an amphibious assault vehicle, to the evolutionist, would be the perfect transitional form. So it would have to be a blending or a combination of 2 categories, right? A really good combination of human features and a really good combination of ape features.
Gotcha.
James, would it be okay if I said something super quick?
Yes.
Just like mega quick.
Correct.
I would compare that to being like, okay, so we have Archaeopteryx, and then the human, comparison to that would be an airplane with wings that doesn't fly and rolls around like a car exclusively, which we don't see. So, transitional forms are kind of indicative of kind of rigging existing structures. It would be all I would say about that.
Gotcha. Let's see. We will, standing for truth, we can cut you loose. We know you got to go, so we appreciate you being here, and thanks again for your patience. I know we went over the time that we promised.
I was wrong. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
it was a blast.
It was all a
really
mistake.
enjoyed this debate. Good questions from the audience, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for chatting with me, Standing. I had a great time.
And thanks so much, Erica. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a lot of fun.
Sure. We'll email. We can talk about it when I send you all those Crete papers.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
All right. Great.
Thanks for doing it, Erica. And James, thanks for setting it up.
Thanks, Standing. Take care.
All right. So we are live, everyone. We're with Standing for Truth today, and we'll be talking about human evolution. We'll be talking about Standing's recent debate on modern day debate with a woman named Erica. And Standing, so I can make sure that your audio is loud enough, can you just introduce yourself? Who are you, just in case there's someone who's not familiar?
Of course. Hey, Brother Guzman, thanks for having me on tonight. I run a channel, Standing for Truth, where I promote creation, promote the truth, obviously, debunk evolutionism. I mean, it's a false philosophy. So we try and take on the very best arguments and evidence that the evolutionists think that they have for their philosophy. So I've done, I think the Erica debate was roughly debate number 50. And I've debated the likes of like Erica, and I've had some good debates with Dr. Stephan Frello was one that comes to mind, Godless Engineer, RJ Downard. So I've definitely seen the best that they have to offer, and I enjoy refuting those arguments.
Amen. Amen. So, Standing, let's just talk about, because you recently recommended to me a book. What's that book called, and who was it written by?
So that book is a great question, Guzman. Contested Bones. It is a book written by Christopher Roop and then Dr. John Sanford. So Dr. John Sanford, as you know, wrote Genetic Entropy. And what he's done in this book is he's thoroughly investigated investigated. He's even looked at all the primary sources. He's looked at all the so-called fossil evidence for human evolution. So he goes into, all the hominids. He goes into all the Australopithecines and thoroughly refutes them and goes over the claims made by the evolutionists in the paleoanthropology field. And he actually shows that there's a lot of contention in that field. It's like no two paleo experts can agree on everything, so there's a lot of confusion going on, and just kind of goes to show that the evidence for human evolution is really weak. It's dying at this point, really.
Right. And so basically it's just pointing out the contradictions between the scientists of this field of human evolution, correct?
Exactly. They're, like, a lot of people might know Donald Johanson or Mary Leakey. They're known for a lot of the first finds regarding the Australopithecines, Australopithecus afarensis, right? Lucy, for example. But what they don't tell you in textbooks, in school, in documentaries, was that there was a lot of contention regarding all these different bones, right? I mean, what they were discovering a lot of the times were human bones that they would attribute to the genus Homo, as well as a lot of ape bone that were clearly in the Australopithecus genus. And eventually Donald Johanson pretty much attributed all the bones to the Australopithecines. And you can see that, paleo expert Mary Leakey, for example, she disagreed with this. And these disagreements continue on up to today. And all their so-called best evidence for human evolution in the fossil record, all these so-called hominins, as pointed out by Dr. John Sanford in Contested Bones, fits perfect within a biblical framework.
Right. And so on the screen for everyone who's watching, I did a little setup. On the top we have 2 Timothy 2:15, and then here on the bottom for you guys it's going to be right here. The bottom right is the skull of Australopithecus afarensis. Lucy is the famous single specimen of Australopithecus afarensis. Standing, did the book that you're referencing to ever mention, did it handle Lucy? And if so, tell us what are the faults of Donald Johanson's work on Lucy?
Very good question, actually. Some of this stuff I did cover in my debate with Erica, and due to the constraints of time, obviously I couldn't cover it all. So there is a great deal wrong with Lucy, with the Australopithecus afarensis. And for one, the Australopithecines that you see purported by the evolutionists, saying that these are so-called human ancestors, most of them share their features with living apes today. And I pointed this out in the debate. They're around 3 to 4 feet tall. They've got the long arms, the short legs. Their hands are ape. Their feet, they've got long curved fingers. They've got the opposable thumb. They've got ape-shaped skulls, funnel-shaped rib cages, for example. And there's some uniqueness in their morphology, but it's best, these Australopithecines are best explained as just an extinct ape genus. And when you look at Lucy, for example, she was discovered, Guzman, in hundreds of pieces before what they did was they glued back together these pieces in a way that fit the evolutionist basic assumptions. So there's a lot of guesswork, inference, assumptions put into these pretty well just artistic interpretation of the bones. I mean, Lucy had locking wrists just like apes today, and not humans. So yeah, these fragmentary bones that they're putting together, Guzman, and then they're reconstructing, they're often done based on these evolutionary assumptions, right? Like these paleo experts, they believe that Lucy walked upright, for one. They believe that Lucy and these Australopithecines are our ancient ancestors. Therefore, they're going to reconstruct them based off that primary assumption. So there's just so much wrong with it. A big one is the foramen magnum. And they need that to be in the same position, more or less, as humans, and Erica made this claim as well, in order to claim that Lucy walked upright. But the foramen magnum actually lies in much the same position as some apes today. And even if you account for size differences too, let's say, let's take a gorilla, for example, Goodman. A gorilla is a lot bigger than the so-called Australopithecus afarensis. But if you allow for these size differences, then the gorilla and Lucy's foramen magnum are nearly identical. So when they try and tell you that, there's so much evidence that she walked upright, that's not true. She was clearly tree dwelling, Guzman. I'm not sure if you know this, but there's evidence now based on the bones that we have, based on evidence for fractures, that she actually died falling out of a tree. And yet they don't want to tell us that she was a tree dweller. Actually, a lot of these paleo experts will say that she was a tree dweller and she spent a lot of time walking on land upright. So, there's just a lot of storytelling and imagination associated with it. These Australopithecines were nothing more than an extinct ape species.
Right, and so I heard this argument by Bill Ludlow, and if our audio sort of falls apart, so guys, just make sure to tell me in the chat. I'm watching the chat right now.
How's the audio right now, they're saying?
It's the audio?
You good?
Yeah, I think we're good. We're good. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I watched the debate against Bill Ludlow's debate with Kent Hovind. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched half of it. And I saw a sort of convincing argument in the debate by Bill Ludlow, who, by the way, died last year. He knows better now. He's not an atheist anymore anyway. Bill Ludlow made this point that I thought was pretty convincing, that we have a almost complete skeleton of Lucy. Even though it's around 30-40% complete, all mammals are symmetrical. And so we have almost a full skeleton, and we can develop and figure out how, what was sort of the lifestyle of Lucy through the bones. What would you say to someone who would make that argument or claim?
Yeah, they often do make that argument and claim. And it really is a fact that obviously since 1974, Guzman, when Lucy was originally found, and after they took these hundreds of pieces of bones and then glued them back together in a way, like I said earlier, that fits their basic assumption, right, of ape to man evolution. Well, since then, yeah, they have recovered more bones from other members of Lucy's species. But even though they've got a more complete collection and percentage of her bones, you can tell just looking at, let's say, her toes have been shown to curve like tree-dwelling apes. Her shoulders have been found to be nearly identical to living great apes today. Her wrists, for example, resemble those of other knuckle-walking ape species. And her hands are similar to those of chimpanzees. And another thing, too, that is kind of funny, you can even look it up on Google as well. The evolutionists have no problem admitting this. And I mentioned it to Eric in our debate as well, but a lot of these Australopithecines, they are a mixture of a lot of human bones and ape bones.
kind of like Australopithecus sagiba, nothing more than an artificial species. Bill Ludlow likes to use that one as a prime example of a transitional form between apes and humans. But a lot of paleo experts today recognize that it is an artificial species, just like Homo habilis as well, with Bill Ludlow, once again, if you look through the presentation, praise that one as an example. But in regards to Lucy, the fact is a bamboo bone was incorrectly assigned to Lucy for Guzman over 40 years. So just like I said in my debate with Erica, that doesn't necessarily give me, much confidence regarding the evolutionists and their many other conclusions on human origins. And the thing is, they have such huge gaps. So even if you lay the Australopithecines aside, and like I've said earlier, they can easily be explained as just an extinct form of apes, because that's pretty well what the evidence suggests. And even if she had a more unique gait or a unique walk than, say, apes today and humans today, she definitely didn't walk like modern humans, that's for certain. But all their the homonyms they look at in the Homo genus, right? Let's say Neanderthal, Erectus, Naledi, Homo naledi, that's one of the more crazy examples because that was discovered recently. The hobbits as well, if you're familiar with those. As I went over in the debate, these are all prime examples of what happens in isolation, which leads to inbreeding, genetic damage, and these degenerate features. And as biblical creationists, what do we believe post-Babel? You've got these dispersions of different people groups. And unfortunately, some, let's say the Neanderthal, for example, or Erectus, Naledi, they become isolated, right? Which results in inbreeding. And we know that that exposes the hidden reservoir of genetic damage. It all comes down to genetic entropy. So the fossil record, Guzman, it's not evidence for forward evolution. It's just evidence for genetic degeneration. These were all members of our own species who underwent accelerated genetic damage due to severe and extended inbreeding. And as you know, it makes complete sense. Post-Babel, that's exactly what we would expect. So technically, they'll say Homo erectus evolved into modern Homo sapiens. And depending on, which model the evolutionists believe in, right? There's the out of Africa scenario, which we can touch on if you'd like, and the multi-regional scenario. They'll even say that Homo erectus evolved independently on other continents, Asia, Europe, Africa, for example, into some of their other so-called hominins. Homo heidelbergensis, for example, Ludlow likes to talk a lot about that. But we would say that modern humans devolved into these subpopulations, Erectus, Naledi, hobbits, due to genetic damage, which is opposite of what they believe that Homo erectus, which is a degenerate form of Homo sapiens, evolved into Homo sapiens. So it's just the fossil record, Guzman, as you know, and as you stated many times in your debates, is evidence of extinction as a result of the fall.
Right, and many of the hominins, like you have brought up moments ago, can all be explained in the biblical model. When we have Babel splitting, when we have the dispersion since Babel, we have all this genetic diversity, and I believe that's called a bottleneck. Correct?
That's right.
All right, so
That's right.
we have a very low bottleneck since Noah's flood, only of 8 people. That's why there's so little diversity. That's why we all look very similar. And the different hominins, they all look similar to us, and that could all be explained by Babel and by the genetic diversity of inbreeding, etc., etc. So,
well, that's right. Yeah, like for example, like you were saying, the isolation, the inbreeding, that that is exactly what gave rise to these abnormal or these atypical populations that people like Erica or Jackson Weed or Bill Ludlow like to point to, like the Neanderthals, Erectus, Hobbit, and Naledi. And those human variants, that's all they are. They're still all completely human. They lived in isolation post-Babel. And then given the situations associated with each of the variants that we're talking about, the specific environmental conditions would lead to founder effects, isolation, and inbreeding. You know, it's funny is every single feature that Bill Ludlow or Erica can point to is easily explained based on the genetic degeneration. For example, the small brains, the small bodies, you know, these can be explained by island dwarfism, or in other words, reductive evolution. I mean, reduced brain sizes, you'll see, Guzman, if you watch Bill Ludlow's presentation and Erica's as well, they line up smaller brain to bigger brain in a sequence that suggests that one ape evolved into modern Homo sapiens, right? But there's now evidence that all these different hominids live together anyways, so there is no clear progression. Therefore, the unique features we see, they're best explained by pathology. And what's interesting is it's documented, Guzman, that every single one of these pathologies can be seen in modern humans today. So we're not just guessing. We have observational evidence. And the brains, the smaller brains that they point to, those can actually be beneficial in certain conditions, such as starvation. That's exactly what we'd expect given an isolated population such as this, post-Babel, because brains, Guzman, they're energetically costly. So all this suggests is evolution in reverse, and this reverse evolution and the pathologies associated with it can occur quickly in these isolated populations, as you stated earlier. And that's all in line with our biblical model, post-Babel, post-flood.
Right, and I'm writing down this question right now. I didn't know you were going to be finished like 5 seconds ago, but what is wrong with the bottleneck of a population of about 1,000? Because I heard that a few times in your debate with Erica, that like there was a bottleneck population of about 1,000, members. What's sort of the problem with that? Why?
That's a very good question. It's actually an argument that I bring up nearly every debate because it's an argument that can't be addressed. There's no rebuttal to it. So when we look at our species, every single human being on this planet is 99.9% similar. What that means is as a human population, we have low genetic diversity. That kind of also brings us to the Y chromosome, for example, which every single male on this planet has a nearly identical Y chromosome, which proves that we all have and descend from one Y chromosomal ancestor, obviously Adam. And the same goes with mitochondrial DNA. All our mitochondrial DNA is extremely similar worldwide, suggesting we came from one mitochondrial DNA ancestor, which is obviously Eve. And we can get into all the details regarding mutation rates and coalescence, for example. But just using observed mutation rates, the empirical method, that actually takes us back to two ancestors, the mitochondrial DNA ancestor and a Y chromosomal ancestor just 6,000 years ago. So the low genetic diversity, the variation in the Y chromosome and the variation in mitochondrial DNA fits perfectly within a biblical base model. So the evolutionists, though, like you pointed out, Guzman, they need to explain this data. So for one, they didn't predict this. They didn't expect this. So they invented a story. That story is called the Out of Africa Evolutionary Bottleneck Hypothesis, where some evolutionists, they'll say, it might have, the human population at that time, 70,000 years ago, we'll say, dropped to about 2,000 individuals, maybe 10,000. That's usually what I'll ask, just to clarify. Either way, it's a huge problem because anybody knows that a small population will involve severe inbreeding. And not only that, is this so-called bottleneck, Guzman, it was an extended bottleneck. It was essentially a near extinction event. So they try and use this to explain why we have low genetic diversity, because they'll say, based on that prolonged bottleneck, that's how we lost all the genetic diversity, right? The problem is, though, is that's not even feasible, because it would cause permanent and severe genetic damage. And all that means is we'd be getting these deleterious mutations. Let's say a lot of them are recessive, right, from generation to generation. They would come to the forefront and they would go to fixation. So my question to the evolutionists is always, okay, if this so-called hypothesis is even remotely feasible, how could such a minute, completely extinct, and obviously genetically compromised population all of a sudden explode into all parts of the planet, seizing dominion over the world? I mean, that's not even feasible. Now, yes, it may work to reduce overall human diversity like they want it to, but it's nothing but a post hoc evolutionary story. And what's funny, Guzman, is they always, like Erica, for example, pointed to the cheetahs. But the cheetahs actually support what we're saying as creationists. Because if you look at cheetahs today, and I just did a Google search yesterday because it's widely known there's about 10,000 cheetahs left in the world, Guzman. Just yesterday I checked, there's less than 7,000 in the world. And these cheetahs are showing serious signs of inbreeding and genetic decline. Do you think that this highly inbred population of cheetahs is suddenly going to explode in all parts of the planet, seizing dominion over the world like the so-called population bottleneck of Homo sapiens did? No, it's not. It's impossible. They're going extinct. All their genetic diversity is becoming eroded. The cheetahs are starting to express many destructive recessive mutations. Guzman, that's exactly what would have happened in their out of Africa scenario. The thing is, they can believe in it all they want. It's a rescue device to explain the observable evidence. We don't need a rescue device. We believe God created two human beings, Adam and Eve. Therefore, what should we expect? Low genetic diversity. Every single human being should be incredibly similar if that story found in Genesis is true. And what do we find? We find just that, low genetic diversity. We don't need any mental invention. So they can go to the cheetahs, but that only shows more of what a fairy tale their hypothesis is. Does that make sense, Guzman?
Right, it definitely makes sense. So because there's so little genetic diversity amongst human beings, it has to limit the bottleneck size.
Exactly. So they would have to have a population bottleneck in order to reduce the human diversity. Because if you think about it, they believe we've been evolving for millions of years, right? So millions of years ago, humans and chimpanzees split from their common ancestor. Now, even before that, our so-called ape ancestors, let's say the Australopithecines, for example, they were also evolving. Therefore, there'd be a lot of mutations, there'd be a lot of diversity, there'd be a lot of genes floating around a population of hundreds of thousands to millions strong for millions of years. Therefore, we shouldn't have this low genetic diversity. So they resort to 70,000 years ago a major near extinction event, which almost wiped out the human population in order to explain the low genetic diversity. So it's pretty well sufficient evidence that, the account in Genesis is the empirical fact. But they're the ones that have to invent these stories. And what's funny, as I touched on briefly there, our Y chromosomes, which are passed on from father to son, unbroken, Guzman, I was saying how those are incredibly similar worldwide. This is exactly, for one, what we'd expect, given a biblical model of coming from Adam, right? So, of course, as you know, based on mutations, Guzman, once in a while, a mistake happens. And then every time that mistake happens, a new branch in our family tree is formed. Now, we can actually look, based on genomics, at all the branches in the world, and what do they go back to, Guzman? Well, they go back to a single person, not a chimpanzee, but a man. And based on the empirical method of mutation rates, this man lived just 1,000 years ago, a few thousand years ago, who even the evolutionists admit is Y chromosome Adam. And that's the same thing with mitochondrial leave. Now, here's a point that I brought up against Erica, and she had no explanation, and she admitted it. They sequenced the chimpanzee Y chromosome. And it turns out the chimpanzee Y chromosome is only 70% similar to the human Y chromosome. They were shocked, Guzman. This is what they expected for a chicken and a human. But yet, a chimpanzee, our so-called most recent common ancestor, is only 70% similar to a human being. The Y chromosome should be the most similar, Guzman, and that's because the Y chromosome doesn't undergo recombination, so it's the most stable of chromosomes. The fact that it's 70% dissimilar pretty well makes ape-to-man evolution impossible, because how can that many genetic differences arise in only 6 million years according to their chimp-human common ancestor split?
Right, and if you think about it, if anyone thinks about it, if anyone knows what you're talking about, this is fatal to the theory of human evolution, because of the fact that, you know, like you said, it's the human Y chromosome is very not open to change, and so if there's so much diversity amongst apes and humans, our Y chromosome, that just basically demolishes that we're related through common ancestry.
That's right. It demolishes their fairy tale, and that's why, you know, these evolutionists, they'll ask us to give them a line or a barrier to where, you know, humans and chimps aren't related, right? Because they'll look at genomic sequencing and genomic comparisons, and they can see that all humans are incredibly similar and related, and then they'll see that we also share some relationship in our genetics with chimpanzees, and therefore conclude, okay, well, obviously we're all related, and we must also be related to the chimps. And they're asking us, well, where's the line? Why can't we conclude such a thing if we can conclude it with humans? But that's the thing, when you look at differentiating evidence, because we can both explain similarities anatomically, morphologically, physiologically, genetically, through common design or common ancestor. Therefore, we need to look at something that can differentiate the explanations in the models. And something like the Y chromosome, it's too dissimilar. They have to invent yet another rescue device. That also goes back to genetic entropy. We accumulate 100 new mutations per person per generation. Now we know that the genome is incredibly functional, which makes the degeneration rate that much faster and that much worse. Therefore, the ape genome and the human genome are degenerating due to mutation accumulation. There's no way they could have been evolving for millions of years. So there's another line of evidence that we can look to differentiate between the models, right? They want to just look at mere similarities anatomically and genetically. But we want to look at a piece of evidence that can differentiate between the models and tell us which one is true and which one is pseudoscience, right?
Right. So where does Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve play into this?
Right, so very good question. So technically what they would believe is Homo erectus would have evolved a couple million years ago in Africa. Now, Homo erectus would have evolved into Homo sapiens probably about 200,000 years ago. Now, 70,000 years ago would have been the near extinction event where the human population was reduced to between 2 and 10,000. Now, they believe that two specific genotypes survived from that population, the Y chromosomal genotype and the mitochondrial DNA genotype. They believe this would have been about 70,000 years ago to 200,000 years ago. And these two genotypes would have migrated to all the different continents. This is actually not based, though, upon empirically observed mutation rates. They're pretty much making up a mutation rate that's like way too much higher than what we observe today. Because when we look at those human chromosomes, when we look at the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, and then just look at what the mutation rate is today, what it ticks at today, it's called a molecular clock, we can take that back in time to about 6,000 years ago to two ancestors, a Y chromosomal ancestor and a mitochondrial DNA ancestor. That's using the empirical method. We're using observable science to come to this date. But they justify their date, like I said, based on hypothetical, unrealistic mutation rates that are like 20 times off of what we actually observe. And then they justify this based on evolutionary assumptions, right? They assume that chimps and humans shared a common ancestor at some point, and then they treat that like it's an absolute fact. So they got to take all the data and then force fit it to support that that philosophy is what it is. So all we as creationists have to do is point to observable evidence to show the evolutionists that we came from a mitochondrial Eve and a Y chromosomal ancestor. That's Adam and Eve, as expected from the Bible. So, like you said, you know, it is important. And I think as creationists, if we utilize that and then point out the fact that they're basing their conclusion off of unrealistic mutation rates, because you'll debate. Like, for example, I had a debate with, his name was Adam Frendon, on is there evidence for Adam, Eve, and Noah? And I pointed this out to him, and he went on Wikipedia and said, oh, Wikipedia says mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam lived 200,000 years ago. The thing is, they can't take their evolutionary goggles off. How did they come up with that 200,000 year date? And then you look into how they came up with it, and you realize it's nothing more than pseudoscience.
Right, and I love it when he pulled up that Wikipedia page. It's like that time when I debated Gregory on faith alone salvation, and I asked him, how do you say I asked him how to say a phrase in Greek, and he looks it up on Google Translate.
Yeah, that's always a great way to corner somebody who wants to go back to a foreign language that they don't understand in order to prove something wrong in the Bible that is clearly understood in English. Just ask them to speak a specific word and see how quickly they flop. Like you did with Gregory. Yeah, you had to Google it.
Right.
Okay.
And so another question on mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam. This is where, like, a lot of the people who start listening to you, this is sort of where they get confused, because they hear you say, like, these were two literal people. These were two literal people that were described in the book of Genesis. But then they hear you debate an atheist, and they say, well, it's not two literal people, and it's just like, what do they call it, and how do you refute that, and what's the evidence to say that it's two literal people?
Right, so good question. So technically, they believe that these are hypothetical ancestral genotypes that are based, all they're looking at is genetic patterns around the world. That's essentially the same thing that we're looking at. And they're trying to say that that endangered population bottleneck of Homo sapiens thousands and thousands of years ago, that these Adam and Eve, quote unquote, lineages are who recovered from that near extinction event and then very quickly spread throughout the world. So that's their story, and that's why, in debates, when I'm trying to tell them that we can look at the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA and see that both genetic compartments are incredibly similar, suggesting we all come from two ancestors, right? A mitochondrial leaf and a Y chromosome atom. So yeah, their rebuttal or their misunderstanding is due to their basic assumption that ape to man evolution is true, right? So technically the evidence does, suggest we came from two people, one Y ancestor, one mitochondrial DNA ancestor. And you can also point out the fact that our Y chromosome is 30% different than the chimp Y chromosome. I mean, there's two different kinds of animals right there. That indicates two separately created Y chromosomes.
All right, makes sense. So I'm just gonna cover two of the questions that were asked in the chat. Come on, guys, do a little bit better. Ask some more questions. Come on, don't leave me in the dark here. We only have 2 questions though, so I guess I'll just ask them now, and then we'll go back to the discussion. William Edward Hackman asked, "Is there such a thing as a Neanderthal?"
Good question. Yeah, there is such thing as a Neanderthal. All these fossils that we find of these, so-called human ancestors, whether it's the Neanderthal or the Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus or Homo habilis, Ergaster, Naledi, I mean, you can go on and on and on. They are real. But the evidence suggests, for example, if you want to look at the Neanderthals like he asked, all evidence, whether you look at genetics, because we do have their DNA sequence, paleontology, archaeology, they all sufficiently confirm that Neanderthals were in every way human. But like I said, due to isolation and inbreeding, and you can look in the evolutionist literature too, I think they believe the population of Neanderthals were about, maybe about 70,000. And I believe they say they were situated somewhere up in Europe. But yeah, a lot of their features that look abnormal to us today are easily explained due to accelerated genetic degeneration. Actually, in their genetics, you can see that they have a lot more diversity than us today. And that is actually evidence for this thesis, because they have more diversity because they would have experienced accelerated genetic degeneration due to inbreeding and isolation. And actually, it's funny because a paper recently came out after this book, Contested Bones, was written. It's a paper you can find in the secular literature. Pulling it up right here if I can get it in time. Maybe not. Well, I'll send it to, was it Xavier that asked the question?
It was William Edward Hackman.
Yeah. So this paper suggests that Neanderthals were 40% less fit than modern humans today. And what that means is this thesis of genetic degeneration associated with these so-called hominins has evidence backing it up. And in that paper, I believe it even says that severe genetic degeneration probably contributed to the disappearance of that population. And since I'm on that topic, are you familiar with Homo naledi, Guzman? I know both Erica and Bill Ludlow spent a lot of time on Homo naledi.
I'm familiar with all the names of the hominids, but I don't spend enough time researching every single one of them. But go ahead.
Right, yeah. And it's one of those things where the evolutionists will try and bombard you with all these different fancy names, all these different hominin bones.
It's all Latin. It killed the Romans, and now it's killing us.
Exactly. They try and, they'll try and overwhelm you, when in fact, these names that I'm saying, right, Naledi, Neanderthal, Erectus, the Hobbits, which is actually, I think their Latin name is Floresiensis, but, and they call them Hobbits because they're really, really small people. But yeah, they'll try and bombard you with all these different names to confuse you, when in fact they're all just variants of the same human species. But Naledi was one of the most recent find. And Naledi does have some oddball features that the evolutionists like to point out. They've got curved fingers, for example, small body size. Their brains are smaller, for example. But all this evidence just suggests that they were also likewise inbred and then suffered from that reductive evolution that I was talking about, which results in exactly those same features that the evolutionists want to point to and say are primitive. They're not primitive. They are the result of degeneration. It's just a fact. Reduced body size, reduced brain volume, all these other pathologies that they point to are better explained that way. And in my debate with Erica Guzman, I presented a paper of an evolutionist actually who studied a lot of these hominin bones, and he concluded an abundance of developmental anomalies and abnormalities in these hominids, and he was confused because all of these amount of bone distorting genetic pathologies, these abnormal skulls, just so many deformities relating to dwarfism and reductive evolution. He was confused how there could be so much, and he even concluded that those populations were definitely undergoing genetic degeneration due to inbreeding. But what's funny, he's an evolutionist, he's a paleo expert, he can't come to the same conclusion as us. We sit back, relax, and say that's exactly what we've been saying. Post-Babel, you've got, modern humans going one way and flourishing, and then unfortunately you got these few subpopulations that go in the wrong direction. They get isolated on some specific islands or somewhere up in Europe or Asia, resulting in inbreeding, isolation, and genetic degeneration. So if you think about it, if those few subpopulations of humans would have just went, into spots on the earth, that wouldn't have resulted in those. Maybe there wouldn't be all this confusion. But, here we are arguing with the evolutionists about these features, which, like I said, are better explained under a biblical worldview. And I wanted to debate Bill Ludlow on this for a long time, and it never happened, but Erica seems to be their new hero, so I'm really glad that I got the chance to debate her on it.
Right, for a while it was sort of like Bill Ludlow was their huge prophet of the ages, and now he's gone and Erica took over, so.
Yeah, exactly. They need their human evolution.
Now it's the prophetess.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's a prophetess. And you know what? It was a respectful debate. I've got, she wasn't militant.
She wasn't rude, in a way.
She wasn't rude or...
She wasn't like those atheists like Aaron Raw where you get on a live stream and they start doing a cursing party or cussing party or something, slaying words everywhere.
That's right. It was a respectful debate. But even for the audience sake too, human evolution, there's so many fatal blows. And even if you look at some of these evolutionists like Aaron Raw, Erica, Jackson, they're going to try and point to the very best evidence that they think is the best evidence for human evolution. As you know, Guzman, chromosome 2 fusion. They'll look at genetic mistakes, apparently, that we share with the great apes. They call those pseudogenes. They'll look to endogenous retroviruses, ancient viral infections, apparently, that have been passed down to humans and apes. But don't let these things intimidate you. All of these things have been overturned, and they all fall in line with the one same theme: junk DNA. They assume mistakes, they assume evolutionary leftovers, they assume genomic fossils. For example, Guzman, like the vestigial organ argument, right? These broken organs that have, are still retained by us, they believe the exact same thing in our genetics with these genetic mistakes. But all the research coming out with ENCODE and just accumulating papers every day suggesting that a lot of these, like endogenous retroviruses, for example, or the chromosome 2 fusion, which is spanned by a functional gene, these endogenous retroviruses are functional, which should lead us to ask the question, are these actual remnants of ancient viral infections? Because if these ERVs have these crucial functions, especially crucial functions, Guzman, in our placenta, in our embryo, well, how do the evolutionists explain that? So these DNA elements are exactly what we predict if God created Adam and Eve and the created kinds. I mean, when an engineer builds a car, does he build it with 80% junk? Of course not. So why would we expect our human genome to be littered with junk and parasites and remnants of ancient viruses? It just doesn't make any sense. So our prediction of a fully functional genome is coming true, and that truth overturns nearly all of their so-called best evidence.
Right. And there's only like 2 more questions from the chat, so I guess I'll just cover these 2 real quickly. First, I'll ask Javier Ramos's question. This will probably be an easy one for you. Can genetic diversity and the creation model coexist? Can they prove each other?
Can you ask that again, Guzman? Can low genetic diversity...
Can genetic diversity, like genetic diversity in general, and the creation model coexist?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the main question is, and it's the same question that I asked Erica in the debate, is how do we explain the origin of genetic diversity? Because the evolutionists, they explain the origin of genetic diversity, all of genetic diversity, as the result of mutations. That's a basic assumption that they live by. Us, on the other hand, we explain the origin of genetic diversity as created diversity, right? We have 6 billion letters in our genome. I pass on 3 billion letters, my wife would pass on 3 billion letters. These recombine, they lead to change, they lead to variation. They believe, the evolutionists, that all these DNA differences are the result of mutation over time. And that's why they ask the question, how can we get all these species in only 4,000 years? Because, if we explain the diversity as mutation as well, it would take a long time. But we explain them as created DNA differences. So diversity fits perfectly in our model, because we see that these DNA differences, this diversity, is vastly functional, which is exactly what we'd expect if God created Adam, Eve, and the created kinds with pre-existing functional, which is the key word, diversity. And that can explain, actually, Guzman, that can explain all the millions of species we see today in just a few thousand years since the flood, because that means unlimited variability in the genome.
So then a little add-on to that question. So then if, let's just say there was a really high genetic diversity amongst Homo sapiens sapiens, would that be a problem for creation, young Earth creation?
So if we had a high genetic diversity, so we weren't 99.9% similar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be...
Potentially.
It's not the case that we see, but that could... Like, for example, the Neanderthals and the African peoples, actually, do have a higher genetic diversity than the rest of the world. Now, we're still all 99.9% similar. As a matter of fact, the Neanderthals are 99.7% similar to us. So the evolutionists will try and say that that puts them outside of the human range, but it actually fits nicely in the human range. But we explain that extra percentage or couple percentage difference in diversity as a result of accelerated mutation. And I mean, I pointed out that paper earlier that proves that explanation to be true. But yeah, if there was too much diversity, it would be something we'd have to discuss, because if God created Adam and Eve, that actually brings me to another point regarding that. We do see higher levels of genetic diversity in animals. So it actually appears that God gave animals a greater ability to diversify and vary than he gave to humans. And the evolutionists will often look to that as a refutation of what I'm talking about here. But it makes sense, because if God created populations of these kinds of animals, because sometimes I feel like people have this misconception that God created only 2 dogs or 2 fish. You know, that's false. God created
A large population.
populations of animals. So that means there's a lot of genes floating around. We would expect higher diversity in animals, lower diversity in humans, because God only created 2 humans, Adam and Eve. And lo and behold, that's exactly what we see.
So at that point of creation, when he creates all these different populations, that little teeny tiny change in the genetic code within each animal of that population would drastically change what incidentally lead to a larger genetic diversity.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because there's processes other than genetic mutation that can lead to variation, right? Like, for example, what's called genetic recombination or genetic gene conversion, for example. It's kind of like if you picture, you know, having a deck of cards, 52 cards, and you shuffle them. And every time you get a new variety of that 52 cards found in that deck, right? But the deck of cards itself always remains the same, but there's essentially unlimited diversity. So yeah, if these millions and millions of DNA differences that we have within our genetics are created DNA differences, like you said, Guzman, in one generation, just from shuffling around those DNA differences, can lead to new species nearly right away. Rapid speciation. So, and then that's exactly what we would predict. I mean, you can see how many dog breeds that we've created just through the manipulation of these DNA differences, right? Artificial selection, or horse breeds. Hundreds and hundreds of horse breeds we've done the same thing with. If you actually look at the species and not the breeds, there's only a handful of horse species, and there's only a handful of dog species, right? Wolves, coyotes, for example. So isn't it funny that the evolutionists want to explain just these handful of, let's say, horse species over millions of years, yet in just human time, we've essentially led to hundreds of horse breeds, because that genetic variability is already built in. So, you know, we have observable evidence in real time with breeds to support our hypothesis that God created Adam, Eve, and the created kinds with genetic diversity. So yeah, you're absolutely right there, Guzman.
All right, so this is like the last question in the chat, unless all of a sudden somebody asks another one. But Rain, R-E-I-G-N, Rain asks, do you believe dinosaurs went after hunted humans like in Jurassic Park?
Do I believe that dinosaurs hunted humans like in Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe dinosaurs were actually just dragons. The word dinosaur, as you know, Guzman, I mean, you're brilliant regarding this topic. The word dinosaur wasn't invented until 1841. Dinosaurs were brought onto the ark. They came off the ark. And over time, it's probably quite the opposite. Humans hunted these dinosaurs. Nobody wants a dinosaur living in their backyard, right? There's a lot of human civilizations today that don't have any more bears living around them. That's because the bears were hunted. Nobody wants to live next to a bear or a dragon. And you see legends upon legends upon legends of dragons, right? The hero saves the prince and kills the dragon. So yeah, no, quite the opposite, actually. It sounds like humans led the dinosaurs to extinction, as well as environmental changes post-flood. Some of these dinosaurs that grew to immense sizes, like the Apatosaurus, for example, I believe had nostrils the size of a modern-day horse. So something like that couldn't grow to the same size as it did in the pre-flood world, in the post-flood world, of course. So, but I mean, we still see stories all over Africa and the Congo and all these lake monsters that suggest some of these, dinosaurs are still alive today. But yeah, good question.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that point, and I would also agree also that dinosaurs did probably occasionally hunt humans. We see in the story of Leviathan in Job 41 where it says that will he show mercy unto thee? Like, remember the battle, do no more. Obviously, God's telling Job about like a huge battle with it's just basically a story like a fisherman. Let's say he draws up Leviathan, and here he comes, and like he's gonna start eating him because he woke him up. But we also see, okay, let's talk about. I'd just like to cover a few of the things that you mentioned, like the Meconium bembe, the Congo dragon. That's actually an herbivorous dinosaur, and a lot of the dinosaurs that have been hunted, I've found a common connection that they're all herbivorous dinosaurs. I don't think anyone would have the guts to go to hunt a pack of raptors, because or a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or anything of that magnitude, or anything that's carnivorous, because they were probably just so successful that nobody would want to be close to them. And dinosaurs probably did hunt these humans at that time, because we have also legends. We have legends of people killing humans, but we also have legends of dinosaurs killing. Excuse me. We have legends of humans killing dinosaurs and dinosaurs killing humans. So I think I'd have to say both. We hunted dinosaurs and dinosaurs hunted us. But then once we killed off all their main prey, like the sauropods that you mentioned, they sort of died out.
Right. Yeah. No, I would agree. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it would go both ways, and the reason why a lot of these humans probably had to hunt these carnivorous dinosaurs to extinction was because the dinosaurs in turn were doing the same to the humans. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I would say it goes both ways as well. That's a good answer, Goodman.
It's like asking, well, let's just say 100 years from now, great white sharks go extinct. It's like saying, well, did great white sharks hunt humans? Yes, sometimes. But we also hunted them. So it's sort of that sort of scenario.
Right, that's a good point. And I think it all goes back to the point that, yeah, sometimes a lot of these evolutionists, atheists, they'll scoff at us by using dinosaurs. And as you can see here, just from your explanation, in just a few minutes, that dinosaurs fit perfectly well in the Bible. And you hear stories of dinosaurs in the Bible as well, like we said, Leviathan, Behemoth, tail like a cedar, for example. And I've heard all the rescue devices for that coming from the Ezekielists or the old Earth creationists. But point is, the evidence fits perfectly well, given a biblical-based model. So yeah, that's a very good point, Guzman.
Thank you. And just to go on sort of a short little rabbit trail, they would like to say that Behemoth was a rhino, right? I'm pretty sure you've heard that plenty of times, right? Rhinoceros, rhino. But the thing is that they say that Behemoth is a rhino because he has his nose pierced through snares, cuts, whatever. But then they also say that unicorns are rhinoceroses. Which one is it? Because in Job 40 we have Behemoth. Job 41 we have Leviathan. But in Job 39 we have unicorn. We have the unicorn and the eagle. And so, if it has to be one or the other, because God's not going to give two different names to this when he's referencing the same thing. Because he's just not being repetitive in this certain scenario with Job. And if the unicorn is a rhinoceros, then Behemoth is a sauropod. And if Behemoth is a rhinoceros, then the unicorn is a triceratops, or whatever you want to call it. So just a short little rabbit trail there. I love talking about this stuff, but brother, we're on almost 10:15. You did say you wanted to go for an hour. We've probably went a little bit over time. Do you think you'd want to have a few more minutes talking, or do you want to give your final thoughts? Or
Yeah, no, I think for final thoughts, I would say that if there are any other questions, because in only an hour we can only cover so much. I think we covered quite a bit actually. If there are any lines of evidence that anybody in the audience comes across, let's say chatting with an evolutionist, and they're looking for an answer regarding it, whether it's in genetics or the fossil record, for example, or one of these so-called hominins that maybe we didn't touch on, they can either go through you and then you can ask me, or they can email me, or even just comment on my channel. And I'm always free to answer questions, as I'm sure you are as well, Guzman. And it'll be my goal to answer any questions that anybody may have on any topic, not just human evolution, but any topic really. So I had a lot of fun tonight, Guzman. The hour flew by. I think we covered a lot of good stuff, and I hope the audience had fun.
Amen, and I really appreciate the audience for listening. We had, at most, I think we had 10 or 11 people watching, so I haven't been live streaming in a while, so it's sort of a little hard to get back my listeners, that because sometimes I would get on a stream and I'd get like maybe 20 people watching, but since I haven't been doing some in a while and I've been doing a lot of tests, I haven't been getting a lot. But the conversation with Nephilim Free, I think he has like 200.
That was a good conversation. I enjoyed that.
Thank you, and I appreciate Neff for coming on. He and I disagree on a few things, but not gonna split hairs.
Right, we can at least come together on this issue.
Right, and I'd like to have Ramat come and join me on for a conversation as well. I have Ramat's email, so I'll probably ask him to join. But if there was any technical difficulties, they should all be resolved, and I'll probably re-upload this conversation if I find too many issues with it, because I did record it on the side. So, so those were your final thoughts?
Yeah, and like I said, anyone has any other questions, please let me know. I can upload this to my channel as well. It'd be good to get this video out to as many people as possible, just to show them that they can have confidence in the Bible and in science, because they are consistent, perfectly consistent, and not contradictory. So we don't need to look to biblical compromises like theistic evolution or older creationism, because we can make assumptions based on a biblical starting point, and we can make scientific predictions and retrodictions and see that they come true over and over and over again. And I always say a bone found in the dirt, or a rock that these evolutionists want to use to date, those are not what are inherited. Genetics are what are inherited, and that would be the best way and the best place to look at the origin of species, to look at our ancestry, and all things genetics points right back to biblical creation.
Amen, and I would very much appreciate you re-uploading this, because it's a lot of great info, and I certainly don't mind. There's no copyright infringement on this. It's all under free use anyway. But the viewer may be watching this and they're like, what? All this, I don't really get this. They might be thinking to themselves like, what's he trying to say here? But the point that we're trying to make here is that just the fact of genetic entropy alone, I don't think we covered it too much on here. We should definitely do this again and cover that topic as well. But genetic entropy should just give you, should just get your hair stand up on your neck, because it's all pointing towards constant destruction, and that we're only limited by so much time genetically, that Jesus Christ is going to have to come back before then, because then we'll all be extinct by the time 200,000 years come by. But this all points towards the Bible. If you're not 100% sure that you're going to heaven, I encourage you to check out the video. I'm going to post it in the description. The Bible Way to Heaven by Pastor Jonathan Shelley. And so it's a 10-minute long video that goes through everything you need to know to be saved. So I want to thank Brother Standing for Truth for joining me tonight. Standing, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, and especially on such short notice. We literally planned this in just 2 days ago. So just really short notice to come on. Since Dr. Hovind couldn't come on today, I really appreciate you coming on, and pray for Matt, guys. He's not feeling really good. He's feeling pretty sick right now, so he wasn't able to join me yesterday. But thanks, Standing. I'll let you go now. Probably stay here for a few more minutes. But thanks, Standing, for coming on. God bless.
God bless, brother. Amen. Amen. Thanks for having me on, Guzman.
All right. Thank you.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button, because we are just getting started.